Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pixel Response Podcast. I'm your host, Paul, and with me is Nathan.
Welcome to the month of May.
The only podcast on the internet consistently ruined due to the hosts working together.
Exactly. just postponed, hiatus, I think they call it. Yeah, that's a thing that happens, but I don't know. We're earning money, stacking up bank.
No, we're not.
Not right now.
We are not. Yes, not right now, but I mean...
because of our new situation.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just, paychecks. We gotta earn full-time workers. We're wage earners.
It's true. The site is not even self-sustaining, which is why it is currently down. I'm working with IT. Yeah.
I'm going to click on Pixel Response right now.
As we're speaking right now, there's a huge issue with the domain name, not the hosting. Like, everything's there. It's just that there's an issue with the domain for whatever reason, so I'm foregoing working on that with the IT professionals at the hosting company we use, just for you, the common listener.
Man, that kind of sucks.
It does suck.
Like, what's the someone's making a claim on that name, or what?
No. It expired with the old host.
Okay.
And because it expired with the old host, it's not up for grabs yet, so this new host can take it. So I gotta find out. I don't want to pay the old people are host Papa, and they can go fuck themselves. But so I don't want to pay them for that domain name, so I want them to let go of it so our new host can actually take it. And then, I just give the money to them because they're hosting us. Like, they have their servers.
Does all our info get wiped or anything, or no?
No, it's just the domain name. Like, it's still there if you know what the...
actual address
the direct IP address is for it, yeah.
Okay.
But, if you type in pixel-response.com, nothing will come up. Now, what I'm worried about is that if there is such a huge issue, I do not want to pursue any legal things for, a site that's not even self-sustaining, let alone making money. Maybe a name change. We'll see if it gets to that. It better not.
Because a few days ago, I bought a bunch of stuff on Amazon. Actual story. And I used the thing. Mm-hmm. So I was about to say, not self-sustaining, but hey, people can help out. But I guess
actually,
you know what?
It's a good time to pimp this. Basically, so how Amazon works is that because we've had so many people actually using it, buying items, with every certain threshold of purchases, not money, but how many items are purchased.
Oh, okay.
It will actually go up in how much
percentage we make. Kickback kind of thing.
Right. So we started off at a measly I think 3%. We're at I think 6 now.
Ooh, double the money.
So it's going up. It goes up substantially.
How high can that number go though? It's obviously got.
I think 10.
Okay.
At the very, very maximum, but that's Smodcast level. We have thousands of people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
or thousands of addicts that are buying tons of stuff. Just dumb.
There have been a few specific people that have been buying stuff regularly with it. They just bookmarked the link, which is how I would recommend people, if you wanted to support us, do that. Just put a bookmark there on your computer, your parents' computer, whatever. So when they click it, it just gives us a kickback or whatever, and you won't even notice.
The Amazon link is secretly us.
Right, exactly. But, it doesn't matter. It's still Amazon. It's not secretly us. It's just that
they're going through our... Yeah.
Right. So, there have been a few people that have done that, and every time they buy anything, and, these certain people... I know who you all are because I see your purchases, and a lot of you actually reach out and make sure that it goes through, and thank you for that. Every time they buy a CD or whatever, we're getting that little kickback every now and then. The problem with this, though, is that their payout amount, minimum threshold, is $100. So if we're sitting at $70 worth of, people buying stuff, in our account, we don't actually get the money until it reaches 100.
Oh, okay.
So,
but it doesn't wipe every month or anything, right?
It doesn't wipe at all. No,
okay,
it's been accumulating.
Okay.
But this is why I was saying this is a good time to pimp this, is because it is very important that if you're going to do this to support us, you do so. You continue with it, because as it is right now, we're just below that threshold, and that will pay for our server costs and stuff, and that money will go directly to make sure that this like downtime will never happen again.
Okay,
sort of
like
thing.
re-registering the domain and stuff makes that easier.
Okay, well, this specific problem will never happen again because that one company can go fuck themselves. But
okay,
yeah,
just make no qualms about it. Just hey, host Papa, get fucked. You're the worst. I hate you so much.
They're like green, whatever that means. Yeah, that's like one of their big selling points, and they're Canadian or whatever. And so this is the problem I have, is that if you're green and Canadian, that should have thrown up 2 huge red flags. Because it's like, first of all, you're Canadian, so fuck you. Because Canadians...
But we're Canadian.
No. We are good, like, as people, Canadians are good. They're great.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
As companies, they never seem to have the money to do shit.
Okay.
So it's like, all the good Canadian companies are like Tim Hortons, and like I would have said Canadian Tire, but I'm pretty sure they're not doing very well.
Yeah, I haven't been to one in forever. But
like all the stuff we go to for stores or whatnot services are American-based companies that just like have a sister company up here.
Right.
So, American companies, if you want something done right, that's who you have to go with. Second of all, I don't know what it means to go green, but fuck that. You take up all the power in the atmosphere because my voice has to boom throughout this world.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Narcissists right here. We're the best at doing that.
Sure.
Self-aggrandizing.
But
it's fun.
Again, thank you to people who have been supporting us.
So
we appreciate
keep doing it. That helps us out, and yeah, we'll try to get that up and running. How long has it been down? Like 40 hours?
As of now,
20?
10 hours.
Oh, okay.
But it's like
terrible.
And this is the thing. It's just like, yeah, I can't do anything to help the situation because I'm at the job that provides for this.
Yeah.
Like I'm right now doing the thing that is keeping this going because it's not self-sustaining. So it's going to have to wait until I can get some free time. Mm-hmm. But
and now we're providing content for the site that is down, but it's okay. We'll figure that out. But hey, let's move on to topical topics. Like there's a comic convention in our city last week.
There is?
Yeah, there was. It was a pretty big one, I guess. It was the second biggest in all the land, all of this great nation of Canada that we were just talking. So,
here in Calgary?
Yeah, Calgary, Alberta, the second biggest convention of that nature.
Life finds a way.
That has nothing to do with anything, but it found a way.
It found a way to 97,000, I don't know, 97,000 people showed up. That was, 3,000 short of dethroning Toronto as the biggest and most boisterous comic convention in our country.
Are we calling out Toronto now? Like you guys can go get fucked?
We got comic beef now. Like we're gonna beat them next year. Like there's no way we're not going to go blow past that. I'm pretty confident. Like unless we lose, like we can't book part of the grounds or something next year. We being Calgary, I think like there's probably going to be more people unless they book like extremely lame guests or something. Like I don't know, but I don't know. Like I already talked about some of it on Top Down, and I didn't have like a huge highlight reel of stuff. But it was a 4-day event. It didn't really need to be. Like there was a lot of kind of just wandering around again. You know,
that's what I find with PAX too. Is that like when I heard like, oh, now it's 4 days. It's like 3 days was plenty, kind of.
Yeah, like it initially sounds like, oh, more the merrier. Like more time, that's great. But it's kind of like, oh, it's not going to be like a densely filled, always on. It's going to be like kind of spread a little thinner. Just seems to be what happened. So, yeah, I think a lot of it was just kind of the panel schedule this year. Like, there were some panels I was interested in, but there seemed to be a lot of like exact same time or close to each other things that I was interested in. Okay. So it's just like, hey, if you're going to go see George A. Romero, you can't see Bill Paxton. It's just like, oh, okay. Like, if you're going to go see R.L. Stine, that's going to come too close to this. Like, I don't even remember. Like, I think there was a couple of video game topic ones. So it's going to come too close to this thing about narrative in games or something. so you can't go see that. And it's just like, oh, okay. Like, I kind of wanted to go to those just to kind of see, like, who are local video game nut bars, you know, like who's in our city that is so into games that they have a panel, and how do I stack up? Should we have a panel? Like, these kind of questions.
Yeah, I think we should.
But I didn't get to really research that because I was too busy listening to Michael Bien talk about Tombstone.
I think that was the most important thing is I'm going to call somebody else out here.
Okay.
When are the Runaway guys coming to Calgary?
Yeah. I mean
one of them lives here.
Like, he's always traveling down there. Why don't we spread some of that love up here?
Like, why are you not... okay, just to be fair, like, I would probably go see it. But, like, I'm not, like, chomping at the bit for it or anything, like, for their panel.
Right,
But it's like, show some, like, love up here.
I guess it is kind of weird, because it's like, oh, they go to PAX every year. It's like, this is 40,000 people more than that. And it's local.
But,
like, it's kind of...
And the weird thing is, one person lives here.
Yeah.
Like, they all travel to PAX, and they're staying in a hotel. Like, those two dudes can just stay at his house. Like,
I guess, yeah, now, I have not talked to John about this at all, but it does now, in retrospect, seem really obvious of just like, man, it's a big event. Like, maybe, like, for all I know, it's like, oh no, dude, like, he applied for a panel every year. It's super, like, hard to get, or something. Like, I don't know. Maybe.
Kick the fucking bronies out. Nobody cares about that anymore. New hotness, Runaway Guys, 2014. Calling it here right now.
There was another brony
2015, I guess.
I did not go to the brony panel this time, because the last time I went to one, there was no guest for it to center around. Like, it wasn't like, oh, hey, like, actual voice actors from the show are going to talk. It was just, we're really awkward people who are going to talk about our experiences, and it's just like, oh god, this is the worst. Like, why is this... Like, I found the show too, but, like, these people are kind of going up and talking about, like, finding this television show like a religious experience, and it was just like, okay, I kind of get you up to a point, but this experience right now is making me realize how weird that is. So
I have another idea.
Yeah.
What if we did a panel where it's like, I mean, not you and I necessarily. Okay. But, like, we could just be the people that, like, set it up or whatever. Mm-hmm. Where we bring, like, Mike and Vieco, Calvin, and, like, Wilson, and all the devs, like, indie devs here in Calgary. The indie dev panel.
Right.
Why aren't we doing that?
We should have... Yeah. That's a thing that could have happened. Like, really. Like, looking at some of the panel lineups, like, it's just like, who is this? Like, it's just some person... Like... I'm an expert. Here's an actual panel I went to. Like, I'm an expert on 3D printers. I'm going to talk about them.
No, that's not a panel. No.
It was kind of weird.
We can do a panel better than that.
Like, it was kind of strange to see because it was, like, such a, like, jargon-heavy panel. Like, I have never used a 3D printer. I was, like, confused by everything. Like, it was just, like, expert talk shop awkwardly
well, you
put
the thingamajig and the doohickey and press.
No. Like, I wish it was like that. It was just like, oh yeah, that was one of the 6 printer builds I did. Obviously you're gonna need some fishing line. I'm like, for what? Like, what are you talking about? And it's just like, yeah, make sure the structural, like, whatever. And he's like just talking about like different plastics you use and all this stuff, like, but naming them by name and just like as though that's common knowledge. And I was just like, I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, no. Like, 2015 panel, I made a game and survived.
Sure. Like, yeah, like, I'm a local person who published a video game. It is available on Steam. You may have heard of it, like that kind of stuff. Or GOG or whatever. Like, it's just like, yeah, I guess we could have maybe... We don't even know if they're interested, though. We're just kind of spitballing, but I guess you're right. We could probably throw together something
the Pixel Response panel. Where it's just like we know everything about video games and movies. Come at us, bro. That is what it says on the, like,
that's the panel title. Or whatever. It could be like Pixel Response Spotlight on Calgary developers or something. And it's just like...
Right. That's kind of what the idea was. But then at the same time, like... Well, never mind. I was going to say, that's just shoehorning on someone else's success, but that's how success starts.
I guess. But yeah, I mean, it's also like if we're the people... trying to kind of like come up with questions and be a little more filling the time or whatever. It's also like 45-minute panel time, and that's not a lot of time. Like it is.
I mean, like I was just thinking,
because there's people there watching you, so you could get that kind of freaky, like freeze up kind of thing, which that could happen in theory. Like having...
No, because that's why it's us presenting them, because it's like, well, no one else has any questions. We're just going to talk about, like, stuff that I've prepared. Like, we can talk about this now.
Right. I guess that's kind of the thing I did notice at some of the more awkward panels I was at. Just, if you prepare enough stuff, like, you're fine. Like, if you have a long enough PowerPoint, or you have, just kind of enough talking points on your list, you will fill that, I guess, maybe they always budget time for Q&A, I don't know. But, like, you can fill your half hour or 35 minutes easy, and then just be like, hey, anyone have any questions? And then even then be prepared for, like, okay, well, we have some talking points or something if no one's doing that or, like, has specific queries. I don't know. Like, we could even almost make it about podcasting. Like, I didn't see any podcasting-related stuff on there. And it's not like we're, like,
we could do that.
Success exactly, but it's just like we've been doing it for a long time. Like, if you want to talk about nonsense, it's better than Tumblr, because it's hours of you talking.
Right.
Like, I don't know. That's my social network.
Why don't I'm going to throw that out there. Next time they're just, like, panel submissions or whatever, I'm just going to be like, podcasting. Like, that's what we do. And
like, yeah, if some
you
guy
can ask
like, this
Sean
is my
and John
hobby.
if they want from TDP, like, we'll just do a 4-person panel.
Right. Like, yeah, if there's panels of, like, I dress as characters from things, and that's a panel, it's like, all right, we're more broad-based than that. Let's try to do something.
Like,
so, yeah, sure.
We could call it something dumb, too, that people will be like, hey, that's kind of meme-ish, like, I podcast and you can, too, or something.
Right.
I am podcaster, you can, too.
Keep calm and cast on or something, you know what I'm saying? Oh, shit, so stupid. The actual expo shirts for the staff were keep calm and expo on, and it was fucking terrible.
Wow, that makes me want to kill myself, because I am part of the city that shirt was made in.
I know, I'm sorry, I don't want to kind of, like, be too, hey, the Calgary Expo is great. There's some not great happening in those walls, but, yeah, and sorry,
especially
I kind
with
of...
the management.
Oh, man, I mentioned it earlier, like, the Michael
I like
Bien...
how you're like, oh, man.
I mentioned the Michael Bien
excited.
panel earlier. That was just such a weird panel. Like, they were asking for a lot of panel feedback. I didn't actually get to fill out a thing on that, but I hope I can, like, submit online or whatever. Like, that was just such a weird... Okay, on the listing, it was supposed to be him and his wife talking, and that was interesting to me. I was just like, how, people who have been together for, like, 20 years talking about a life in show business... That might be an interesting perspective, what's going on with that. His wife was in Germany doing a penthouse thing.
Oh, weird.
Yeah.
So she was getting fucked, and he was standing there in front of a bunch of dorks.
And, like, I don't know what was going on, but it's like, Brittany was like, hey, this person, these are her Instagram posts from a party in Germany. Oh, it's a penthouse party. Like, it was just weird. But yeah, so that panel was basically like 2 questions. It was like a Q&A. Hey, Tombstone is a movie. He talked for like 15, 20 minutes about Tombstone. Like, just everything about Tombstone. I've seen Tombstone like once. I remember it being kind of okay. I know way more about Tombstone than I ever needed to. Like, it was just kind of like, oh my god, why is this going on? Like, it was just like, okay. And then someone else was like, hey, aliens. And then he talked for like 15 more minutes about aliens, and then they were out of time. Like,
I think I was jokingly saying that's exactly how, like, a panel with you would be.
Oh, yeah, like, it's just like, long-winded rants? Yeah, okay. Like, fill 45 minutes like nothing. But it's
somebody's just like, what's your opinion of the Lego movie?
All right,
everybody
so
else just
everybody
walks
sit
off
down.
The panel stage.
Yeah, and then, like, the whole audience leaves by the end of it. I'm just like, oh, fuck Denmark! And it's just like, no one's here. Like, what are you doing? But, yeah, that... Like, maybe you're supposed to be family friendly, though. I wasn't really keeping an eye on that. Oh, no, there was a couple, like, cursey things happening. Apparently, Bill Paxton was a little cursey. I was just getting
right, but
from
Bill
other
Paxton
people.
Has a career.
Yeah.
So we probably couldn't be cursey.
Exactly. Like, it's just like, hey, like, if you want to come back to the Calgary Expo, you can't be doing that. It's like, oh, okay. Why are there kids here? It's like, you said video games on your thing. You mentioned Pokemon.
We could do a panel about, like, shipping stuff on airlines.
Like, it's like, hey, it's local Calgary stuff. Sometimes nerdy stuff might come through. Maybe.
Very rarely. We did have that sex doll.
I was gonna say, but I wasn't sure if that was too specific. Yeah. That was the story you guys told me. But yeah, Comic X, I bought some video games. I talked about those. Mario's Missing. Oh, man. That
game's really bad.
It is, and, like, I kind of probably should have known that, and I played it as a kid, and never finished it, and that was probably a good sign. But enough time has passed.
The NES?
I got the SNES version because that was the one I played. There is an NES version though, but I didn't look into that. I'm actually kind of curious. Like, does it also just resemble Super Mario World, but it's even more simple looking? Because it's like it is basically just like a ROM hack of Super Mario World with like education in it and like different music.
It's the same game, if I remember. I think you go to different
same
places,
sprites and everything. Like, it is just that Yoshi, that Luigi. And Luigi is just a like palette swap of Mario. Like, they didn't even have the different character model.
Right, yeah.
Which was weird, because I know different versions of Super Mario World actually have like a very different looking Luigi.
It might have actually used the Mario 3 sprites.
No, it was Super Mario World. Like, I just played it. Yeah, it looks exactly like it. Like, the Koopas and everything. And yeah, like, that game has like a thing you do, and then you do it like 45 times. Like, it is like, there are 3 floors with 5 different locations in each one, so that's 15. You need to recover 3 artifacts from each one, so 45 artifacts. And then, like, talk to a person who looks exactly like Peach in every single information booth, and, like, answer a quiz about this thing. And, like, what's bullshit about it is, like, there's, like, a paragraph with just basically all the information. So it's kind of just, like, how well are you digesting this information? But then she'll just throw in, like, random questions that aren't in anything. So it's just like, hey, what street is on? And you're just like, what? That's not in the thing! And then you just get it wrong, and then have to wait for her to not be busy so you can talk to her again and do the quiz. And that's just nonsense. Like, for a while, I was like, all right, well, I guess I have to leave the area, come back, leave the area or something. But I realized eventually you can just hit A over and over and over, and eventually she'll just talk to you again. Because she's not actually doing anything. It's just the one way the game came up with, well, how do we, like, penalize the player for getting it wrong? Just make them stand around for 30 seconds. Like, it's just dumb. But I think you get a slightly lower, too. Like, I don't think you get as much bonus money from recovering the artifact or something. But, again, I don't know who that matters to. Because it's not like oh, if you get a perfect ending, like, if you get a perfect score, you get a better ending. The ending, I'd never seen it before. Like, I think this was the thing. Like, in the lag time between when I gave up playing it when I was, like, 12 and now, like, it was like, oh, this is, like, the easiest game in the world. I'm just gonna blow through the whole thing. And yeah, the ending is so not worth it. It's just, like, the weirdest, like, version of Bowser I've ever seen. Like, he's, like, facing the camera the whole time, so he just looks really strange. He comes out, you jump on a button, and he just, like, launches out of the castle. You just win, and then Mario's there, and it's just like, hey, good job, man. And that's it. It's just, you won. And then it says the end, and credits roll.
Oh, Luigi, you found me!
They don't even say that. Like, there is a speech bubble for Luigi, which is kind of weird, because he doesn't usually speak, but I guess they have Mario still stay silent. He doesn't say anything.
What does Luigi say?
He's just like, oh, hey, you finally made it. We gotta get in this castle or something. And then...
oh, hey, you finally made it.
Yeah, and then...
that's Luigi.
Mario falls into a mysterious, like, hole and disappears. And he is in the castle. And you need to fight 3 Koopas and get there. And the
Koopa Troopas?
No, like, well, there's a bunch of Koopa Troopas, but then there's also the Koopa Kids. But there's only, like, 3 of them. I think it's Iggy, Roy, and... maybe Morton or somebody.
Okay.
Not that it really matters, but those boss battles are a complete just waste of time. Like, they just run across the screen back and forth, and they can't hurt you, and you just have to jump on them like 6 times. Like, it's not even 3. It is just... fun. Yeah, but whatever. It was like a one-sitting game. I finished it in one night, and I finally got to kind of close that chapter of just like, I played this once. I remember it being kind of weird, and then, oh yeah, this thing. So I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird, all right, in the shitty game type of way.
I guess so. I don't feel too bad about it, but like specifically because I have memories of this game is the only reason it's like remotely interesting. Like, this is not at all like a SNES classic that anyone needs to look at. It's just kind of a weird thing. Like, it definitely kind of has me less interested than ever in playing Mario's Time Machine, which is the other edutainment game that the same people made. So yeah, that's maybe the one thing. I also bought a bunch of other stuff, like Punch-Out on the Wii, Metroid Prime 3 on the Wii, Haze on PS3.
Oh, man.
I want to check it out. like
gaming for me is a religion.
Yep. And
Haze is the
shit.
So what else have you been doing?
Well, I saw that new movie, Amazing Spider-Man.
Oh, the Lego movie.
Yeah,
right.
I finally just decided to get over it. No, I didn't.
To get off your high horse and
just
go see some Lego.
Yeah,
go see some
just
blocks.
Enjoy the fun, Just Chris Pratt. That
Right.
guy's so funny. Oh my god, I had to see it. No, I didn't.
He's pretty good in Parks and Rec.
Yeah,
yes.
He is totally a fun dude. It's kind of weird to me, like the things, like his star has risen like really quickly and in a lot of stuff, like Guardians of the Galaxy type stuff. Like,
what was he a Marine in again? Zero Dark 30.
Yeah.
So dumb. Anyways,
he's like one of those dudes. I saw Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Great.
Which.
So what else have you done?
Well. I kind of want to talk.
No, I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of want to talk about it a little bit, just because, like, I mean, it is a pretty big movie, and it was kind of a weird thing. It was like my friend Ryan invited me to see it, and then like as soon as I sat down, he's like, "So why this movie?" Because like I totally didn't want to see Thor. I had no interest in Captain America, and I guess it's just because like Spider-Man stuff is like a little bit removed from like the multi-universe. Like,
well, it's what you grew up with. As well,
I guess there's that. Like he's kind of a character I am more familiar with, and have more affection for than like any of the Avengers, other than like no, literally any of them. Like Hulk a little bit more than the rest of them, but I was probably like 15 when I first heard Iron Man existed. And I still didn't care.
Anybody that says they were into Iron Man before that first movie with Robert Downey Jr. is just a straight up liar.
That's not.
Nobody cared.
I know 2 people that were legitimately into Iron Man before that.
No,
dude,
liars.
It was like 2002, and they were like way into the comics. Like, no joke.
No, they were lying because they knew.
No,
that
I saw
movie was
their
coming
collection.
out.
They had a bunch of stuff. Like, it was like that was the weird thing I was thinking when that movie was coming out. It's like, other than those 2 guys I know, who cares? But then I guess Robert Downey Jr. sold everybody on it, so good job. But yeah, so Spider-Man, I guess, I have a little more kind of affection for because I watched that cartoon in the 90s and stuff.
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, like, part of it, though, is it is its own kind of thing. It's just, hey, the only thing you need to worry about with this Spider-Man movie is it's going to kind of leave you hanging for the next Spider-Man movie. It's not like between now and 2016 or whatever, there's going to be like 3 other movies that they expect you to go pay and see. It's just going to be Spider-Man. So, I don't know. Like, that's actually not entirely the case now. I didn't know this, but there's a Sinister Six movie coming out. So
wow, okay.
They are trying to kind of do the multiple movie universe thing. I have no idea what that movie's going to look like, though, because it's all going to be villains in theory.
Yeah, I think it would work out better in a weird way.
So, like, but what would they do? It's just villains being villains and terrorizing stuff from their perspective, and then after 2 hours,
why not?
That's
we have
it.
The movies where the superheroes just doing superhero stuff and like saving civilians from fires or like muggings, and then like some weird like supervillain is like the main.
But like that's going to be an
antagonist.
inherently unfinished kind of storyline because it's just going to be like, yeah, in this movie, the Sinister Six, Sinister Sticks, the band, they blow up like 4 cities, and then the movie ends. Like it's
while
like what?
singing "I'm Sailing Away."
Yeah, like they're just rocking
Come
and
sail.
blowing up everything, and then the movie ends. Like I don't know, like it's like the movie either ends with them succeeding. Or it's like they're about to do something and then the hero shows up and it's like, hey, see you next summer for Amazing Spider-Man 3 or something, right? Like it's going to be kind of crappy in that way.
That would be kind of funny, though. That would be a giant, just like,
flip off
loogie in the face.
Yeah, like, it's just like, hey, we got all these supervillains, they're doing stuff, and the conclusion to this movie comes out in like 6 months. See you then. And you're just like, why did I pay to see this? Like, who would ever see this again? This is like a middle chapter. But, okay, whatever. Amazing Spider-Man 2 is a weird dual tone thing that I was not expecting. Like, do you remember
So like Spider-Man 3?
Almost.
Okay.
Which everyone hated Spider-Man 3.
Yeah.
And like with good reason for the most part. Like I watched it again and it's like, wow, what a clusterfuck. This is crazy.
That Spider-Man 3 has literally, I think, 3 good scenes in the whole movie.
And then, like, some spectacularly bad scenes that are entertaining in their own way, which is why I could watch it again.
No, the rest of the movie is spectacularly
spectacularly a lot of word slip-ups tonight for some reason, but yeah, we're out of practice. Yeah, dude, like, him dancing and all that stuff, J. Jonah just everywhere.
Okay, so one of my favorite subreddits is r/cringe.
Yep.
Him dancing is like
the new GIF now.
If that was on r/cringe, that would just be like the sticky at the top. It's like, this is the type of stuff that we want in this subreddit, where it's just like, it's totally kind of normal, offbeat stuff, but when you watch it, you feel bad about yourself.
Yeah. Like, it's just like, this isn't funny. This isn't, like, what is happening? Yeah, that was an extraordinarily bad moment in a really stupid movie. This movie, honestly, at times, it was reminding me of, like, Joel Schumacher's Batman movies. In terms of just, like, over-the-top, kind of just ridiculous and absurd on its face. Like, just, like, there's a mad scientist in this movie that just talks with, like, a totally stereotypical thick German accent. Just like, I want to experiment. And it's just like, why is this guy here? Like, this is so weird. And, like, Electro is just the most ridiculous character. Like, Jamie Foxx, like, there's, like, no subtlety at all in that character. Like, it is the dumbest, like, reason for him to have beef with Spider-Man. Basically, Spider-Man saves him from getting crushed by a car, like, early in the movie, and then for no reason, like, looks him in the face and says, hey, buddy, you're really awesome, you're my eyes and ears. Like, it just, like, gives him all this praise for, like, no reason, which this guy apparently has a really obsessive personality and can't forget about that. Like, he's like, man, Spider-Man chose me. I'm his, like, important person. And he just gets, like, this huge, weird, big head about it. And then, eventually, when he becomes a horrible lightning monster, he feels betrayed when Spider-Man tries to stop him from sucking up all the power in the city. And it's just like, this seems...
What?
Yeah. It was like, this seems so weird and forced. Like, it's like, almost like Rupert Pupkin, like, Robert De Niro in King of Comedy, like, just weird, awkward personality guy. And then he gets superpowers and becomes this horrible monster. And then he feels all, like, personally affronted that Spider-Man doesn't think he's cool. And decides to take that out on New York. And it's just like, this is so weird. Like,
the most rational of decisions, really.
Yeah, like, there's a scene that honestly, like, the moment where I made, like, the Batman Forever kind of connection was in his apartment. He just kind of has all this weird Spider-Man stuff. And, like, it's just kind of him alone in his apartment with a birthday cake, like, talking to himself. And it just seemed like the introduction to the Riddler in that Batman movie. Of just, like, he has this weird apartment, and, like, he's got this bobblehead with the Riddle guy, and, like, just this weird over-the-top idea of what an obsessive person looks like. And they're, you know, talking to themselves, and they're so awkward, but in a way that is so exaggerated that it's not really relatable to reality. Like, I don't know, like, it seemed to be a very silly movie, even in comparison to the first one, which I only saw the one time. But I seem to remember there being a little more kind of like, no, dude, like...
The first one wasn't bad.
Like, yeah.
Really.
It was like Doc Connors has, like, some legitimate bad things going on, and he seemed to kind of be a little more, like, grounded and actually upset about stuff, whereas it seems like the direction on this one was like, make the villain a little more kind of goofy, a little more fun. Like, you know? And it's just like, okay, ridiculous then. We'll just go with that. And it's like... But then they'll still have scenes that are, like, extremely serious. Like, the movie opens with, like, this kind of corporate espionage conspiracy thing that results in, like, Peter Parker's parents' murder. And it's just, like, way heavy and kind of just dark. And then once it gets to, like, normal movie stuff, it's, like, way lighter. And, like, they'll just kind of alternate. They'll just change gears from, like, extremely stupid and ridiculous to, like, oh, no, this is serious now. And it's just, like, I mean, you can try to have both ways, but I'm kind of gonna not react right to all of this stuff because you keep kind of switching on us. So, I don't know. Like, Harry Osborn's kind of moody, and, like, he kind of plays a big role in this, but they're kind of setting him up for the next movie. Like, he's gonna play a big role in that. So, yeah, like, they do the multiple villains thing, but people kind of just saying, like, oh, it's like Spider-Man 3, they have too many villains. There's basically 2 villains. Like, Rhino is in it, but it's such a waste. Like, it was exactly what I pretty much figured would happen because of how little Paul Giamatti was in the trailers. Like, he is, like, in 3 minutes of that movie, basically. And I'm sad to report those 3 minutes are like fucking terrible. Like he is
really.
It is so bad. Like I love over the top Paul Giamatti in Big Fat Liar, which is like a shitty kids movie, but he just has so much ridiculous energy in that movie. It kind of just works. In this, he's basically just going like, I'm a Russian, I have a gun, I'm going to shoot you. And it's just like, this is terrible. Like, this is just dumb. Like, this is not a character at all. Like, this might as well just be Thug number 3 is played by Paul Giamatti for no reason. Like, it's just a complete waste. Like, he has no lines, essentially, other than just, I am laughing and shooting. And that's it. Like, at the end, like, the end of the movie, if you've seen any of the trailer stuff where there's, like, a giant robot, like, rhino, don't get excited. That doesn't really basically happen at all in the movie. It is, like, ends mid-fight scene just to kind of tell you, hey, Spider-Man's still on it. Like, Spider-Man's still going to fight crime. Like, spoilers, I guess, but it's not a plot point. It is just, there's not a satisfying rhino fight in the movie. So, there you have it.
To be fair, I don't think there was ever a satisfying rhino fight in the comics or the
I guess so. Like,
either,
he's such a stupid one-note thing. I guess that's kind of why I was like, oh, Paul Giamatti's like actually a really good actor. Maybe they're going to kind of try to make that interesting. The same way, like, you know, I look at Bane as just being, oh, he's that big dumb guy with the venom and he breaks backs.
Where he's not at all in the comic.
Yeah, but then in the movie, it's like, hey, he's this kind of articulate, weird, sad character. And I was like, okay, they actually made Bane kind of compelling. Like, I was, you know.
Well, he's like a smart terrorist.
Yeah, like he actually has like an ideology and all this stuff. Like, it was kind of like, oh, that's interesting. I don't know why I thought stuff DC is doing in like the Nolan movies would in any way bleed over into the rest of the comic movie world. But I guess, yeah, that's kind of the thing. Amazing Spider-Man 2 felt like a weird throwback to like the late 90s, early 2000s in terms of tone for the movie. Like, it's like it didn't decide to kind of iterate on the stuff that like the big, smarter comic movies of nowadays are doing. It's just like, no, we're gonna have fun like we did back in 1999. It's just like, okay, you can do that. People will probably go see it, but it was kind of shitty back then. Don't you remember that, Mark Webb? It was kind of dumb. It's just like, yeah, I like dumb though. Okay, I don't know if I want more of that ever again. Please don't do that. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like, I guess, yeah, maybe I'm misremembering the first Amazing Spider-Man, but it seemed to be a little more serious than this movie was.
It was...
like, there were some dumb moments, too.
It was fun. No, it was a fun comic book movie sort of feel, but it was grounded, I think.
I thought
like,
so.
It never went crazy.
Yeah, like, there were kind of little moments in it that I just kind of appreciated. Like, I specifically remember him using a spiderweb to kind of tell where Lizard was in the underground tunnels. And I was like, that's a kind of clever use of the whole spider thing. In this, like, I think he's kind of just throwing web stuff at people or, like, you know, swinging around, grabbing stuff, stopping cars from hitting people. I think he does that, like, 7 times. Like, it's just like, in any fight that happens, cars will get thrown and they will almost hit somebody. But don't worry, he will catch it with a net. And then the fight will kind of pause for a second, and then they will exchange lines or something. Ugh, okay, Electro has a line where he's like, it's my birthday, time to light my candles. And then he shoots lightning, and it was stupid. So yeah, I'm just going to end right there. Amazing Spider-Man 2, it's really stupid. If you like...
That doesn't even make sense!
Yeah, I know, it's electricity, but whatever. I guess they... Okay, sorry, I guess I brought up that. They also kind of try to underscore a lot of the stuff Electro is doing with, like, dubstep-type sounds, but they never go whole hog with it and just drop the bass and have him, like, doing dumb shit, dubstep gun style. Like, they kind of just...
Oh, so, like, when he shoots his electricity, isn't just, like... or something?
Yeah, but then that's it. Like, it just kind of stops after that. There's no, like, sustained attack of just, like, you know what, we just phoned Skrillex, we got him to do this thing. I mean, he just had a new album come out. Electro, there's like a 3-minute scene where he's just blowing up stuff and this stupid song plays. They don't even commit to that stupid. Like, the movie will be stupid, but not in a way that, like, entertained me all the time. It was like, mad scientist? Like, that's just dumb. Like, that's just cliched shitty. Like, that's not funny anymore. Like, but then it's like, hey, stupid dubstep man, that would be stupid, but in a way I could at least laugh at and be like, wow, I can't believe I saw that. Yeah, because,
like, all I'm picturing now is Jamie Foxx with these two gauntlets that shoot electricity.
Yeah.
And it, like, he has one arm out that's, like, the main drop that's, like, boom, or whatever. Then his other hand is doing a machine gun type thing to, like, a boom, 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 or something like, as he's shooting. Yeah.
The closest they get to that is there's basically, like, a Tesla coil style thing where they play Itsy Bitsy Spider. Yeah. That's kind of their absurd, funny thing they think will be great. I guess, fine, I guess I'm not done. They also go with, like, weird meta stuff of just, like, Spider-Man's ringtone is the Spider-Man theme song, which,
okay,
why does that exist in this world where he is the guy? You know, like, it's like, did he compose a theme song at home and then record it and import it? Like, it's just like, no, I get the joke, but, like, what does that mean for the film universe? Like,
you're getting way too nitpicky with stuff like that.
No, because, see, in Ultimate Spider-Man, the comic books, there's this whole thing where they actually make a movie based on Spider-Man's exploits, and it's almost like the Scream, like, Slay thing, or Stab. You know, the Stab movies and the Scream movies?
Where it's basically Scream, but, like, more of a parody or something?
Yeah, it's like a parody of the parody that is Scream. And it's super
stupid. So you're thinking that
meta.
This is kind of like, this is the movie version. Spider-Man's actually out there in New York right now.
Right. Like, it's like... if they kind of went with that route of just like, yeah, I actually kind of like that theme song from the show they made based on me or something, like, that's dumb and up its own ass, but at least it's explained. Whereas this is just kind of like, no, it's a funny joke, and it's just like, it's not that funny, and it also makes no sense. So I don't know.
That it's super nitpicky. I want to ask you two questions.
Okay.
Ashley Kafka is a man now.
What?
Weird. Kafka?
Yeah.
Dr. Kafka is a man now? That's weird.
Franz Kafka? What are you talking about?
Dr. Kafka or whatever. I don't know. He's in the movie. His name is apparently Marton Soskaz or whatever. Sokaz?
I'm trying to think who that would be. Is he the guy that becomes Spider Slayer? Like, there was some talk about this guy who's a scientist.
No, that was the other thing. Alistair Smythe.
Yeah.
BJ Novak apparently.
Yeah, BJ Novak's in it. He plays basically Max Dillon, who's Jamie Foxx's character's, like, kind of annoying boss, and I guess he is kind of being set up to be a guy later.
Okay, so there's no Spider Slayers in this movie. That's what I was going to ask.
No, yeah, they don't get into that. They kind of just start teasing that Oscorp is working on some weird shit, but they don't really spell out too much of it beyond the Sinister Six stuff. So you basically see Doc Ock arms and, like, the Vulture costume in the background. But yeah, like,
and Dr. Kafka is the psychiatrist at Ravencroft.
Oh God, maybe that was the annoying dude I'm talking about, like the stupid mad scientist
that
guy.
used to be a girl.
Okay. Yeah, maybe the dumb mad scientist I'm complaining about is like a named character from the comics, and they just kind of decided to realize him in the hammiest way possible. But yeah, that was kind of a...
So he sucks then.
If that's the character, I thought that was just stupid. Like, not funny, just kind of dumb. Like, there were moments where I was just rolling my eyes at this, and like I don't know. Like, I'm not trying to be like, oh, it's impossible for me to have fun in a comic movie, but it's getting harder and harder, and this just didn't seem like it was even trying to do stuff new. It was like, no, throw back to the 90s. And I was like, I was there. It wasn't that great.
Yeah.
Okay. Like,
final question on Spider-Man.
Yep.
Gwen Stacy, is she still alive?
I can't.
So she's dead. Okay.
What? I didn't spoil it. What? Yeah, she does.
Dude, everybody that knows anything about Spider-Man ever knows that she was going to die eventually.
No, I know. I guess that was a thing. Like, that was a question going into the movie, was like, do you think they'll save it for the next movie, or is it actually going to be in this movie? But honestly, like, pretty quickly in this movie, there's a kind of sense of doom about that whole thing. So yeah, that happens. And that, I guess, is kind of what...
by Harry Osborn's hand?
Basically. Like, he is that fight that results in things going shitty, and she dies.
Okay.
It's kind of, I guess, a tweak on how it went down in the comics. His web gets her, but it doesn't do the job.
It doesn't snap her neck?
It's kind of like it gets her at the very last second while she's falling down this tower, but it's like too little too late, and she kind of hits her head on the ground.
So it's very like PG then, how that happens.
I think it's PG-13, but yeah.
Sure.
It is...
well, very like younger audience friendly. They don't see like Emma Stone's neck just like snap in half.
No, yeah, it's... Well, whatever. I saw the comic panel too. It's not that messed up there either, but it's just... Yeah, she is limp and dead, and it's yeah. I guess that's kind of what I meant, is like the shifts. I was kind of dancing around it, but like it's like in a movie where like 5 minutes later you again have Paul Giamatti being like, bah! Like having that serious gravity moment and then switching to that, it's just like, this is too much. Like this is all over emotionally, and I can't get a read on like what they want me to feel right now. Like it's like, no, you're supposed to be really sad. And it's like, why? This is a goofball comedy. Oh, we want you to have a lot of fun. Why? This is a serious drama. Like it's like they're doing both, and it's running into itself, and it's, I don't know. It was a weird tone. And I guess the critics aren't totally disagreeing. It's like the least liked Spider-Man movie ever, critically speaking. Like it's the lowest rated. So deal with that. Spider-Man 3 better regarded than this movie. Weird, right? Like at the time, I was like, okay, that was entertaining, I guess, but I don't love it. Like I never need to see it again. Like it is just, it was. So
it's like the first one then.
Yeah, I guess like this new series is just kind of like, there are some things.
Forgettable.
It's like there are some things I think are better about it than the previous ones. Like Andrew Garfield's like more entertaining and more consistently like enjoyable with the line reads and the smart talking than Tobey Maguire ever was. So there's that. But I guess villain stuff and whatever, like in the second Raimi series one, they had Doc Ock, and I thought Alfred Molina was really great. I've kind of never liked Jamie Foxx in anything ever.
Okay.
So,
well, I'm just trying to think of like something I've liked him in. Maybe Collateral, but he's not like the main focus really in that.
I guess, yeah, he is a fine supporting player in Collateral, but he is kind of the straight man to like Tom Cruise's over-the-top crazy hitman. So,
and in everything else, he's like a military dude of some sort.
Or I mean, like Django, like he's not my favorite character in Django Unchained, and like he's the title character, so that's probably a problem. Like it's, he's the hero, he's the guy you're ostensibly rooting for, but it's like, man, Christoph Waltz is out acting this dude like left, right, and center. Leonardo DiCaprio, same deal. Like I know he's mad racist and evil, but damn, he's way more fun to watch. So, whatever. And yeah, and then Ray, I don't like that movie. It is a biopic-ass biopic, and it's not very good.
Well, because there's nothing inherently exciting about Ray.
Yeah, he was a blonde guy who played piano, and he was pretty good at it.
Very well.
Yeah, I mean, he dealt with some drugs and stuff, but who didn't in the music industry at that time? So,
yeah,
that's dismissive, but whatever. It was... Yeah, that performance, like, honestly, the thing that broke that for me was like, oh, it was just lip syncing, like, he didn't do his own singing. I was like, oh, that's not anything. Like, that, whatever. Take that statue away. But, no. He has that. I guess he was a comedian on In Living Color, so maybe he's a really funny guy. I don't know. But
maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I just don't consider him like, oh, that's a big get. They got Jamie Foxx, like, Oscar-winning actor. It's just like, I don't know. Like, he's an electric dude. Oh, dude, also, you were saying, like, his weird electric gauntlets. He is basically Dr. Manhattan, but lightning. Like, they don't have that.
Oh, so he just shoots it out of his hand.
Like, he is just lightning incarnate. Like, he is living electricity.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah, he just shoots it right out of his hands and flies around with electricity. Like, it was almost
why would they make it even more comic booky? Like,
I guess
that's very much like superpowers or whatever, where it was actual Electro is just like gauntlets.
It was kind of like the first Spider-Man thing where I realized like pretty much all of Spider-Man's villains are just kind of classic movie monsters, but
they are.
Yeah, like it's just like he might as well be fighting like Frankenstein's monster and like Dracula at some point. Like it's just like they're coming up.
There are enemies in the Spider-Man canon that are basically Frankenstein and Dracula.
Yeah, like it's just like these are just remixes of old monster ideas, and yeah, like experiment goes wrong, dude becomes this horrible freak, and it's like, yeah, okay, like that yawn. Every other movie.
Like, I'm just trying to think now. If you name any movie monster or like just monster sort of thing, I could probably name
like
the,
a Spider-Man analog
equivalent.
Yeah, like werewolf. Is there a werewolf type dude who like transforms? Like, is that the Venom
Man
stuff?
Wolf.
Oh, dude, there's literally a wolf guy.
Yeah,
what's his name?
I think that was his name, Man Wolf. It was J. Jonah Jameson's son. I'm looking it up as we're talking right now.
Okay. Zombies?
Yeah, John Jameson, also known as aliases Man Wolf, Star God, and Colonel Jupiter.
Okay. I guess probably not zombies though, right? There's no zombie thing other than Marvel zombies type shit. Like literally, they just threw zombies in it.
No, because like, what would you do with a zombie, right? Like, it's moving slow. Like a normal human being could take out a zombie superhero villain.
I guess so. It's like, I'm the zombie king. It's like, no, that's not a thing. I guess,
but like, you
whatever.
Had
like
Morbius for vampires,
right? I was gonna say
for
like
Frankenstein. You had
stuff.
Tombstone.
Okay.
Like, I don't know. There was, I don't know. For any assortment of random demon, you had like Venom and Carnage.
Sure, like it's alien stuff or weird experiments, but it's basically out of control possessed guy, essentially.
Yeah.
Like I honestly kind of just like the look and doofiness of Mysterio, but he's just kind of a magician, right? Like a conjurer.
He was a failed magician.
Right. He's basically just smoke and mirrors and deception and stuff. But
yeah. That's kind of what made him great, though.
I guess in this they have Goblin almost like a werewolf too. Like I'm not gonna. Like, yeah, like it's like they have a disease that is like a family born thing that turns them into a goblin like creature, basically. Sure. And it comes and goes, kind of like werewolfism. So, yeah, it's
werewolfism.
Sure. And actually, now I'm thinking about it, doesn't Doc Connors have like the same problem? Like it comes and goes. Like he turns into an out of control
but he's
monster.
basically mini Godzilla or whatever. Like,
right.
I don't know. He's a lizard man.
Right, but it's kind of the same affliction in terms of emotional toll as becoming a werewolf. It's like, oh god, what did I do last night? You killed like 30 people. Oh no! I'm trying to be a good guy. And it's just like, yeah. So, yeah, it's been 2 movies where he's facing kind of out of control freaks that are well-to-do, like well-meaning scientists to some extent. And they get out of control and stuff goes wrong.
They even have like the Shadow version when he becomes like Black Spider-Man.
Yep.
He's kind of like his own worst
like
enemy, so that's like whatever. Him fighting his own shadow.
Yeah. This is dark emotions.
It's super cliche, but I like Spider-Man.
No, I know. Like I guess I'm not like gonna as harshly rain on this parade. Like it did its job for the most part. There's some decent stuff in there, but it was like the hard shifting again, like that was just, that's not, I like me some consistency in tone, I guess. Like when I notice that's not happening, it doesn't like, I can't roll with it as easy. I can't just like change gears with the movie and be like, okay, now it's stupid. Oh, now it's serious. Like it's just like, no, like it just, that ruins it for me. So
oh, dude, so I didn't actually, like, watch any trailers or anything for this movie.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that Jamie Foxx is literally Dr. Manhattan. Like, he's blue.
Yeah.
And
no, there were scenes where I was just like, this just looks like Dr. Manhattan. Like, aside from there's no dong.
He looks really stupid. Like, he looks really fucking stupid. Jamie Foxx and, like, the Shocker, I'm going to call him from now on.
Yeah.
Or whatever. They can get fucked. That's really stupid.
The design they went with
it's really dumb looking.
Like
holy shit.
Like the eyes and everything, like the blue eyes.
Everything. It's really dumb. That is really fucking stupid. It's like Black Dr. Manhattan.
Yeah. No, that is exactly what it looked like. So yeah, if that's not to your liking.
Not that there's anything wrong with black people.
No, like whatever. Dr. Manhattan's like sure, but it's like this isn't the Spider-Man thing. I don't know.
Well, I'm just saying it looks stupid. Like for all I know, maybe you're wrong and he's the greatest character in that movie. I don't fucking know. I don't care. He looks dumb.
Okay. Like just
he
on
looks
his
like
face.
He should be out of He looks like he should be out of, like, the blaxploitation version of Infamous.
Dude, okay. Like, honestly, that was, like, some of the fleeting moments of stuff where I was just like, you know what? I'm basically seeing, like, big budget things that are Infamous. Like, just him doing, like, a super stomp and, like, a wave of electricity comes out and, like, sends cars and cops flying. Like, it's just like, this is basically Infamous. Like, and him just kind of, like, shooting bolts and stuff. Like, it's just like, this is, like, just a $200 million Infamous right here. Like, this is weird.
I have to see how big of a train wreck he really is. Because he looks fucking terrible. Like, I get that you were going for, like, well, this and blah, blah, blah technical aspects. He looks fucking stupid. I have to see how bad this is.
Okay. Enjoy, I guess. And, we're gonna take...
Hey, I have something that you're gonna enjoy.
Yeah?
Right here.
Hey, guy who will never play GTA 5 online with me. Hey, Krasner.
Hey.
So I'm sure you are aware of this, but I need to get my driver's license. I shall do it, but unfortunately for me, I am a god of procrastination and lack of motivation. So that said, do either of you have any interesting stories and shit about stuff that happened while you were trying to get your license, or some stuff that took place while you were driving? Peace out.
Okay, trying a new way to exit out of the voicemails. I like it.
Peace out.
Nice and concise, too.
Yeah, and, like, I guess, yeah, driving school type stuff. Or,
I never did driving school, ever.
Wow, okay, I did, and it was, like, I don't know if it's
terrible.
still this way, because this was, like, now I'm trying to think about it, like, almost 10 years ago, maybe 10 years ago.
Okay.
Almost 10 years ago, like 9,
okay,
whatever. I got to be very specific in the timeline. It was the summer of 2005. No, whatever.
It was 10 years ago for me.
Sure.
So,
yeah. I don't know if it's still like this, but it's basically just like you hang out in a room with some chairs, and they show like old videos with like bad CG
of like car crashes and
like
shit?
crash test dummy characters, and then kind of narrating different scenarios, and like this ball bounced out in the street, and then that kind of stuff. And then there's kind of like simple booklets and lessons, and I think it was like that component of it couldn't have been more than like a few days. Like it was like go down there, hang out in that room, and watch a bunch of videos and drink water, and then fill out some questions or something, and then go home. And then there was also kind of a in the car with an instructor component, and I don't think anything super bad happened during that. Other than, like, I passed the test the first time, but my parallel park, that was the most nerve-wracking part, and I don't like doing those. Like, since I got my license, I just have never tried to do a proper parallel park ever again. I just avoid it.
Hey, life pro tip for everybody listening that doesn't drive yet.
Yeah.
You will never have to actually parallel park in real life.
Yeah, like, it's like, oh, there's always another option. Like, it's just like, oh, I'll just park at this corner then. Like, I just won't park there. I will just regard this as not a viable parking spot and park elsewhere. But, yeah, for some reason, they're like, oh, no, this is the most useful thing in the world. And it's like, I don't know why. Like, I've seen people do it really well, but I don't know.
It's really easy.
Like, I guess it's just the nerve-wracking of, like, there are 2 cars that I could damage, and I'd rather not even risk that, because that's a whole huge headache that I never want to have. So I'm just going to drive around the corner. Like, it's just like, yeah, never, ever. And it's like, if I need to, like, re-up my license or anything at any point, or, like, apply for a better class of it or something, do I need to do another test in car? Because that fear has basically prevented me from ever investigating.
Only if you've let your license lapse, I think, for like 5 years, maybe.
Okay, like I just go and pay when it's about to expire and get a new one. Like I don't.
Oh no, you're fine then.
Yeah, I don't like being tested. Like I'm just worried it'll go wrong this time. And it's like now you don't get a license. It's like I need one. Oh, okay.
I think they should test people over the age of 60.
Oh, just a mandatory, yeah. Like it's just like you might be enfeebled to the point where you are dangerous. So. Yeah,
right.
And whatever, I can say that now as a 26-year-old male and grumble about it when I'm a 60-year-old, but I will be wrong. And hopefully, by the time I am 60, there will be self-driving cars and it won't even be a thing anymore.
No, dude, even like 10 years ago, when my grandpa like would drive, it was nerve-wracking. Like, I thought every time I was going to die because he is probably the worst driver ever, and I'm surprised he is... Like, I'm surprised he's still alive, for one thing, because he's old.
Yeah.
But I'm more surprised that he lived this long driving like a fucking maniac. Oh.
Sorry.
U-turns in the middle of a busy street.
This is kind of a bad
Shit
sign.
like that.
I am apparently talking so loud that Brittany down the hallway can hear me, and she texted, "There's a test for non-GDL, but there's no parking on it." So
Okay.
I'm audible across the house.
In that regard, at least I don't know about GDL, because I'm not GDL, so there might be different things for GDL people.
Okay.
So I don't know. I got in right before they implemented that.
Yeah, I think I might be, which means I'm like technically not supposed to have more than 3 passengers after midnight. So there's all sorts of dumb
I think
rules.
it's that you can't even be driving after 1.
Yeah, like after
something.
1 a.m., it's technically you're not supposed to be on the road. And I have totally been on the road after that time before.
Drunk out of your mind.
No, but I was driving home from
good old Nathan Roar.
That's
Good
not what
old
I s-
Lushy Roar going down and to the old watering hole, getting some beers
Getting
and driving home
hammered.
drunk at 2:30 in the morning.
It was after New Year's, and I had been playing Rez all night. You know how it goes.
You know what? That studies have shown
Yeah.
that like driving tired is worse than driving drunk.
No.
And you know what?
Yeah.
I believe it because I've driven exhausted before, like after not sleeping for like maybe 24, 26 hours.
Yeah.
And it feels like the most terrifying experience of your life.
Right. Like, because you're, like, about to lose consciousness. Not just like, oh, things are a little tipsy. It's like, no, like, you're going to blank out and miss something, and then that's it.
Like, every time you close your eyes to blink, you, like, open them again and wonder how long they've been closed because you've made way more progress than you thought you would have along the road.
No,
that's terrifying.
It's not a good state. Like, I haven't done it in a while, but yeah. That, like, when you do, it's just like, okay, I need, like, all the music on right now. I need to just talk to myself and keep myself energized.
Doesn't help.
Like, but it's like, I need to get to this place, and then I'm done. Like, I'm obviously not going to, like, go on a trip right now. It's just I need to get to my objective and then fall asleep as soon as possible.
You know what actually helped me every time I was tired was smoking.
Like,
lighting
while
up
driving?
the cigarette in the car, because, yeah.
Okay.
It helped a lot for that.
Pro tips. Just have some
not
cigarettes
really,
on hand just in case you need to stay up.
Also, I will say one thing. Do not, under any circumstances, drive after you've been smoking weed for like 4 hours and playing video games.
Okay.
And do not listen to Bob Dylan's Hurricane while doing so. It will haunt you the rest of your life. I guarantee it.
Right. And don't play a bunch of like GTA Online and then go driving. Like you'll just be more aggressive.
Oh, don't worry. I won't, especially with Marshmallow.
Oh!
Shots fired. I actually haven't put that game back in the system.
Yeah,
I haven't even loaded that system up.
It's not like, oh man, you're subbing me. It's just like, who is playing GTA Online and why?
No, it's not even that. It's who's playing a console.
Oh,
for me.
Sick burn. Yeah, I guess. I like GTA 5.
Speaking of which, I bought a Wii U.
Hey, how about that? I got one of those.
Yeah.
How you liking
I got
it?
ZombiU with it.
Oh shit, dude, I got that game.
And NES Remix.
Oh,
too.
dude, you got the second one. I only got the first one. That's awesome, dude.
Yeah.
Do you like it?
It's like a remix.
I know
games I
you
played.
had an initially bad experience with your Wii U, which kind of bummed me out. I thought that was going to be it for you. Like you were just going to be like,
Yeah.
fucking Nintendo
so,
and their toys. I'm done.
For
But-
anybody that might not have known or following me on Twitter, first of all, shame on you. It's ad exposure. Do that right now.
Mhm.
Second of all, when I got the Wii U, I brought it home and it just wouldn't charge. Like the gamepad
Yeah,
wouldn't charge.
and you
at
need that
all.
thing. Like that thing is more than a controller this time, pretty much. So yeah.
And since it was the pack-in, like it wasn't just like an extra controller or something, I had to box the whole system and everything back up and then return the whole system for another one.
Mm-hmm.
So did that, exchanged it because like why not? Whatever. It's $300 for a game and a system. Like it's really not that much money at this point.
Kind of.
I guess
yeah.
it never really was, but like my thing is that I play almost everything I play on the PC. Nintendo products in general have always been the outlier. Like they are the ones where you will never have the Nintendo game you might want to play on the PC ever.
Yeah, and
So-
and there's more kind of like I don't know. It seems more justifiable.
Gimmicky novel stuff
Well, I
for
mean,
them.
like you say that, and then it's like, hey, they're the only ones that do it. But like Sony, for whatever reason, hasn't been PC friendly either. So it's just
all they have is Uncharted, and who gives a fuck about Uncharted?
Well, it's like Naughty Dog stuff. So it's like, hey, where's Last of Us? Oh, that will literally never happen. Why? Sony's an asshole? I don't know. Like, there's no real reason other than they just don't, I guess. Like,
but then, like, on the other side of that,
it might be
just
totally
like,
hard to
why
port.
buy an Xbox? Because Microsoft has the best platform for gaming ever, and that's Windows.
Right.
Unless it's games for Windows Live, in which case they can get fucked.
I guess now that I'm thinking about it, though, like, it's equally and probably even more so totally bullshit that Gears 2, Gears 3, and all the Halo games never came to PC either. Because it's just like...
Halo did. The first one.
First one and the second one. And that was it.
Yeah.
And it was just like, okay, like, is there a hardware reason? I don't know. Like, it's just like, you could sell versions of this that would look better than the other versions and also have a longer lifespan because PC gamers stick around. But, okay.
Right, and they actually make your gaming community better.
Yeah.
So,
like, I guess it's starting to just stand out more and more as, like, really good console ports. Like there's really good PC versions of stuff, and it's just like, oh, this is the definitive version. Like, it's the best version there is. And then it's just
right,
like...
because it will always be 60 frames a second, where the console will almost never be.
And, yeah, you go back far enough, and it's just like, wait, why didn't this game ever happen? Oh, I don't know. It just didn't. It's like, is there a good reason? I don't know. That's lost to time. Like, it's just kind of weird. So...
I think legal reasons.
Maybe.
Where it's like, no, you sign a contract that it would be on here because we need to sell these systems because we made them.
Right. I guess, yeah, so it's like neither party in that thing has ever done that. But whatever. Nintendo, like, for some reason it's not as disappointing because it's literally just never happened. Like, ever.
And
so,
it won't.
Yeah.
As far as we can tell.
Legally. Like, emulation, hey. But there's never, ever...
To be fair, emulation actually does make Nintendo games better. Like, it looks... Like, the older stuff looks better through emulation.
That's so... Yeah, like, I've been hearing stuff about, like, oh, dude, have you seen Mario Galaxy, like, uncompressed on the PC? And it's just like, what? Damn. Like, it's just like, yeah, Wii version is not HD, really. It's 480 at best.
Well, I saw Skyward Sword. Somebody's like, have you seen, like, it on Dolphin? Like, fully optimized, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, no. So I saw, like, the comparison screenshots, and it looks really good on the Wii.
Yeah.
But, like, on the Dolphin emulator, it's fucking outstanding. Like, it looks like an actual painting.
Jesus.
You can see brush strokes and stuff in it.
Yeah. Like, I mean, Nintendo, great art design and stuff, but, you know, if it's kind of throttled technically, that's a shame. Like, I guess whatever. If we want to kind of start talking about Wii U stuff, like, this is Nintendo making HD games. Like, what are your kind of
Well, it's them trying to keep up.
Well, I'm not even
like,
keep up.
Technology.
Like, they're still, like, 8 years behind, but it's still the first time they've done it. So it's still kind of impressive. Like, honestly,
right.
I was playing
like, the internet still doesn't exist in Nintendo outside of 56K for them.
Yeah.
So they're like, not everything is online right away. Like, you need friend codes, which you don't anymore, I'm told, with the Wii U, which is great.
Mm-hmm.
But it's like, you need friend codes, and then some games just won't even support it because local co-op, and I'm just like, I have a job I go to, like, most of the days of the week. I don't have time to get together with 3 other people to play fucking Mario when I don't even care.
Right.
Like, at least give me the option to just click online and play with some randoms. Because it's Mario. Who fucking cares?
Right. Like, Mario Kart 8 has to have tons of online stuff, right? Like, it's 2014.
It will. I'm pretty sure it will. And you know what? I don't like Mario Kart games.
Yeah.
The screenshots I've seen for Mario Kart 8 look outstanding.
And it's like 60 frames and all this. Like, it's kind of like, you know what? That could be cool. If I can just hit a button and be racing with some dudes and just getting my kart race on.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool. But honestly, like, that Sega game was pretty good, too. Like,
it's really good.
There hasn't been nothing on that front. It's just, this is kind of the originator of the whole kart thing. But, okay, I guess I was going to say, like, I was playing some Pikmin 3, finally. And it's just like, man, it just looks so charming and cool sometimes. Like, it's just like, this game is essentially all about collecting really great fruit juices. And I love that, like, each of the colors just kind of pop, and, like, this giant strawberry. Like, it's just like, this looks so nice right now. I kind of just got lost in it for like 4 or 5 hours. Like I just did a giant session of it and was just like, that was really, that was a distinct thing. I don't like RTSs usually. Somehow Pikmin is my jam. And I don't know, like Nintendo kind of has a thing that I kind of dig. And with them doing kind of HD graphics for the first time, like it's nice to look at. I don't know. I'm kind of totally down with it. And people kind of, I don't remember people loving Pikmin 3. Maybe I'll get tired of the pace of it or something. Maybe it has a dumb ending or something. I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, like no one is kind of doing stuff quite like this in terms of just like, it's just light and charming and kind of lighthearted and I don't know. Like the stuff's dying and there's fights and whatever, but it doesn't really seem too morbid about it or something. I don't know. Mm-hmm. I like Pikmin. It's a reminder I like Pikmin. I haven't played one in a while. So
okay.
Yeah.
I've never liked Pikmin. So
I mean it's the same thing. You're controlling 100
join
dudes.
you on this journey.
Like people are falling into things. You're kind of like the time pressure is kind of a weird reminder of like, oh, every day you have like a limited amount of time. And maybe that's my one complaint so far is there's kind of just like essentially dungeon type stuff where you're just going into this underground area and fighting a boss monster or something. And in Pikmin 2, the way they did it is like if you enter a straight up dungeon area, time stops and you're just kind of in it like an instanced kind of thing. Like it's outside of the rules of the regular overworld game. But in Pikmin 3, like I've had it happen like 2 times where I'm like mid fighting a boss and then all of a sudden like it's like countdown timer on screen 10, 9, 8. I'm just like, dude, I'm fighting the boss. What? And then it's just like, yeah, no, day's over. You lost a bunch of Pikmin because you were out. And it's just like, okay. And then you go pick up where you were at the next day after like a break. And your characters are kind of just like, yeah, nothing really happened today because you didn't finish anything. But you're like, I was fighting a monster. Like, what are you talking about? And then you get back in it and finish the battle the next day and then collect all the rewards and stuff. Such as a mango. I got a mango from a boss.
Oh, man.
Monster. Yeah, I got so much fruit juice out of that thing. I don't know. I'm digging the charm on that. But okay, whatever. What Wii U games have you played thus far?
So, I played ZombiU. We'll talk about that quickly.
Okay.
Or, we've talked about it. You've talked about it before.
I've talked about liking it. How did you feel about what you've seen now?
I like it. I like it a lot. And I think the thing I like about it is that they use the Wii U's gimmick appropriately for the game. It's not just like a second screen, or it's not just like mirroring the same image you're seeing on your TV. It actually has direct use that influences how you will play the game.
Honestly, it's kind of weird that is still, as far as I know, like the most unique and compelling use of that feature. Like
Fatal Frame is coming out though.
Yeah, like that has to make some cool use of it. But like, Pikmin first party Nintendo thing, like they basically have you kind of just using it as a RTS, like over the head perspective on it. And you can kind of just pause time and chart where you want to go and stuff on this map, but it's not as integral to the whole like tension of the game. And like, the split attention thing in ZombiU is just like, all right, I got to dig into my backpack. And meanwhile, crazy shit's going on up on the screen or whatever. Like that is a thing.
That game's tense too.
Yeah, like
way more intense than I thought it would be for like a Ubisoft product.
Right.
But
like, do you get kind of the Dark Souls comparison people have made to like its structure?
No, not really.
Well, I mean, like the kind of like permadeath thing, and you just die, and you kind of have to re-roll and get back to your backpack to claim your loot, essentially.
Okay, that doesn't really make it Dark Souls-ish to me, but
I mean, it's basically the exact same game, but first person and way better. Oh, I don't know. I'm just joking. But I finished that game. Like something about that perspective and that kind of like comfortability I have with first person or something. Maybe like I was able to go through that game and put up with its bullshit more than I have those. So maybe I'm a bad game player. I don't know, but. Yeah. Where are you at? Do you know? Have you...
Oh, I don't know. I just played it for a bit and then put it down. There's other games to play, so...
Okay. Fair enough. Like, it took me a long while before I finally just decided to play through the rest of that game. It kind of maybe doesn't have the best arc to it or something. Like, there's some lags, but I found it cool overall. And there's some neat challenges they kind of encourage you to do. Like, beat it all with one character and stuff, but...
The one, like, the criticism I'm going to give ZombiU is that it feels to me like a tech demo. Where it's like, no, this is like what you should be doing with the second screen game developers. Like, you shouldn't be just mirroring the same image or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, you should actually use it or whatever. And it doesn't feel like a game I should give a shit about. And I kind of don't. Like, I don't care about seeing this story through or seeing these characters through or whatever. I don't care about any of that.
Yeah.
It's just a tech demo for me of, like, what you can do with the two screens.
I guess that you kind of just reminded me of, like, one of the big strikes against that game is, like, yeah, at some point they think you really care about the narrator character, like the guy talking to you on the microphone.
Dies, probably.
No, like, whatever. They just kind of, like, really lean hard on, like, you've been paying attention to this dumbass, right? And it's just like, no.
Oh, and he's a bad guy.
I honestly don't even remember. They just kind of, like, make him a big deal. I think he thinks you betray him at some point or something. Like, it gets kind of, like...
So he becomes antagonistic in some
way. Yeah. It's like, I helped you this whole time. I gave you a room to stay and all this stuff. And you're just like, what? Like, you've just been the annoying thing that repeats lines, like, a lot. Like, it's like if Otis in Dead Rising suddenly thought he was important in the story. Like, it would just be weird.
Right.
Like, it's just like, no, you've been the annoying thing in this game. So I guess it's appropriate that I am, like...
You're Navi.
Kinda, yeah. And then it's like, no, I'm actually a character. And you're just like, I don't care. Like, this is dumb. So, yeah, I guess the story totally doesn't matter or do anything that interesting. But I guess it was more just kind of the exploring and, yeah, kind of the two-screen usage being integral. That was kind of the cool thing about that game. It kind of sucks that I don't think they'll probably ever make another one because apparently it didn't do very well. And that's a game that could totally iterate on stuff and make a better package, but I don't know if they'll bother.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the thing. I guess you said other games are around. Have you been trying anything else, or is that kind of it?
I played a lot of NES Remix too.
NES Remix as well, or NES Remix 2?
2 specifically. I didn't buy one. Okay, so I went to John's house the other night, and we played NES Remix 1 a bit, realized I don't give a shit about, like...
What about Wrecking Crew? Yeah.
Well, I was going to say 80%.
Okay, so there's 20%
of the games in the first one.
Yeah.
And I don't care about getting the, like, Championship Edition or whatever, because who fucking cares? So, I just bought Remix 2, because I didn't know that these games are actually, like, $16, which is a lot for games I kind of own.
Like, kind of just reusing old games in a weird way?
Yeah.
I guess so.
Yeah, but not even fully.
Well, it's like sampling their library in a way.
Yeah.
But...
Like, I'm just trying to think of... I have the list up here. The games I actually cared about on the first NES Remix. The first Mario Bros. And, like, maybe Legend of Zelda and Wrecking Crew.
Okay.
That's pretty bad. For, like, all those games, those are the ones I actually cared about.
I mean, for me, it was also kind of a means of putting some of the things I know about but don't care about in a context where I could play them, such as Urban Champion, where it's just like, oh, Urban Champion. Like, because you're never supposed to buy that game because it's just a waste of time, but if it basically sums up that game.
Why is pinball even in there for challenges when it's all RNG-based?
It was, yeah, I remember the pinball challenges being just like, oh, I hit the thing and it worked out this time. I got all the things. I got all the medals. Like, it was random. As far as I could tell, it was just like, it worked out or it didn't. It was no skill-based type stuff at all. But, yeah. But the second one, Warriors Woods is in it, so... Damn, son. They done did it. Wario's Woods. Oh, yeah, dude. That's in that game.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to any of that yet. I haven't played any of the remix stages yet at all.
Okay.
I have been doing the gold, like, the rainbow TV. Like, I've been getting rainbow on everything in a certain category, like a certain game.
Okay.
As I've been going. So I have, I guess, like, what would you call it? Like 100%? Or whatever, like, so you have rainbowed.
Okay.
Do you know what I mean when I say that?
Like I've
gotten 3 rainbow stars.
Right. Perfect challenges like platinum, but
right.
it's
okay,
Rainbow.
Perfect. So
Yeah.
I've perfected Super Mario Bros. 2, 3, Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link, and Punch-Out!
Okay.
As of right now. So I am working on the last challenge in Dr. Mario, and next for me will probably be Kid Icarus. No, I got Kid Icarus. Kid Icarus is done as well. Next for me will be probably Super Mario Bros., The Lost Levels, and then Metroid, and then Kirby?
Okay.
So that's probably the path I'm going. It doesn't really matter. I've just kind of been playing them, like, in bed. Oh, and that's another thing. The Wii U has become less of a console as it's become, like, the bed-watching streaming device.
Oh, okay. That's awesome that your Wii U is close enough to your bedroom. Mine is down a long hallway, so it loses connection like 2/3 of the way there, and I can't play stuff. So that sucks. Because that was kind of my plan, was to play Earthbound on that thing, and just like put it on the little screen and just play it like my nightly RPG time or whatever. And it's just like, nope, can't do it. So maybe in the new place or whatever, we'll see. But yeah. So okay, I guess I'll probably pick it up. I mean, I found my time with the first one. Like, I got way into it for like a day or two as like kind of my podcasting game. Like, it was good, just like mindless tasks while I listened to something or whatever. But then I got to a point where I was like, all right, I've gotten like all the medals I want and stuff I like, and now there's just kind of bullshit.
You don't care about anything in it.
Like Ice Climbers.
Who gives a shit about Excite Bike?
I mean, again though, I found it kind of cool that they gave any framework to Excitebike that makes you want to play it for more than 5 minutes, like, at all.
Okay, what about Mario Bros? Like, just the first one.
Like, not even the platformer, like the you versus Luigi in the battle arena.
Yeah, exactly. It's so fucking stupid.
Yeah, that game is...
Like, what were they doing?
Like, that is the bonus thing in Mario Brothers 3 you find out exists and play against your friend, but you don't care about it. Like, yeah.
There is one game I don't care about in NES Remix 2. Out of all of them, that's really good.
Which one?
It's NES Open Tournament Golf. Who gives a shit?
I have that game, so it might be like, oh yeah, I remember playing this, but yeah.
But like the rest of them, Dr. Mario, Kid Icarus, Ice Hockey. Like, Ice Hockey, for Christ's sakes. I grew up playing Ice Hockey. I loved it. Punch-Out, Metroid, like the Super Mario games, Zelda. It's my favorite Zelda.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, this is the one. So, fuck NES Remix.
The first one, yeah. They were just lying. Yeah. They're just like, hey, we'll throw the garbage in this one and then get people with the real stuff.
Like, they even did the shitty The Legend of Zelda. The first one.
I mean, maybe it's a little bit of a burn to me who bought the first one of, like, why wasn't this, like, a $5 bonus, like a downloadable level pack or something?
No, of course, because they're expensive. They're $16 each. That's stupid.
Yeah, Nintendo's pricing on those is a little weird. But it's like they're kind of experimenting with new business stuff, like with the Rusty's Real Deal on 3DS, like this kind of free-to-play-ish, but not. Like, it's like you buy mini-games, and like buying it all is kind of part of the game, like story structure. I'm curious to see what that's all about. It's like, that game can cost between $16 and $40, and how well you play it, I guess, can determine like, oh, you bargained with the character in the game costs less now. Like, it's kind of weird, right?
It's kind of dumb.
I guess, but it's like, you know, mobile games on iOS are going to kind of do that in perpetuity. Like, it's like, hey, you can always just, like, throw money down a well in this game. Whereas this is like, no, at some point you will have bought a whole product, and good job. Like, it's like almost like episodic purchases or something. I don't know. It doesn't sound as gross to me as Simpsons Tapped Out, for example.
Nothing in this world is as gross as Simpsons Tapped Out.
That game is kind of gross. Like, it's holding a license captive with, like, just dumb, terrible stuff and just waiting around for stuff to happen.
I'm so glad I never cared about any of those types of games like that or Tiny Tower or whatever, because I am the person that's like, 100 donuts, let's go, or whatever, like the $100 one.
Yeah.
Because if I like a game enough, I don't mind pumping money into it.
But it's not like
I don't care.
It's not a game then. It's kind of weird.
Exactly.
It's like if you buy your way to the top, you then don't have a thing to play.
Not buying your way to the top. I mean, I'm glad I never got into these games where you have to pay. Well, you don't have to, but like you're paying to further yourself in the game. But like a free-to-play game, I will buy like for League of Legends, like, I will spend a bit of money and buy a new hero or champion or whatever they call them to play.
Right.
Or in Dota, I will buy aesthetic stuff for, like, the heroes I like. Like, I don't mind doing that sort of thing, but, like, this whole, like, to progress easier, just pay money? That's so gross.
Like, it's almost like the cheats, but it's, like, part of the game. Because, like, the game is just a horrible grind otherwise. So, yeah, I guess they kind of make that part of the gameplay, and then it's like, well, yeah, you're kind of grinding these activities, but you don't, by doing that, you're actually getting somewhere in this game. Right. Whereas here, it's like, and there's an end point. I guess that's the difference. There is a light at the end of the tunnel, and it can be reached. Whereas, yeah, Simpsons Tapped Out is like, as long as they keep patching in new stuff, you will have to buy stuff forever. Until it's like, yeah, there's no more money in this, turn off the Origin server, now you can't play anyway. Like, it's just that there's no winning in that.
You just pumped in money that whole time for nothing.
Yeah, thanks for giving us money. Like, that's all you're doing. Like, it's kind of, yeah, like, I played it for a while and then just deleted it. Like, it's just like, this is not a thing. And, yeah, Tiny Tower, same thing. It was just like, I grinded my way to, like, almost completing that game. And then I was just like, I have to break the spell. Like, this is just stupid. And it's genius in a way, too, because there's just, like, constant reinforcement of just, like, coins clinking and, like, you kind of constantly getting things all the time. So you're just kind of, like, in this dumb zone of just tapping on different floors and getting coins and getting stuff. But it's just, like, all to no end at all. So, yeah.
Dude, fuck those games.
Yeah.
How can people say this game is cool? It doesn't even matter what choices you make.
Unless the choice is to spend money.
Right.
Of course.
So, yeah. iOS has done it way worse, so I don't know. Nintendo kind of doing their own thing. I'm curious about it. But hey, why don't we listen to another voicemail?
A quick ramble about movie theaters. I go to PG-13 movies so that I want to deal with parents with their dumb little kids. But apparently when going to see Captain America, the Winter Soldier, too many little kids just running up and down the stairs, and that really annoyed me. And I really just wanted to punch them. Anyways, hey Paul, hey Nathan. I recently listened to Vent Chat episode 50 after Marshmallow told me, I don't know, 5 or 6 times possibly to listen to it. Because I listen to Vent Chat every Monday. And yeah, episode 50. That was when they drank their own pee-pee, and that was pretty funny.
What?
Although I think my favorite part of the whole thing was the emails. Because there were so many great stories about poop. I mean, not about the actual material, but the stories of them having to go poop. Oh, man. And I thought I had embarrassing moments. These people have it much worse. Anyways. Hey, so, do you have a favorite Vent Chat episode? I think mine might be episode 50. But I haven't listened to all the early ones, so that is my next plan. On top of Game of Thrones.
I haven't listened to
That's an oddly specific question that only I'm going to be able to answer.
Yeah. Did you listen to this urine episode? Is that a real thing they did?
Yeah.
Why? Because it's
for episode 50. I don't know, for a milestone sort of thing. Well, it started with a kind of like, I think just kind of like a we should drink our own piss sort of thing. And then like the most level-headed one of them, like of the group, was just like, I will if you will.
Okay.
And then it was kind of like one of those like,
well,
I can't back down
things.
now.
Yeah. Okay.
So they ended up actually doing it, and like the disgusted sounds and stuff were kind of gross.
Like, I mean, it's like that dude in 127 Hours totally did it. Like, you won't die. It's just terrible.
No, see, the problem is they did it kind of like in the middle or at the end.
Yeah.
So the whole time they just had like, for an hour or so, they just had like this shot glass of piss on their desk.
Yeah.
And it was just like, see, if I was going to do it, right? Like if we were going to do it or whatever, it would have to be like, we're going to take a quick break. That's when I would pee in a cup and then do it instantly on the podcast.
Because then it's hot. That's terrible.
But you don't want it to cool down. That's weird, because then like...
But then it's becoming more and more water-like, right?
No, it's not. No, it would thicken, I think.
Really?
which is gross, right?
I guess I've never...
Because think about, like, have you ever, like, pissed on something? Like, that wasn't, like, a toilet.
Well, like...
if you leave it for a bit...
Yeah.
It starts to, like...
I thought it just kind of
get
evaporates
gooey and harden.
more.
It doesn't evaporate. No, it gets gross.
But, like, if you, like, say you piss in the snow or something, it's, like, you know, vapors and stuff, right?
Well, that's because it's hot on the snow.
Right, but, like, it's, like... so you're saying... Okay, so you're saying, like... I'm saying maybe what's happening is like, some of it is evaporating, and then all that's left is, like, the thicker crap. Like, the waste
the, like, weird
product.
Waste.
Yeah, maybe you're right then. Like, it's like, if you want more just water... You have to go soon after.
Dude, and if we were doing that, I would drink nothing. I would eat nothing and drink nothing but water for like the full 3 days before
right, so it's as
so
pure
it would just
as
be
it
like
could
drinking
be.
water.
It's not just like this acidic, horrible... Yeah, okay. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. So what's your favorite Vent Chat episode?
I think it's episode 83. I can't remember what number it is, but it's the one called Rage Cage.
Okay.
And it's just like two of the hosts bickering back and forth a lot of it. And, like, starting to, like, take personal jabs at each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty great. But, yeah, I don't know.
I guess the early part of the voicemail, I was thinking about the movie theater thing. Of just, like...
PG-13 is the kid.
I guess so,
movie.
but, like, it's like, it brought back this memory I kind of haven't thought about in a long time. Like, one of my earlier theater experiences was, like, I was 10 and seeing the Star Wars Special Edition. And
yeah,
I remember, like, I was a 10-year-old kid, and that was the first time I got irritated with a kid in a movie theater.
Yeah.
And it's like, I am also a kid, but that kid sucks and is ruining my movie experience. Like, I was a pretty good...
No, for sure.
Just sitting, watching the movie, being respectful and quiet. And then, yeah, it's just like, what is this guy doing? Like, he's, like, talking about his soda or something. Like, this, oh, like, what? So, yeah. I guess I kind of sympathize with people being weird in movie theaters. But, man, running around during the movie, I don't see that happening a lot. It's usually, like...
No.
There's people that, like, get up and leave, and I'm not sure if they are leaving because they don't like the movie, or if they're going to come back. Because sometimes it's, like, two people go. And it's just like, oh, are they both leaving? And then that's kind of just a distracting thing where I'm, like, kind of paying attention if they come back or not.
Okay. So, straight up, growing up.
Yeah.
I used to do the 420 Blaze It sort of thing.
Okay, that was like a couple weeks ago.
It was.
But you're saying just in general. Okay, fine.
Yeah, smoking weed, smoking blunts.
Every day.
Fatties.
Yeah. Snoop Dogg.
Smoke weed every day. That was me.
Yeah.
So what we would do is that for like birthdays or Christmas or whatever, that Roxy Theater.
Yeah, in Airdrie. I've been there.
In Airdrie.
That's where I saw this. Anyway, yeah.
We would be given, like, the gift certificates for, like, $10 for a movie or whatever.
I saw
or, like, a free movie.
Yeah.
So, what we would do is we would use those tickets, go see a throwaway movie we didn't care about, like Castaway.
I like that movie. What? Okay.
And then, right at the beginning, after, like, 5 minutes, we would walk out and say, we gotta go, can you refund our money? We would take that money, go buy a dime bag, and get blazed.
Oh, okay. So it's like, use a gift certificate to get your ticket, then refund it for cash.
Right, exactly. We were cashing in the gift certificates for that sweet, sweet Mary Jane.
Nice. Castaway was good, though. You missed out, dude.
If you're a kid and you don't have a job, you should probably just, like, pawn shit off in any way you can to smoke weed every day.
That's great advice. Why are you going and paying to see movies, dude? That could have got you some weed.
Right?
That's a weird perspective, but okay.
Okay, I'm gonna quickly see if I still have it up in Reddit. I don't. Shit.
Okay.
There was a comment where somebody was like, they said something about like 420 Blaze It or some bullshit.
Yeah.
But then like all their follow-up comments to the people that commented on that was just like pretty extraordinary. Okay, I found it here. So it was a post about a guy, like, killed a fly with his knife or whatever. Okay. Like, he cut it in half in midair.
Okay.
And the comment this guy made is, houseflies generally live 2 to 4 weeks, actually, and their maggot stage alone lasts 36 hours. Smoke weed every day. In all caps. And then everybody's just like, this one guy's like, well, all right. And then his next comment is, are you blazing right now? Probably not. 420... Blaze it, maggot. And then his response to that, or someone else's, was 840 double blazing. So his next comment was, no, 420, that's amateur hour. If you're going to be doing multiples, do 10 times blazing so you can blaze at 4,200. That way you can use a 0 to enumerate your number of days not blazing and end up back at 420. Thoughts? It's just like, whoa.
All right. This guy's taking his
and it's
weed
all
smoking.
Yeah, I don't know.
Super seriously.
I don't know why it reminded me of that. I guess because of the smoke weed every day.
Yeah.
But
it's great.
I guess the last thing I'm going to say about this voicemail specifically is that when you go to a PG-13 movie, you are going to the kid version of the movie. Like, that's the kid age.
I guess so, yeah. I wouldn't be like, oh, what? Why would you bring your kid to this? Like, it's like, this is still within range of stuff. Like, Avengers was a PG-13. I expect all sorts of 9-year-olds there. Like, that's just going to happen. And yeah, Captain America, obviously, like, that is secretly who that movie is targeted at. Like, secretly or not so secretly. Yeah, it's like 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with going to a PG-13 movie at all.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that, like, you should expect kids there, I guess, is what I'm getting at. But
yeah, that stands to reason, I suppose. And yeah. Sorry, that's like, I guess there's a way of reading what I just said to be like comic book movies are for kids, but I guess I'm not gonna take that.
Well, you kind of did.
I did, and I guess I'm not gonna correct it, so I'm gonna stand on that asshole premise.
Okay, so since we're on the asshole premise right now, what is more for kids, anime or comic book movies?
Comic book movies.
I probably agree with you.
Yeah,
just based on like the content. Whereas like some anime can deal with some really fucked up shit.
And like, yeah, it seems like a percentage wise more of it. Like I've seen less like, oh yeah, that's totally kid friendly, whatever. Like 5-year-old could watch this and it wouldn't matter. Like it's just like, anime gets a little weird more often. So yeah. Teenagers though. That seems about right. Speaking of anime, you going to Otafest or hell no?
Is that here in Calgary?
Yeah, it's that thing you
like
hated.
At the Mount Royal?
No,
not
UFC
Mount Royal, the
one.
University.
Yeah, the one you thought was the worst thing ever.
Dude, that was the worst experience ever. It was really bad.
Yeah. It's never again.
Not only that, I remember that day being hot and I was just like feeling gross and shit because I had to take the crappy transit and like I got lost trying to find like I think you.
Yeah, like I thought we were gonna kind of meet up, and then it was just like, "Hey, where you at?" Oh, we left. Oh, okay. I guess I'm just gonna go back in here and watch FMVs for like 3 hours. Yeah.
What do you mean we left? I was alone.
Oh, okay.
I think I was just like, no, fuck this. I'm leaving. Bye.
Right. I was like, oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, bro.
I think I was just in a bad mood or something. But
yeah, there's like one day of it this year that we might be able to stop by. So that might happen. I guess I can report back from the local anime thing. But I bet there's going to be Attack on Titan shit like everywhere. There was at Comic-Con, like just people wearing the kind of like colors of the Rangers or whatever. Like that was just our thing. And I saw one person with a 3D maneuvering thing, like cosplay. One person. But it's out there. Yeah. Speaking of sharks.
What?
I just want to talk about Deep Blue Sea, dude. Just want to mention it. Just want to bring it up.
Okay, go ahead. I'll go get a drink.
No, dude, you saw part of it. You were there.
I saw most of it.
Yeah. We were watching Deep Blue Sea, late 90s classic.
Samuel L. Jackson dies at 1 hour and 8 seconds.
Yeah. Like, it's like, oh man, he might actually make it to the hour point. Like, I thought he died way earlier in the movie, because it's like a 100-minute movie. But, yeah, he actually sticks around for a while. Stellan Skarsgård, though. Nope. I kind of forgot he was in it. I was like, oh yeah, that dude. Like, he kind of went on to do some stuff, and then it's just like, oh, he's the first victim, essentially. Like, his arm gets bitten off.
And he gets destroyed.
Yeah. Kind of cool to see, though. I forgot how religious that movie was. Like, that was the weird thing. I'm just like, LL Cool J's character's function is essentially, hey, Jesus. Remember Jesus? And I was like, what? This is about super sharks. Like, why is this character here?
And his head is like a fin.
Yeah, that's what he was saying, right? I was doing that today. It's like, deep as blue, my head is like a shark fin. Deep as blue, my head is like a shark fin. Like, it's like, why is that the thing? It's like, that's how the sharks play. Terrible song, but amazing.
No, what was it again? Something about playing, like, for keeps. Not for keeps, but, like...
Fight to the death. That's how sharks play.
Fight to the death, that's how sharks play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stupid. But yeah, he says, you killed my bird. The line wasn't said as amazingly as I remember, but then he throws the lighter and in, like, against all odds.
No, it's not said amazingly at all. He is literally just like, you killed my bird.
And he throws it. Like, I thought it was, like, a really, like, you know, I guess, like, slide focus from the fire to his face. It's like, you killed my bird or something. Like, I thought he kind of put some gravy on it, but no. It's just...
Okay. Deepest, bluest, my hat is like a shark's fin.
My hat?
I guess?
Oh, okay. I thought it was like my head, and I was like, that's really stupid.
Do you want to hear some more beautiful lyrics from this song?
Yeah, let's kind of dissect that.
Man-made terror, hungry jaws of death. Y'all don't cross my depths. I'll pause your breaths. I caused you to sink down 40,000 leagues, bleeding to death with no arms and short sleeves. My world's deep blue. Killers gotta eat too. Look for human flesh to rip my teeth through. Other fish in the sea, but barracudas ain't equal to half a human predator created by a needle. Jet black eyes, baby, they stare while you sleep. When your Titanic sinks, I'm the one you're gonna meet. Hearing terrified screams as they surround my team, all you see is trails of blood. Even God won't intervene. Nightmares of darkness, my appetite is heartless. Even if we related, you eliminated regardless. In the deep blue underwater walls, half man, half shark, my jaws don't fall.
Yeah, I love that it's from the perspective of a killer shark, like that part of the song.
Okay, let me just quickly go to the next verse.
Okay.
Our Father who art in heaven.
Great.
Hallowed be thy name.
What?
Killers sworn to beasts, swallowed in them flames. They switched my DNA, tripped me into Cool J. I can't fight the feeling, I'm born to kill prey. To survive an attack, there's only one way. Battle to the death, that's how sharks play. So yeah.
Yep.
My hat is like a shark's fin.
Sure is. Honestly, like, I know we joked about it, but I feel like it has to be brought up because I thought it was really funny. Michael Rapaport's in it. And you made an observation that just, like, blew my mind, and it's, like, such a great fit. After our talk about it, like, I'm convinced this already has to be a thing in some form. But Parappa de Rapaport?
It's not a thing.
No one has done that?
I just looked it up.
There's no, like, just, hey, let's put Michael Rapaport's face on Parappa, joke made, comedy gold cashed in.
Okay, actually, you know what? One person said it on a thread on Game FAQs about Justified Season 5. And what they said was, too bad D-Girl and Parappa the Rapaport had to sit up Sucre to get killed.
Michael Rapaport is in Justified?
You know what? I don't know, but that is the one person that said
one person. So that great minds think alike. Whoever that dude is was on the same wavelength some years ago, I imagine. Like, when was that?
January 8th of this year.
Wow. So finally, after like 15 years since, you know, his kind of career peak, like Sixth Day,
sure,
and Deep Blue Sea and such, people are starting to realize.
Boston Public, he was a loose cannon teacher in that.
Oh, okay, cool. I didn't.
Oh,
you know,
and I also have to find what the that movie was that I was saying where he shoots up his school.
Right, you were saying he played kind of like I guess a student at the time.
Called like.
I know he was in what was that movie? Copland. He was also in that. But yeah, late 90s.
I think it was called like Higher Learning or something.
Okay. And it's even earlier in the 90s? Like, he would have to be a kid, right?
It might have been like one of the first things he did.
So, like, that might even be what was that?
Okay. It is called Higher Learning, and it came out in 1995. It is a John Singleton film.
I guess that's post True Romance, and he was in that. But,
yeah.
Okay. John Singleton.
I mean, that's like a deep cut there. If you want to be a Parappa the Rapaport fan, you got to watch some higher learning.
Yep.
Get yourself learned.
Right. Like, I mean, I was just
there's
a fair
some other
weather
great
fan
people in that.
With the 6th
like Jennifer Connelly before you knew her as Ass to Ass Girl, and Ice Cube before he was Are We There Yet?
Right, but after he was already in a John Singleton film that was well regarded.
It was pretty good, actually.
Boys in the Hood.
Good film.
Yeah.
You got some Larry Fishburne in there when he became Lawrence Fishburne. He was no longer known as Larry at that time. So that's pretty good. You got Busta Rhymes.
Was he in Boys in the Hood?
Busta Rhymes? He was in... Oh, I know what you're thinking about. You're thinking of Halloween Resurrection or whatever?
Oh, that's where Busta Rhymes was.
Yes, he was actually in that, by the way.
Okay.
But I can't... It was Resurrection. Damn, I'm good. That's the one where they have, like...
The reality show?
Reality show.
Yeah. I saw the trailer for that, and that made enough of an impression for me to remember that movie.
Dude, he says trick or treat, motherfucker.
Oh, sweet, dude. I gotta check that out.
As he swings an axe at Michael Myers, but guess what? It doesn't kill him.
Nothing can. You can empty a revolver into that dude, and it doesn't matter. Because, I don't know.
Right.
He's a demon. He's got black eyes. Kind of like a shark. It's crazy. Empty eyes. I think
I liked
says.
Michael Myers before he was given, like, his normal name of Michael Myers, and he was just referred to as the Shape.
When it's just like, no, he's supernatural now. Like, there's no question about it.
No, that was in the first one, because he was stalking the babysitters, right? Like Lori and all them.
Yeah.
Like, he was just basically the shape of a human being around the tree corner. Like the tree stump or something. Like, he was just kind of the omnipresent shape of a man watching them.
Mm-hmm.
So, in that, he was referred to as the Shape, because Michael Myers, I believe, was the kid. Like, in the credits, when it said Michael Myers, they meant the kid at the beginning of the film.
Oh, you're saying he's actually credited as the Shape, like, past a point?
I think so.
Maybe. I don't remember. It's been... it was like 2 Halloweens ago or something I watched that again.
The first Halloween?
Yeah.
Man,
those remakes, I don't know why that happened. But, Rob Zombie needs something to do, I guess.
Remakes or, like, re-envisioning, I guess, is more accurate. But, yeah, I don't... You know what? It doesn't matter. I forgot what we were talking about. Like, LL Cool J.
Yeah.
Some higher learning. Parappa the Rapaport.
Yeah, that's where we were at. Yeah, so there you go. Shark movies, kind of dumb disaster movie thing. We talked about how bad it was to build a base underwater like that. Like, that's just short-sighted. But, yeah, I don't know. Like, that movie... Still kind of entertaining in a way I'm, like, feel okay about, and it has a bunch of kind of special feature stuff that I still feel like, this is so dumb to have this insight into this stupid movie. But, yeah. Could have been.
Speaking of dumb things that happened.
Yeah?
Bob Hoskins died.
Yep. He did. Mario is no more.
Mario is dead. Like, finally?
71 is...
No, not Bob Hoskins. Mario. Like, Mario should die.
Oh,
like,
dude,
there
what?
should be no more of those games. Fuck that.
No, dude.
But
what? 3D World was good. It was on my list. Like,
more sad than that is Eddie Valiant died.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk of Who Framed Roger Rabbit. And
that's because everybody forgot his most important role, Smee in Hook.
There was some talk about that, too. Like, there was people talking about his scene... where Hook's about to commit suicide or whatever, and he doesn't do a good enough job of dissuading him, and they kind of have a weird exchange about that.
Okay, what about Captain Jack, where Captain Hook is dead. Long live Captain Jack, Smee's alter ego in the real world. That's not true at all. Captain Jack is actually just like a love story, if I remember correctly.
Okay, I was like, what are you talking about? Is this... I haven't seen Hook in a long time. I thought you were doing some inside baseball on Hook. And I was like, no. I can't roll with you on this level. I forget most of that movie.
You're just like, damn, Hoskins must have had an impact on you if you know any of this shit.
Yeah, like, I remember, like, I watched Brazil, like, a couple weeks ago. I was talking about that. He was in that and had a pretty good, cool little role in there. Cotton Club with Nick Cage.
I think the saddest thing is that Snow White and the Huntsman was his last movie.
Was it? He was in that?
Yep.
Okay. Yep. He was also in Doomsday, if I recall.
I never saw Doomsday. I bet it was amazing because he was in it.
And Unleashed, like Danny the dog or whatever. Like he's the gravel voiced
he was the
owner.
asshole.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was kind of cool. No, he's cool. He was a cool guy. Like Cockney speaking, gruff gangster man. There's some good Bob Hoskins stuff. And then, hey, Gumshoe, Eddie Valiant, solving tune crimes.
Yeah.
That was
who was
cool
in the circus with his dad and brother.
Yep. Dropped a piano
in that
on his
movie.
head. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has dust covered. Yep. Those like animated bullets that he has.
Yeah.
That was a cool thing. So yeah, Bob Hoskins, pour one out. 71.
Okay.
Hey, oh yeah, I guess I brought remember when I was way into Desert Island Discs?
Like you still are, I think.
Well, I kind of listened to all the ones I cared about, but his was one of them where I kind of really enjoyed that. So if anyone wants to get all weepy about, oh, this dude's dead, and oh, these are some songs he really liked, I recommended that as a thing to do that in like half an hour. So,
Quick, who was your favorite Spice Girl?
Sporty.
Really?
It was the first one I could remember the name.
Okay.
So yeah,
Do you remember her actual name?
No.
Melanie Chisholm?
Okay.
Or whatever?
I don't even know. Which one is that?
Sporty?
Yeah.
The one with the tiny boobs.
Oh, okay. So, like, not the best one.
So, like, not my favorite.
Okay. I saw the end of Spice World, like, a couple weeks ago. Like, when we were
I bring this up
Lethbridge.
because Bob Hoskins was in Spice World.
There was a lot of weird cameos in Spice World. Like, Roger Moore was there.
Yeah.
And I didn't think I'd see that, but then there was suddenly cut to Roger Moore feeding a pig a bottle. And I don't know why. And then it was like, all right, moving on. And I was like, okay. And Alan Cumming was there.
They had money, I guess.
I guess so, yeah. That was the peak of their popularity. That movie did well. Like, I was like, oh, that was that weird thing that happened in the 90s. It's like, oh, dude, it, like, tripled its budget. Like, it made a lot of money.
Not gonna lie, we had a copy of it on VHS for whatever reason in our house, like, a long time ago. Probably watched it, like, 5 times.
Okay. I'm told it's, like, just, from what I saw, it seemed like it at least knew what it was. Like, it was, like,
it's like
dumb
a Beatles movie.
Goofball comedy. Yeah, it's just, like, this is a band, and they're just gonna be the band in the movie and just go on dumb adventures. And that was it. And it was like, okay, like, that's a thing. There's precedent there. And, yeah, the Beatles, they did goofy stuff like that, too, so.
I'm wondering if my obsession with British accents had anything to do with me actually watching that movie. Or maybe if watching that movie so much
at like a formative time made you think British accents are really cool. Like maybe, yeah. Like I watched James Bond a lot when I was like young, and maybe that made me think British accents are really cool.
But see, it's not that I think British accents are cool. It's that I think they're hot on women.
Oh.
So that's why I'm thinking maybe Spice World.
that probably, that checks out.
Yeah, because it's just like a bunch of kind of scantily clad at the time, like PG-13 scantily clad girls with accents. Like, that had to have formed some weird neural pathways in my head.
Mm-hmm.
But, okay. Anyways.
Okay, I guess you just brought up kind of a tragic thing that happened. Bob Hoskins passed away. Do you mind if I just continue down this dark path for a second and up the ante?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. I mean, this is one of those things where it's like, hey, it's a podcast talking about important stuff like Pikmin 3, Spider-Man, Deep Blue Sea. So that thing that happened in Korea with that ship, you remember reading that story? Like, you've probably...
Nope, I have no idea what you're talking about right now, so you're...
I'll explain, I guess, what's happened, and specifically the reason I bring this up is just kind of like a talking point. Some time ago at this point, like a month ago, a ferry sank, and like 200 plus students died. Like, it was primarily like a high school kind of thing. Like, they were just traveling. The water was cold enough to where it was like super dangerous. Like, it was kind of weird reading about it because it sounded like it was a really slow thing. Like, it was just like, oh, the ship just kind of slowly started sinking. And it's like, well, why is that such a problem? Like, just get rescue boats and stuff. But for whatever reason, like, the water was super cold and it was remote enough and stuff. and I guess some captain, like the captain fucked up and all this stuff. Like there's been a lot of kind of scandal around how this happened.
Speaking of which, I watched Titanic.
Yeah,
recently, anyways,
like you bringing up the Deep Blue Sea in that he mentions the Titanic at one point. I was like, should I use that as a transition? It's like, no, too silly. But anyway, the reason I bring it up is like I just read kind of a follow-up story yesterday of like they found one of the students' cell phones, and on it there's like a bunch of video. And it was just kind of describing some of it, and I was just like, this is like the worst, but like totally, of course this would happen, but it's like, apparently in that footage, there's kind of just the students kind of joking about like all sorts of stuff, because it's just kind of like reality versus kind of how you usually consume reality, of just like, oh yeah, I bet this, we'll have posts about this on Facebook or whatever, like just kind of making like social media jokes, and like recording video and stuff, like, oh, post this on YouTube or whatever, like talking about the Titanic, like this kind of like postmodern awareness of all this stuff that has happened.
And now they're dead.
And now it's like, oh god, that is like now the most haunting thing ever, because little did they know they were in like a super serious situation, yet they're cracking jokes about it. Because it's like, that's how I perceive stuff too, of just like, oh, something weird's happening, and it's just like, no, dude, it's like actually dangerous. Like that your first compulsion would be like, I'm gonna start recording this car accident. Dude, that car is like rolling towards you and it's on fire. Like that could happen, Or like that there's GoPro footage of like plane disasters and stuff. Like it's just like, at some point, yeah, we're literally filming everything. So now we have kind of this like weird distanced perception of like actual crisis. It's super weird. Like it creeped me out. Like it was in the metro. Like it was just kind of like, oh, morning reading, like I'm on my way to work, and then just read that paragraph and I was just like, that is so weird. Like of course that would happen. But yeah, like we're in kind of a constantly connected, constantly consuming media via pictures and videos and stuff. So like that is now how we're going to start seeing really bad stuff happen, like with just kind of like actual found footage of just like people dying. And it's just like, this is weird. Like it's super weird. So there you go. Now everyone's depressed. Do you have any kind of gut reaction to what I just said, or?
Well, I mean, I kind of like it.
Like it's still kind of better than not knowing or something, or?
Well, that, but like the whole like how we live our lives, like just we kind of document everything in various forms of media or blah, 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 whatnot. And that's just kind of become like the way we see things now.
Yeah.
Because then, like, if we didn't have that, we couldn't do this.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Ultimate Warrior. What are some games or movies that you really like, but you are in the incredible minority? Now, I'm talking about games that most people dislike, not games that are hidden gems that nobody has heard of, like Gotcha Force. I still have dreams about a sequel being announced. Anyway, that game for me is Final Fantasy VIII. I really like that game, but I really can't argue with points people make against it. Yes, Squall is emo, yes, the battle system is complicated as fuck, and blah blah blah, you get the point. Final Fantasy VIII is the Final Fantasy that got me into Final Fantasy, however, and I'm sure I'm afflicted with nostalgia goggles, but I like it. I just can't argue with any of the points, and it sucks. Paul, I already know the game you want to mention, therefore I want you to mention something besides Zelda 2. You have over 100 more games than I do, but no more than 200, so I'm sure you can do it. Another game I like that no one else likes besides me is Paper Mario Sticker Star. See you, bitches.
That's not true. I personally know, like, I think 1 or 2 people that like Sticker Star. So
I guess I don't know people who say it's the best Paper Mario though. Like if that's kind of
is that what the question was? Like
I don't know.
That
like
you think
it was
is
like,
maybe the best.
It was weird because like his first example, Gotcha Force, seemed more in line with where I was thinking than his subsequent stuff.
No, but he said not hidden gems, like games everybody knows and everybody hates that you love.
Oh, okay. So like an entry in a popular series that was
I don't know
a Black Swan,
and
kinda?
I don't know a lot of people that hate Zelda 2. Honestly, like there's people that say it's hard or they don't like it,
right?
But I don't think I've met people that are just like it's the worst thing ever.
I guess like I think of the AVGN episode where he plays Zelda 2, but then kind of basically says the same thing of like a lot of people emailed me to play this because they think it's shit. I don't necessarily agree with you, but okay. And like he makes an episode about it kind of pointing out some of the foibles, but still, I think he ultimately likes that game.
But I mean, you know what? Whatever. I can't say that. And I wasn't going to. I was just going to say Resident Evil.
The first one, or what, like?
Yeah, like the first one with tank controls.
Oh, I guess, but of the original series, people like the first one, people like the second one. The third one, though, I don't hear as much about, and I know you like that one.
I do like that one, but people don't hear much about because it's utterly forgettable.
The Nemesis one? Like, it's just...
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just forgettable. It's not bad. It's just forgettable.
Okay. I'm trying to think if I kind of have a specific, like... Final Fantasy VIII, I didn't play enough of, so I don't really... Like, I like 9...
Speaking of Final Fantasy VIII, I think I have that on my wish list on Steam, like for if it ever goes on sale. So somebody randomly messaged me out of Steam and said Final Fantasy VIII sucks.
What?
So, like, I was just like,
okay.
The PC port or in general? They said in general. So all I said was okay back. And they're like, I know, I've played it. It's like, dude, I'm probably like twice your age. Of course I've played it.
Yeah.
Like, I just want to play it again.
Like, yeah, I've heard some interesting reads on the story of that game too, though, which makes me kind of curious about it.
But then they're like, you should play Lightning's Return or whatever. I'm like, why would I do something stupid like that when I hated 13?
Right. Like, it's like, no, I'm not playing, like, Final Fantasy now because I want to play, like, I like the franchise or something. Like, I like old ones because I played them, like, 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Like, this is a nostalgia play. This is not...
Like, just because you were born when that game came out doesn't mean you can lecture me about the intricacies of, like, retro games or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, it's like, maybe you should have grown up in a time where you could have appreciated it for what it was worth back then, and then looked back on it, and maybe I would have cared what your opinion was.
Mm-hmm. Do you know this person's, like, 14 or something, or are you just guessing?
No, I'm pretty sure they are. I don't even know who it is.
Okay, it's just someone on your friends list is just like, I'm going to share some thoughts with you.
Maybe it was Marshmallow.
Like,
in which case, fuck you.
But he just said that's his favorite one.
I know. It obviously wasn't Marshmallow.
Okay, you're just stirring up beef.
Kinda.
Man, I'm trying to think if you like, I mean, yeah, like, the ones I'm thinking of just seem like obvious-ass examples. Like, there's obviously a contingent of people who think Majora's Mask is garbage.
Right.
And they're wrong. So there's that.
Okay.
Like Deadly Premonition, but that has like a huge small group of
like,
people that really
people
like
that
it.
I can see why people wouldn't like Majora's Mask, but to just say it's garbage, they are wrong.
Well, like, yeah, they're being
so,
like, it's kind of a tough play. Like, there's some repetitiveness inherent to its whole story.
It's just a tough sell in general, kind of, like, for people that grew up with a certain way that Zelda games should be played, to have
this
weird, ominous threat at all times, and having a time limit and pressure put onto you. Like, I don't know. It's
like, yeah, it's a
a
stressful video game, but I kind of occasionally really like a stressful video game. Like Dead Rising, I really took to in a way that was kind of because of that. And I was just kind of talking about Pikmin. Like, I kind of like that there's a time limit in some cases too. Like, it's just like, you got to scrounge together some resources and collect your dudes, or you're gonna be in trouble. It's just like, okay, like, that kind of motivates me to keep going, and I like it. And Majora's Mask totally had that effect on me. But again, to me, like, those seem like pretty conventional answers. Like, I'm trying to think if I have kind of like, oh right, I guess no one likes blank. And, like, I don't know if I actually have a compelling...
I can do the opposite and say that everybody loves Mario games and I don't.
Like, just generally speaking? Like, even classic ones like 3 and World? Like, do you care about those anymore? Or?
2's my favorite one. And maybe that's because it actually isn't even a Mario game.
Like, it's the most different and out there of any of those?
Well, it's Doki Doki Panic.
Right.
With a Mario skin on it.
Like, I guess there's probably people that, like, you know, like, what was that Kirby Air Ride? Like, that was kind of one where it's like, a lot of people hated it, but then some people took to it.
Thing where only a few subsect of people liked it.
It's kind of almost GameCube era stuff had a lot of divisive qualities that, like, I was playing GameCube, so I was kind of just down with it, but a lot of people
if we're talking
GameCube,
everybody that loves Resident Evil hated Resident Evil 0, and I liked it.
I have it. I haven't given it too much of a chance. I played it like once or twice. Billy, that is the guy. and there's scorpions
and Rebecca,
giant scorpions in it.
I think what people hated were the leech monsters.
Hmm.
I don't know. I think people hated it because it was literally like the B team and the rookie of the B team for like the series, Rebecca, as the main character, was some random convict like that she's partnered up with, going through a place that has nothing to do with anything else in Resident Evil lore and was kind of thrown in as just like a game,
like just a side story thing. Like it was like,
yeah,
well,
like
I
it
mean,
made no
post
sense
Resident
at
Evil
all.
remake, which I really liked. Like it's just like,
Yeah.
hey, we have this engine now, and we have these kind of polished up assets and stuff. Let's throw together a new story. Like that seems kind of where that came from, and it never got ported like anywhere. Like I guess that is pretty much just by its release and everything. Like that is a black sheep of that series. Like no one talks about that one.
Oh, I know. Okay, so for one thing, also, this question's hard to answer because people's opinion of stuff changes when something becomes popular again for whatever reason.
Right.
Because there was a period of time where Final Fantasy X, everybody in the world on the internet hated. Like, if you said you liked Final Fantasy X, you were, like, the dumbest piece of shit in the world. It was all about Final Fantasy 9 and 7, if you were on the internet. And now that HD remake came out or whatever, people are, again, being like, oh yeah, it was actually pretty good and stuff. And, like, enough famous YouTubers have said that the general consensus is that Final Fantasy X was good. But, I mean, for a while there, everyone hated it. Like, everybody. And I loved it still. So, there was that.
Man, I'm just like
I like Resident Evil 5. Everybody hates it.
I still hate that game. Like I
Yeah,
don't hate
everybody
it,
does.
but it was just kind of like that was disappointing. Like that was an underwhelming campaign. Like the second it was over, it was just like, man, that had like so few high points. I just never want to play this again.
Well, the high point was just doing a co-op with somebody.
Yeah, like it's like, is this fun? Whatever, co-op, it'll make it fun. And it's like, okay, like I did it
But, like,
co-op
I'm not
like
talking
one time.
about co-op with friends. I'm talking about like random jump in and out co-op. I did that a lot.
Oh, okay,
So,
wow, I never did that.
Yeah.
I guess, yeah, if you regard that as a two-player game, maybe, but I really liked 4 as just a single-player experience. Like, I went through it over and over again, just thought it was awesome. And then, yeah, 5 was just kind of a no compulsion to do that at all. And despite achievements and everything else, like, it was just like, no, that was just not worth it. That was not a good roller coaster. So.
Oh, I know one for you. Shadows of the Empire in the N64.
Kinda, yeah. I guess if you want to kind of call Star Wars a series of games, like that was kind of that's a game I can uniquely adapt to its awfulness and play it and not turn it off right away. Like I played through most of it like twice when we revisited it, and just kind of, I don't know, like that game is legitimately like clunky in so many ways, but I got so used to it when I was like 10 that I can still deal with it. But yeah, that I guess that would be one. Anyway,
I can name a specific. Oh, it just left my head. I was gonna say like a specific thing. Yeah, I remember it again. A specific time period or thing in a video game everybody hated, but I didn't mind or like I liked, was the ending of Mass Effect 3.
Yeah. Like,
so
I don't know, like it just never stuck in my craw at all. Like I thought it
and when they fixed it, they actually broke it.
And I haven't seen the fixed ending, so now I'm kind of worried about it. Like I was actually kind of emotionally caught up in what happened. And was like, that was actually kind of incredible and satisfying. Like, the
emotional resonance it held and, like, the sense of, like finality that the very end had where it's like, no, this is kind of, like, over.
No,
because these people are stranded,
people
blah, blah,
died,
blah.
Like, technology was destroyed. Like, this world was altered by what just happened. And I was like, wow, oh, man. Like, put down the controller.
That doesn't happen anymore.
What did they do? Like, what do you mean?
They actually they crash land, they get in the ship and fly away back home.
Like it's just, it still works.
Like that.
It's like, what? It crashed. That's stupid.
Yeah, I'll have to find it. Like, what did they change in Mass Effect 3 ending? it was something that, like, the dire situation of the ending, like, the major consequence of all of this happening, they just took that out, basically.
That's kind of a shame. Like,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, just that level of outrage and just like, I didn't get to change, like, I didn't get to impact the proceedings the way I thought I would. It's my video game. It's like, it's still a scripted narrative. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you were basically pulling different levers, but, like, it's gotta go in the same direction. For instance, like, I guess, in a weird way, like, I was so much less annoyed by that than the final episode of Walking Dead, yet that won, like, every Game of the Year award that year. Like, it was just like, oh my god, it's so emotional and awesome, and it's just like, he had one arm and his friends said whatever and didn't help him. Like, that's bullshit writing. And it's just like, no, that's amazing. It's a genius game. Genius game. Applause all around. Did you play the final episode? Do you remember that?
Of what, sorry?
Walking Dead, the Telltale thing?
The first season?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course.
Like, did you have one arm?
Yeah, and I had to do everything even though I had a full party of friends.
Exactly. Like, to me, that is so much stupider than what went down at the end of Mass Effect 3. Just in terms of, like, logic. Like,
yeah, mainly because nothing, in the original ending of Mass Effect 3, there was nothing dumb about it. It was, this big thing happened, you, like, to become the savior of everybody, you had to sacrifice a lot of shit, and it ended in a shitty way.
yeah.
Because it was a shitty situation.
Like,
that's just
yeah,
what
it's
happened.
like, life didn't end. You did it. Like, I felt like, no, that was achieved. Like, we did something. And yeah, like, honestly, like, the one thing that kind of threw me off was, like, I thought the Reapers were going to be, like, extremely dangerous. Like, just, like, wave of death that is impossible to stop. Not a century-long war. You know?
Yeah.
But given, like, oh, that's how this goes, I was still kind of like, yeah, like, that seemed justified in a lot of ways. But I don't know. People are kind of picking apart all sorts of little parts about the narrative and kind of, like, illogical things here and there. I didn't feel that while I was playing it for the most part. I did feel like there was a thing that happened with my, what's the Quarian chick? Tally?
Talizora Vast Normandy?
Yeah. Like, her final decision in my story made, like, no sense. Like, it just seemed like...
What was it?
She, like, it was like I basically said, no, you guys don't get to genocide. Like...
Oh, sure, yeah.
You can't do that. And she just committed suicide. And it was like, that wouldn't happen. Like, after 3 games of kind of juggling friendships with all these people and stuff, that seemed way out of line for, like, how loyal she is to her ships and whatever. Because, like, she was part of that whole, like, hearing in the second game and, like, her people mistrusting her and all this stuff. I didn't feel like she would have that strong loyalties to the Quarian fleet or whatever for that to really piss her off as much as it did. It was just like, that's kind of stupid. But, yeah, that's just a thing I recall as being kind of completely out of line with where I thought a character would go. But honestly, like, a small character ending like that in a game full of, like, variable endings, it didn't feel like, oh, that's the shittiest thing ever. It was just like, that was a little dumb, but okay. Like, I'll roll with it. It's like, I wasn't as tied up in feeling like I wrote the story personally than...
You know what I think the best thing about Mass Effect 2 was?
What's that?
Was the fact that after you... Okay, so what I did is, like, on the one playthrough, not the first one, but, like, another playthrough I did, I've done a few playthroughs of that game, is, I, like, chose my quote-unquote love interest, and then right after, cheated on them, and then loaded up a save, and slept with the other girl after that. I fucked all of them.
Okay.
Like, that was the best part of that game.
Like, the basically sex minigame, dating sim side of it was most thought out in that one.
Speaking of which, Talizora gets pissed off if you cheat on her, like if you choose Miranda over her, like after you've already been together. But Miranda doesn't seem to care.
Yeah.
So,
if you read Codex and stuff, like, she gets around more, so she's just kind of like, yeah, whatever. But
no, she gets it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas Talizora is like, I took my suit off for you, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, it's just like, oh,
I could have fucking died.
Yep.
It's like, sure, all she has to do is take her stupid little skimpy suit off. I almost died.
Like, I have a respirator on most of the time. Like, that was a big deal. Yeah.
Do you know how hard it is to get a facial with a respirator off? It hurts. It hurts.
It burns. It's the worst.
It's like acid. Just like skin melting off.
Yeah, Shepard's a jerk. Also, I was a lady, so I don't know if that could even happen.
Even sexier.
Yep.
Did you sleep with Garrus? You better have.
Yeah. Which is like
Yeah,
so weird.
did.
It's like this like rock turtle or something. Like, what would that even?
No, he's the best one.
Like, he's a cool dude, but what? That would be I don't know.
Dude, no homo. I would fuck the shit out of Garrus's ass.
Okay. What about Thane? He just seems more smooth.
Yeah, sure, but Thane's probably gonna die, and Garrus might be able to provide better.
Okay, you're saying long term, not just like a night of fun.
Well, okay, fair enough.
Okay.
See, the thing is, you don't want Thane, like, coughing up a lung as you're, like, going to town on him.
He is pretty ill.
Yeah, he's really bad. He's far gone.
Yep. Still cool, though. Anyway, yeah, Mass Effect 3, I guess. The black sheep of that series. We'll stand behind that.
Speaking of black sheeps, I played a game called Archeblade.
Okay, does that actually, like, polarity, black and white or something? Like, does that factor in, or what? It's like Ikaruga?
No, it's a... Do you know what Smite is?
I'm going to say probably not.
It's like a third-person, like, action fighting MOBA?
Oh, okay. These MOBAs that everyone loves.
Right, but Smite is like third person, and you have... It's basically a MOBA, but you, like, are in third person instead of top-down sort of thing. And you're controlling it like you would a shooter or something, but there's no cover or anything. It's just, like, movement and, like, abilities and attacks and stuff like that. Smite deals specifically with, like, gods and goddesses.
Okay.
Of, like, different lores.
I just gotta say, I just went to the site. I am basically looking at Catwoman. Like, there's a character called Night Prowler, and she has a whip and, like, a skin-tight black leather outfit and, like, shades.
Yeah, so Smite recently actually came out, quote-unquote. Like, it was finally released. It's no longer in beta or whatever they were doing.
Okay.
So, upon that, they added a bunch of useless shit like that. But, like, for the most part, it's gods. Like, you have Aphrodite, you have Neith or whatever, you have Thor, Odin, Apollo, like, all these different gods of different backgrounds sort of thing. Like, you have Egyptian gods, you have Chinese gods, you have Norse gods, Greek gods, that whole sort of thing.
Okay.
And they all have powers and abilities based around, like, what they were known for in their, like,
respective
mythology.
Yeah.
Right. So, anyways, I guess what I'm getting at is Smite is just the good version of what Archeblade is. Like the battle arena sort of like MOBA thing where you're fighting other players. Archeblade is a Korean game, and I don't know how to... It's bad.
Oh.
Like, you know, it's...
I wasn't sure where that was going. It's like, are you going to say...
It's not bad, but it is broken.
Oh.
In some pretty terrible ways. So, like, let's get over the whole Korean... None of the characters make sense, really, because they're all based on the fantasy novel Archeblade, which I never read, I barely even know exists.
Okay.
So I don't know, like, what any of the characters like that are in. But, and, like, let's get past the weird dwarven characters and Diablo-looking skeleton dudes, or, like, the skimpy bitches with guns and, like, keep saying stuff like I just got out of the shower when they reload. I don't know. Some weird shit like that. Let's get over all that.
Okay.
When you are playing a game where you're fighting one-on-one with another person or whatever, or against a group, and the hitboxes do not match up all the time perfectly to the point where you have to be extraordinarily precise with where you're facing, it makes the game almost impossible to play effectively. Whereas, like, you're swinging at a dude, right?
Yeah.
but because he's over to your right a little bit and his hitbox is not centered and right up against where your like melee hitbox is, you're not hitting or doing damage to him.
Weird.
So it can lead to problems where when you're playing a melee character and like another person is playing a ranged character of some sort, they're just walking backwards and shooting at you the whole time. Or this leads into the other problem with it's not balanced.
Yeah, okay, that was
no
going to be
balance.
kind of my question of like that just sounds like you're describing an unbalanced situation where it's like
It's completely unbalanced.
ranged wins.
There's a few specific characters that nobody plays, and I didn't know this. So I have one of those characters that I bought with the in-game currency that they give you when you download the game.
Oh no.
You get you can buy 2 characters with the in-game currency.
Yeah.
And I bought one of the ones that might not necessarily be one of the better ones, I found out later. But anyways, one character that everybody's playing, I think is called Renoa, is her name.
Yeah.
And the reason I remember that is because it was very similar to the Final Fantasy VIII character of the same name, sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But she's like a gun-toting bitch.
Like,
character.
I honestly just looked at a trailer of it, and it honestly looked like some of it was like, oh, that's like Bayonetta or something. Like, just those kind of Japanese over-the-top action game characters fighting.
It is like that in a MOBA setting with jankiness.
Okay.
So, but if I remember, I think Renoa's thing is that she has like a ultimate ability or whatever you would call it, like her supreme ability, and it's basically just target everybody around you and shoot them until they die.
Okay.
Sort of thing. Like, it doesn't always work out because it's still a MOBA and you can like run away or like move out of range or whatever. But the fact that she's able to do so much damage from afar while other people are like running around like idiots with swords and stuff is kind of ridiculous. There's also, speaking of ridiculous, a character called Ridica who is very weak, like when you hit her sort of thing. She's kind of like a glass cannon sort of type. And it makes sense because if you look at what her character looks like, she is consistently in a bikini, not wearing anything. Her specialty, though, is that she's fast and agile. And if she comes up to you and like gets you with this little windy, twirly, like whirlwind move she does, she can basically infinitely lock you in there like you're getting hit and you will just die eventually. Like, you can't get out of it. You can't block out of it and you can't jump out of it because you keep getting hit by the hits. And then there's also some other characters where one dude's ultimate ability is that like when he uses it, he basically can't die for a certain amount of time, and he does a huge amount of damage. The guy I got is named Gaspar, and the reason I got him is because I like dwarves and I like machinery, and he's basically a machine dwarf, like a robot dwarf or something.
Okay.
I found out later, like while I was playing him, that his ultimate ability, get this, is he lays mines down on the ground. So people can literally just not walk in your area, and your ultimate ability did absolutely nothing.
Are they disguised, kind of masked mines, and they could stumble into it?
No, you see them.
Okay, well, yeah,
No.
Okay.
And so I actually started playing him very good. Like, I am quite decent with him now. And that's because I found out that the way you're kind of supposed to play him is he has a gun that you can charge up or shoot like 3 shots, and they're basically like a grenade launcher, like you launch grenades.
Okay.
They don't do very much damage, but what they do accomplish is that if you hit somebody with like 1 or 2 shots, you get their shield down. And by this time, they're coming at you full force or whatever. And he is strong enough that, like, when the shields are down, he can just, like, smack an opponent with his arms, basically, like, punch them until they die.
Okay.
So he's very strong that way. And I've also found that his ultimate ability is actually not bad because those mines don't seem to disappear. So there would be a lot of times where there'd be this heated battle and I'm dropping mines everywhere. There's fucking just, like, beeping going off everywhere. Nobody's hitting anything. So I'm disappointed. I end up dying. Then when I load back in, I got 2 kills.
Okay.
While I was dead.
So, like, eventually
dudes walked over it and they blew the fuck up.
Okay, like, that doesn't sound that bad. You just don't get the satisfaction of seeing it happen all the time.
Yeah, and I started getting better at timing it. So, like, when I jump into a fight with, like, 3 dudes, I'll just throw down 3 mines instantly, and they'll like just blow up almost all the way dead, and then I'll just swing my arms around and I'll get 2 or 3 kills.
Okay.
So it's not too bad, but they're not face palming, like they're not face rolling easy mode, whereas like some of these other characters are. No, you just right click like a whole bunch of times and the dude will die eventually. So I don't know. It's very unbalanced. There's some janky.
Are they still like actively working on it? Like, are there patches and alterations and tweaks, or is it kind of just this janky thing?
I'm pretty sure it's just this janky thing, because I'm pretty sure it's been out in Korea for at least 2 years.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah. So it's new to us here on Steam and like for like North American localization or whatever. The things I will give towards it though, Smite is kind of difficult to learn.
Okay.
There's a lot of heroes. There's there's the same entry barrier where you kind of need to have a hero you're thinking of playing and then like purchase it with the in-game currency. But with Smite, they have the League of Legends thing where they rotate characters every week so you can try different heroes out for free. And that's good. Whereas Archeblade does not have that at all, as far as I know right now. Archeblade is also much easier. It's kind of like if you wanted to get into MOBAs, this is like the stupid man's easy mode way to do it. Because the buttons are WASD to move, space to jump, shift to like run, and then clicks to attack. That's it. That's your whole move set. And then you just do different combinations of the buttons to do different things. So it's one of those games that, like, if you wanted to get into a MOBA that was like this third-person sort of weird action battle arena, this is probably the one you might want to start off with, because for one thing, it's free. Most MOBAs are, but it's free. And you'll be able to just kind of jump right in. Another problem I'm having with it, servers are fucked.
Oh.
And I think that's because there's not enough people playing the game where, like, there'll be a bunch of servers on the list, right? And they'll all say like 10 out of 10, 14 out of 14, 16 out of 16. Like they're full servers because there's so little people playing it that everybody just congregates to the same servers all the time. And there's like a lot of 0 out of 10s or 0 out of 14 servers left. So it's hard to get a game started if you're starting off in a 0 server, and you just kind of have to wait around in the lobby sort of thing, or like click around and see if you can eventually find one that's like 6 out of 8 or something like that, and just jump in. So yeah, I've been playing that and Smite. I mean, Smite's the exact same thing. I like Aphrodite because she has big tits.
Okay. Like, it's
actually, she's one of the hardest characters to play, apparently.
It's weird looking at these two games. It looks like these are more kind of action gamey elements than kind of the top-down isometric stuff most MOBAs seem to comprise of.
These are meant to like load in and just start fighting right
away.
Like
it's like if you've played some action video games of like a kind of Unreal Championship or something. Like, does that apply, or is it more just kind of? Are you still doing WoW type, like 1 through 5, or your abilities clicking?
Yeah, it's still abilities clicking and like moving around out of like.
But I guess the camera perspective is more what you're used to. What I'm used to.
What's that, sorry?
Like, the main thing seems to be the camera perspective is behind the back, your character.
Sure.
That kind of field of view.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's maybe more easily accessible to like maybe somebody like you who doesn't play a lot of MOBAs.
Yeah.
Where it's like, no, this is just kind of like a weird, I don't know, like action RPG or dungeon crawler sort of thing with other people trying to kill me.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just basically PvP with like different abilities. So, I don't know. I would recommend people try Archeblade if they're not familiar with the genre.
Maybe play a ranged character though, or what would you?
Like, if you're going to play that game, you can go ahead and try out Gaspar if you want, but I would recommend against it because the only reason why I felt like I started getting a grasp on how to play him is because I was playing quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, I've kind of played these sorts of games before. I read what his abilities do and then, like, just kind of got used to how to, like, chain them together for, like, combos and stuff like that. So I might not recommend trying that. I would recommend trying Ritika because she's fast and agile, so you can get away from battle easily. And if you can like pick somebody out of the crowd sort of thing and just kind of combo them, you'll get easy kills. Rennie's not bad either, and Renoa is pretty ridiculous as well. Or Dan May is pretty good if you want like a melee type hero that can just dish out a whole lot of damage. So yeah, if you want to do that, those are the characters I guess I would recommend for that. I'm still trying to learn Smite, so I couldn't give any recommendations to that. I like Ra a lot, and I really like Aphrodite, even though she's apparently a hard character to play. She's like a support character more than like a high damage dealer.
I guess, how are they gating their free-to-play stuff? Like, is it you buy characters, or is it just everything's available, you just get outfits and trinkets and that kind of stuff?
Okay, so the way Smite is doing it, and I actually do like this. I'll let you know how some of the other ones do it first. Dota, it's free to play, free to download. It's Valve. Like, they have all the money in the world. They don't fucking care. So you download Dota, you have everything.
Yeah.
League of Legends is they have a rotating roster of free heroes you can play every week that gets updated. So you can play those for free, and then if you like one, you can buy it using in-game currency or real money. You'll probably use real money because getting in-game currency requires you to play a lot, and you probably won't play a whole, like, if you have a life sort of thing. If you're not doing this as like an esports, like I got to train or something, you probably won't play enough in that week to buy that character sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So League of Legends and Smite and Archeblade do that sort of thing where Archeblade doesn't, sorry. Smite and League of Legends do that where they rotate. So you can try all the characters out eventually. You just kind of have to wait. And then if you like one, you can buy one. Smite gives you some in-game currency to start off with. Archeblade does as well, but that's all they give you. After that, it's in-game currency or real money. So that's what the trade-off there is, I guess. If I was to recommend one out of all of them, obviously Dota.
Okay.
Because it's my favorite.
Still the king.
It's still the one, like, I'll watch tournaments for, I'll watch, like, people's YouTube videos on, and, like, I'll just watch random games or play random games. But, Smite is very quickly being the contender here. I'm really enjoying Smite a lot. But, also what Smite is doing is that they have this, like, just buy the game sort of thing going on right now, where it's just like, no, I want all the heroes, like, for now and coming up, so you'll just pay them $30 and you'll just get all the heroes for free when they release them, and all the ones right now, which is good because it's like buying a video game.
Okay.
Like,
I remember when you used to be able to do that. Those were good times.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, right? For, like, a free-to-play model to actually include, hey, do you just want the game? Like, you can pay
That's honestly what I was basically saying with Nintendo's approach to it, too. But, yeah, like, it's just, there is an end point, and you can just have the stuff. Thank you for buying it.
Well, the thing is, if you buy each character, like in Smite, like each god regularly, you'll spend way more than $30. So, like, if you wanted only 3 gods or whatever, pay the $10 or whatever if you wanted to save money. Otherwise, just spend the money, get all of them, and just have, like, the roster forever to be able to pick from. Mm-hmm. I think that's what I would do. In fact, that's what I did. So,
okay.
Whatever.
So, good option for them to offer.
Yeah. So that's what I've been playing there. Also, I'm going to quickly talk about something else you're probably not going to care about.
Okay.
I've started doing a stream called Request a Game.
Okay.
Now, the basic premise is, you know how you go onto, like, Steam, the store page or whatever, and you see that game that looks a little bit interesting, but you're like, I don't know if I want to spend money on that?
Yeah, I'm actually looking at a game right now.
Yo. I got you.
Okay.
That's what this stream is about, where people can request a game. Each week I'll buy, I'll pick one that I don't own already. Yeah. I'll buy it and play it and give my, like, I'll play for about an hour, maybe 2 if I really like it, sort of thing. And then, like, I'll give my final first impression synopsis at the end after getting accustomed to it, sort of thing. Mm-hmm. So this is something I'm trying to start on Thursdays. And last Thursday, we had a whole bunch of games picked out. Like, Also, if people just request games I already own, like, I'll throw them in as just, like, I'll play half an hour of this here or there or whatever, because I already own it. I'm not spending money. It doesn't matter. So I played The Last Federation.
Okay.
Which we talked about a little bit.
Yeah, that one we were looking at reviews and stuff. Yep.
And I'm actually not going to talk about that here, because I'm going to leave that as, like, a
That's the point of that feature. Thing you did, so go check that out. Right,
exactly. There's a VOD up for it or whatever. That was requested by a tariff, so Again, thank you for participating. The big one I will talk about is this terrible game called Into the Dark.
Okay.
It's a first-person shooting horror game, and it is probably the most garbage game I've played in a long time. Like, just straight up terrible. In fact, I believe if you look it up on Steam, it's actually called Into the Dark Ultimate Trash Edition.
I am seeing that. Are they trying to be like, no, it's on purpose. It's supposed to be like that.
They are, but just because you say something is trash doesn't excuse you from making garbage.
And selling it for money.
Right. So I believe it's $4.99. You can confirm this for me, yes?
I'm seeing $9.99.
Okay, then I got it on sale, and I'm extraordinarily lucky because this game is not worth $4.99 and is way not worth $9.99. Like, if you pay $9.99 for this, you fucked up real bad.
Oh, no.
So, this game came out, actually, in, I believe it was 2012? Maybe it was 2013.
I'm seeing...
No, it was 2013.
Okay, like when it first came out anywhere, because, like, maybe the Steam release was really recent.
The Steam release was very recent. I think that's where the Ultimate Trash Edition comes in.
Okay.
Because it was released in April of 2013 on Desura.
Okay.
And so the game sees you as Peter O'Brien. You're a private eye. Now, you're trying to find out what is going on with, like, this dude. So you go to this cabin. And that's where, like, shit just happens. Like, fucking enemies start appearing, and you're just like, I don't know what's going on, so you investigate more, blah, blah, blah. That's just the basic premise of the video game. What makes this game terrible is that it is almost unplayable in the sense that, first of all, it kind of doesn't want you to run it. Like, computers just throw up when you try to run it, because it crashed on me about 5 times in one sitting. So that is really terrible. The game is way too dark. Like, visually, it's very hard to see stuff. You don't have a flashlight.
What?
So
okay. That's pretty basic stuff.
So they just made it really dark. Okay, we'll talk more about basic stuff. The voice acting is absolutely terrible. It's literally just the dude who created the game.
Honestly, okay, I'm watching the trailer silently right now, and one of their, like, words come up on the screen, boasting points, is abysmal voice acting. So they're trying to lean into it and be all, like, ironic, but...
I don't know if the dude's Austrian or if he's doing an Austrian voice, but think of Arnold Schwarzenegger and somebody doing an impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then somebody doing an impression of somebody doing an impression of Arnold Schwarzenegger in their, like, webcam mic, like on their phone or something in the public bathroom. That's what the voice acting sounds like.
Okay.
I'm not even kidding. I'm not exaggerating at all. That's exactly what it sounds like. I mean, I should be given a medal for describing so perfectly how abysmal this sound is.
Okay.
But, and if we're going to talk about sound in general, the guns have no oomph to them. I mean, it's a common problem a lot of indie FPS games have, maybe because they don't have a giant sound library to work from, but also because they're just kind of garbage most of the time. This is no exception. Absolutely terrible. When we get to the things like that you're actually going to shoot, they are one big hitbox, I would say. Whereas, like, a lot of things, if you shoot it in the head, will maybe take less shots or react differently or something. These are literally, like, things with their arms stretched out. Have you ever seen a game in alpha, like, for a first-person shooter or anything, like Dev?
Where, like, textures aren't there? Like, or
where textures aren't there, and it's just kind of like this stoic human with its arms stretched out.
Oh, like in kind of...
Just, like, floating?
Oh, yeah, in just, like, model-making mode, where it's just, like, this was just in...
Right.
Like, what is that program, everyone? Maya? Like, they were still,
right,
you know, finishing this. Splayed out skeleton.
The enemies look almost like that, only imagine that with, like, this terrible, stupid-looking zombie alien-type skin or something on top of it that just looks garbage. And instead of having the arms stretched outright, they just have them up a little bit, so they're doing, like, the ooga booga sort of thing as they're running towards you. That's exactly what they look like. They don't take, when you're shooting them, they don't do,
animate.
Like, little, they don't animate like they're being shot or anything. They just keep coming at you. And the way you kill them is just by shooting into them until they disappear into the ground. Like, they fall down the ground, then they'll disappear. That's how you know they're dead. Now, how you know they're there is a different story, because you don't know they're there. They spawn randomly. And by random, I mean you have to hit, like, the little trigger points in the stage or whatever, like in the map, and they will just randomly pop out of nowhere. They will not, like, crawl out of a vent. They will not walk through a door or even, like, melt out of a wall or anything. They will just pop right in front of you, or more importantly, behind you. And this leads to a lot of cheap deaths, because while they can take about 5 to 6 handgun bullets and 3 shotgun blasts to the head, you can only take like 2 or 3 hits from them, which they can combo you very quickly when they load behind you. And you don't know they're there until you're dead.
Gross. I don't know. Like, this, there's adventure game elements? Is that true? That's what it's saying in the description?
Oh, like where you have to build a bomb? Or how about this? How about where there's like a corroded electrical box, and the way you fix that is by going to the soda machine and getting a soda. Because acid.
Okay, so bad adventure game logic is in it also. That's terrible. But dude, you can watch Night of the Living Dead in the game.
I didn't actually even know that. I'm still... This is where I'm going to sound like the biggest hypocrite. I'm still playing through it.
So something about it is still pulling you?
No, I finally understand the Proton John syndrome. I get it.
Like, you have to finish it? You have
PJS
to see it?
is a true syndrome.
What is that?
Like, I have to... Proton John syndrome.
Okay, I was like, wait, what does that... Oh, okay. Proton John syndrome. What does that mean? Like, I have to finish my backloggery? It's like, but it's terrible.
No, it's just so bad. It is so... Oh my god. It is so bad. I don't even know how to describe it without you playing it, but I can't recommend you play it because I don't want you to spend money on it, because then that would give this person the wrong idea that what they made is maybe worth anything, which it isn't, except for maybe a swift kick to the nuts.
Well, hey, I got a solution for both of us. I can just install it. I am
actually putting up the VODs, so you could watch it. Like, I'm talking to the viewer right now, or listener. Yeah. You can actually watch it if you want. I'll be putting them up.
Okay.
But, it's actually gone to the point where, like, I like bad stuff. I like bad movies. I like some bad video games. This is actually making me angry in some spots. And not because it's bad, like, in the sense that, like, the voice acting is ridiculous or the art style is terrible or stuff. That's kind of funny bad. It's making me angry because it's almost unplayable as a video game, and that's the medium of which they decided to go with this garbage.
Okay.
So...
Like, there's no way to fix the bad playing of it? Like, it's not like,
right.
Oh, I'll just put it on easy mode or something. It's like, no, it is an inherently not fun thing.
Oh no, dude, there's no easy mode.
Oh, I'm sorry.
There's no sound option.
What?
There's no display options.
Wait.
There's no options.
How do you turn up the video, like, quality?
Okay, so you know how you change up the brightness?
How's that?
They actually give... You know how there's tooltips, like in loading screens and normal video games? This is no exception, so good on you for having tooltips, I guess. Mm-hmm. Their tooltip is, if you want to hit up the brightness, you have to go into the actual game files, go to the display INI file, and you have to alternate. You have to fix it in the actual, like, guts of the actual file.
That's pretty not user-friendly. Like, that's like... I get that when it's a Desura release from, like, a year ago, but shouldn't they have, like, basic functionality stuff like that in the Steam release at this point? You know, like an options menu?
Well, I'll tell you what happens is when you start the game, you have new game, load game, and exit game. Those are the only options you'll ever get in this whole entire fucking game.
I guess, is this also part of the weird...
Oh, I'm sorry. You also use key. Like, when you're playing a game and a first-person shooter, you know you have to use the use key to pick stuff up, or, like, maybe to use a med kit on the wall, or, like, open a door, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what the use key is?
Is it
This? Take a guess. It's enter. It's the enter key. I have to take my hand off the mouse in this first-person shooter and then hit the enter key, because if I don't use my right hand to hit the enter key and I use my left, I will not, in many circumstances, have enough time to move my left hand back to WASD to move out of the thing that spawned behind me when I used the item.
Okay. Can you remap keys?
No, you... Like, what do you not get about me?
No, I know.
No,
like, it's just like that is like the most basic thing in the world.
I know, it's so bad.
Like, that's not even like that shouldn't be a weird question of just like, no, of course there isn't. There's 3 options. What did I say? New game, load game, exit game. That's all you get. And it's like, yeah, but what about when you hit escape in game? Isn't there a thing?
You exit out of the game.
What? Okay.
Like, well, oh, sorry, you can save game, but, like, you have save game, load game, and exit game. That's all you have when you hit escape.
Okay, isn't there, like, is this like a green light thing where this just kind of comes out on Steam because a bunch of people said, hey, yeah, and it's like, there's no real judge, like, no one at Steam is like, dude, you need to, like, make this approachable from a basic
you know
functionality
what? I don't even know.
Point, you know?
And what's scary is that if it is a green light game, it isn't in the green light section. It's on the main store page. That's how I even found it. It was on the front page of the Steam store page.
Oh God. Okay. Now my next question is like, is this that way because like PewDiePie played it or something? Like,
I could not actually tell you. I have no idea. In fact, I'm gonna look up
like,
into
is there
the dark PewDiePie.
Sure, or just like some Let's Player guy put this on people's radar, and it's just like,
okay, PewDiePie did not.
Okay.
He played a game called Run Into the Dark, which looks like a Slender ripoff, so that's not the same at all.
Okay.
And
like, I'm just like,
when you type in Into the Dark, it is actually not. It's the 5th thing. There's not even a top one. Okay, Jim Sterling did a video on this. I will watch this as soon as we are done recording, because I'm sure he is going to rip it apart, since his description for it is, this is not okay, guys. It's not okay.
Okay. So I guess like I'm just like, where is this any attention of it like on this game coming from where it's top
that
of the
has
page,
to be it.
you know?
It has to be just... Wait, who's Panda? That sounds like one of those Yogscast guys. I think that's a Yogscast guy. No, he only has 193 subscribers.
Okay.
He is literally nobody.
Well, there's like 12,000 views on that video, so yeah, that's not enough. Oh, but there's this James Blunt song. Anyway, okay. Gotcha. So Enter the Dark. Watch that video. Paul will post that. And
like, I should be putting it on YouTube, shouldn't I? It's on Hitbox right now.
Yeah, I guess so. Might as well, right? It's your video.
Like, I should probably get all those sweet YouTube hits.
Yeah.
Why not?
Jump in. There's a pool there.
Yeah. I don't know.
Just like this voicemail.
Hey, you know what I do know about, though?
Voicemails?
Hey, Paul. Hey, Krasno. I really like Krasno. Where the hell is that freaking Krasner face photoshopped onto Chrono, though? Where? I ask you, where? Alright. You know how sometimes you know a bit too much about certain topics, but you don't really have any place to share them because you're too much of an expert? Well, I'm going to share my stuff with you. Particularly about the hammers I like in Monster Hunter. Alright, the hammers in Monster Hunter are fucking massive. They unfortunately don't have much range and can't cut tails, but what they can do is inflict stagger for days and knock monsters the fuck out. Hammers bring the pain by bashing monsters' faces in. It's not very freaking graceful, but it's frickin' powerful. These are hammers that big enough to crush a T-Rex's skull. Hammers also have a fucking spin attack that unleashes a shit ton of damage. In Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate, hammers will be able to send your friends flying skyward so your buds can mount the monsters and start stabbing them in the back like a boss. It's freaking awesome. Now I won't be accused of being an asshole. I'll be helping them out. Now I need to come to the experts on this. How do you build a soundproof sex dungeon?
What?
I need advice. Like, you guys are the experts. Fuck you.
Peace out. That was the last one. Anyway.
I think this... Oh, I haven't been going in order, by the way. I've been jumping through.
Oh, okay.
So this might have been the first one. I don't even know anymore. But this sounds like a question for you, since you are the one with the sex dungeon. So go ahead.
Well, okay, like, you know those kind of egg carton things? You need to put those up. Make sure that your sex swing is on a, like, support beam of your house. Like, not just into the ceiling stuff. Like, that's not stable. That's not secure. I don't have these things. I don't know. I'm making stuff up. This is jokes, internet jokes, not real.
Okay.
Keep your leathers
so
in a closet.
Where do you want your sex dungeon? There's two different main ways you can do this. You can go into your basement. You got to make sure you don't have any windows. If you have those small windows, you can go ahead and get some heavy-duty plastic garbage bags, put them over with black duct tape. That way no sunlight will come through. You're also going to have to go around the trim to make sure no air gets through, which is how the sound will get
Maybe
outdoors.
put some insulation in that window cavity too, you know, kind of.
Now that you have that covered, if you have like an unfinished basement, you're set. What you're going to do is you're going to put some insulation, and then on top of it, you're just going to put some soundproofing. You can get it for pretty cheap at almost any hardware store. Go ahead and look for the one that best suits you. I would recommend the black foam ones because they're cheap and they're pliable. You can get them kind of anywhere. If you don't have that and you just have like stone walls in your basement, it would probably make the most sense to go ahead and build a wooden frame as if you were going to do some drywalling, only instead you're going to do the same thing. You're going to insulate to make sure it doesn't get too cold down there, first of all, because you are dealing with just like bare wall, and then you're going to put the soundproofing up. Now, what you're going to have to do is worry about the doorway, because if company comes over, you don't want to hear the muffled screams of your lover downstairs when you're trying to have tea time. So what you're going to have to do is maybe look into getting like one of those, what the hell are they called? They're like a screen door sort of thing, like the glass screen doors.
Okay.
Putting that as like a second sound barrier. Make sure, again, no air can escape very easily.
You need some ventilation, though, or just people
Well, you're going to have to, like, get a vent down there.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Okay, but then that's going to be a sound hazard for, like, you know, again, the screams and stuff. How do you dampen that?
You just keep it on, and then the sound will... like a fan or something.
Oh, okay.
It'll sound like white noise. And really, if you have a sex dungeon, the company you are keeping and coming over for tea time will not care about the sounds as much as maybe, say, the neighbor next door. So you got to worry more about the sound coming out of the walls, like out of the basement walls or whatever, out into the main public space than you do about the main doorway. Now, if you're doing attic, you're going to have to be very careful because you're going to have to soundproof way more because sound will travel easier through the plywood.
Right.
But you're going to follow the same basic advice. Now, depending what you want in your sex dungeon, you could get one of those like sex swings or whatever, but shackles are probably a must, and you should probably keep at least 3 different keys. One on your person, one easily accessible in the dungeon, but not easily accessible by your torture victim, and one just kind of hidden somewhere, like maybe in your keychain upstairs or whatever.
Mm-hmm. And remember, you can never have enough ball gags. Like, just, if you find a sale or something, just load up.
And I don't know how hard you want to go. You might want to get some of that clear, like, polyurethane sheeting, so if there's blood's very hard to get out. So you gotta want to throw some of that down. Otherwise, you're probably set to go, and make sure you bring a lot of lubricant.
Again, yeah. Can never have enough. Ugh.
I'm going to talk about the last game I played.
Dude, no, wait. Project Hammer.
Okay.
Remember that?
No.
Yeah.
No, I seriously don't.
Okay.
What is it?
Just all the Hammer talk. I was basically like, oh yeah, there was that Wii game that Nintendo was working on that never came out. And it was called Project H.A.M.M.E.R. What was that going to be? I don't know.
Project Hammer?
Yeah, it was a first-party
action
game or something, and it just never happened. So, there you go. That's what your Hammer rant brought to mind. What were you going to say?
Okay, the last game I played. A new MMO coming out.
Okay.
Well, out. It's in beta right now, so it's coming out. WildStar.
Okay. You asked me about this, and I assumed you were crazy and talking about Wild Arms or something. I had no idea.
Yeah, I think your specific thing was, oh, you mean Wild Arms.
Yeah, that's a real game.
It is. In fact, WildStar is too, and I gotta say, it's not that bad. I've played some MMOs in my time, and it combines a lot of the good stuff from, like, World of Warcraft. It's almost like a World of Warcraft in space, with, like, a Guild Wars 2 style of combat, or, like, a Final Fantasy 14 style of combat, without all the bullshit that was Final Fantasy 14's, like, story, or whatever, the mission structure.
Where did you hear about this game?
I specifically heard it through Hebrew Lantern on Twitter, David.
Okay.
But, also, like, there was people talking about it at PAX East or whatever, because apparently WildStar has been, like, the new Firefall.
Oh, okay. Like, it's just been at trade shows a lot, but it's not coming out? Okay.
Well, it is coming out because the beta is going on right now.
Right, I know, but it's in beta forever or something? Like, it's constantly...
Maybe.
Teasing, but it's not readily available.
And it's made by the same people that made Aeon, or Ion, however you want to say it, which is also
that was an MMO
that I played.
I thought
NCSoft.
Did that just not catch on or something? Like, that didn't seem like that was that long ago.
Like here? No.
Okay.
In Korea, yes, huge. You get wings, but you have to be level 10, and the grind to level 10 in Ion is terrible. Anyways, WildStar has a Torchlight feel to it. Like, the animation style is very reminiscent of what they did with Torchlight.
Okay.
And like I said, it plays like WoW with a better combat system. So it makes it intriguing in that, like, they're stealing from things that are good, which is always a good thing for an MMO, because it seems like when people try new things from it and for an MMO, they venture too far away from what MMO players actually
enjoy
get drawn
doing
into or like.
Yeah.
And it sucks. And it's just very bad. So they're stealing from the heavy hitters, the good stuff about it. The combat is very fluid, very fast moving, and like an hour of questing feels like you're actually playing through a video game instead of grinding boars, which is a huge thing to say for an MMO, because that's the big problem, where it's like, yeah, I got to level 10, but all I did was kill like snow leopards and boars and like cook meat or something. Whereas this is like, I've already been to 2 planets. I'm doing a bunch of stuff to like thwart the Dominion, the rival faction. This is following the same like Warcraft thing where there's the 2 factions. You have the Exiles, which I'm playing right now, and the Dominion. The Dominion are like the evil Imperial sort of like Star Wars thing, and the Exiles are like the Rebel Alliance sort of thing, if you want to look at it that way.
Okay.
And I don't know, the character designs are kind of novel and neat in a way I haven't seen in a while in an MMO specifically, where they haven't gone for realism, they've gone cartoony.
Like, it looked almost like Ratchet and Clank based on the website I looked at.
It's very much like a Ratchet and Clank with a Torchlight art style.
Okay.
Which is fantastic. It's really nice. And because they're going that way, they can kind of just do whatever they want with like storyline stuff. But what also is very intriguing is that depending on what class or like path or whatever they call it you choose, you will actually be able to like gain experience, a level up by doing things that regard like your path or whatever they call it. I can't remember. So if you're a historian, that like when there's lore books around and stuff, so reading the lore and like listening to the quest text and all that sort of stuff, being an actual quote unquote historian, you'll get XP and you'll be able to like progress that way as well as fighting. With a warrior, they'll give you more like defend this area sort of thing, where you're just like fighting off a bunch of dudes sort of thing. There was another specific one I was thinking, but I can't really remember it now. But I thought that was kind of cool, where it's like, no, I'm playing this certain style, so they are actually rewarding me by like letting me progress by doing the thing that my character would do, which is kind of cool, I thought, instead of just like, no, you're a historian, you still gotta pick up a fucking sword and kill these rats or something. But there's a lot of weird lore stuff in there I don't care about, and that's probably because I don't know anything about this world. I've just been kind of going through as like the rogue type character, so I'm basically like a Wolverine, like because I have claws as my weapon and move fast and that whole sort of thing. But it's been pretty fun so far.
It's a full like $60 thing. Like, do you feel that's a good deal?
And the $15 a month after.
Oh,
as well.
wow. Like, I mean, that's literally the dated business model everyone was criticizing Elder Scrolls Online for adopting. Like, what makes this a better pitch?
Well, speaking of Elder Scrolls Online quickly, did you hear, like, there's some, something that came to light that I didn't realize, maybe you had already known. To cancel a subscription to Elder Scrolls Online, you have to give them 30 days in advance notice.
What?
Okay,
I hadn't heard that.
Like, let me put it this way to you.
Fucked.
Say right now, right?
Okay.
Actually, say at the start of the month, May 1st.
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm going to get into this game. I'm going to buy it. I'm going to get my free month. Like, because they give you 30 days free.
Yeah.
I still have to put in a credit card. That's fine. That's standard MMO practice right now, where it's kind of like, well, if you want to keep going, then there'll be no, like...
hiccup in your time, yeah.
There'll be no hiccup or any of that sort of stuff. So you put it in. You don't get charged until, like, the next 30 days starts, which would be June 1st.
Right.
Okay.
Fine.
What ESO does is, if you want to cancel, like, if you just want your free month, right when you sign up, you have to give your notice that you're canceling for the next month to get your free time. Otherwise, you are automatically paying for June. Because if you cancel, say, like, at the end...
Like, say you play it for a little bit first to see how you like it.
Well, it's May 30th right now, right? And you're just like, I don't really like this, I'm going to cancel. Okay, but we still charge you for June. So, like, you'll no longer have an account as of July 1st.
Damn.
Isn't that fucked up?
That's, like, pretty devious. Like, it's just like, everyone, we need to milk literally everybody who buys this game for an extra $15, dude. Like, just, like, figure out a way to do that. All right. In our terms of service, we're going to say 30 days notice. And hope no one notices.
It actually says that.
Yeah, that's fucked up, dude.
It says something in their terms of service and, like, the fine print that you can cancel at any time, but cancellations must be made in a 30-day, like, advance.
Wow, yeah, that's kind of mean.
So no matter what, unless you, like, right from the beginning cancel, you will be paying double what you want. So if you wanted to cancel...
mean? Isn't it 75? Like, you'd be paying 15 on top of that.
No, like, what I mean is that, like, say I liked it, and I'm just like, okay, I'm going to pay for June. So I pay for June or whatever. If I want to cancel after that, I've already paid the next month. So I've already paid $30 where I thought I was only paying $50.
Right. But you just kind of don't know it yet. Like, you're always kind of forwarding more money. Man, okay. I honestly, like, whatever, like, WildStar, sci-fi, crazy art style, like, that already sounds more interesting than Elder Scrolls. I'm just saying, like, that was a game everyone was kind of like, man, $15 a month, $60, really? And then this is that, too. But I guess if this has more heat on it and people are more excited, that's cool. I didn't really know about it, so. Yeah, I guess we've been talking a lot about kind of free-to-play stuff. I assume this was also one of those. But no, it's not.
No, this is not.
Okay.
So, yeah, I don't know. That's the MMOBA minute with Paul.
Yep. There you go.
The MMOBA?
MMOBA.com. No.
Yeah, I don't know. That's pretty much all I've been playing. And as I was playing them, I realized that you and I play very different things.
Yeah, like, it's like... Oh, I never want to interact with people at any point in time ever when I'm playing video games. I want to play some single-player adventures. I want to crash land on a planet and collect fruit juice. Like, that's my jam. Yeah, none of this fighting dudes on the internet stuff. That's I don't do that.
Not even fighting with dudes on the internet?
Super rare. Like, I played a little bit of CSGO.
So you don't want to finish the fight?
No.
What about finish the flight?
I have to do that 4 times a week.
All right.
Yeah.
So stupid. Yeah, so stupid. Oh my god.
So
you know
TV
what else is
shows? You know what else is stupid? Yeah, I did watch some coverage of the Amazing Spider-Man 2 game. Like, I watched a quick look. It looks, but okay, it looks it looks bad in the way like movie-based video games used to be all the time.
Yeah.
Of just like, oh yeah, man, every time a big Hollywood tentpole came out, a bullshit video game would come along with it, and it would kind of be like this. Like, I played the Hulk video game on PS2, and it was kind of fine, but kind of stupid. You know?
Oh, no,
like,
dude. I mean, it looks bad in a familiar way, but it still looks bad.
Right. Oh, no, I know. I guess what I'm saying is, I almost find that kind of an endearing throwback, though, to, like, simpler times, whereas now all they need to do is bolt Lego on it, and everyone is fine that it's a movie game. Like, it's just like, oh, Lego the
that
Hobbit.
Part is going in the podcast. We're back, so...
Lego the Hobbit, everyone's like, yeah, sure, that's fine. And it's just like, this is just as uninspired and stupid as every movie game. It just has this, like, veneer that you think is endearing.
Yeah, no, you're right. You are right on that. I will give it that to you.
Yeah, I'm not saying I want to play Amazing Spider-Man 2. I guess I'm just saying, like, at least it's not Lego Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Because that would just be, like, another eye roll, like, great. Just phoning it in. Good job, guys.
You know what else is phoning it in?
Who? What?
So you guys are talking about deja vu and calling bullshit and generic everyday things, but this has happened to me, and in a pretty specific way. One of the better examples I can remember is I'm at school with Ty. We're in the basement of our school, because that's where all the computers are for all the Macs and shit for editing. And we're waiting for files to transfer over, because USB 2.0. So we're sitting there, and the transfer is going to take like an hour and a half. So we got like these real lazy chairs, and I'm sitting back. I'm like real relaxed. I've got a heavy jacket on because I think it was winter. And then Ty says something to me, but that phrase set me off. And that entire scenario I had a dream about like 2 months before. But it's something I forgot until he said that thing, and then it surfaced. I don't know. But that kind of stuff happens to me every once in a while. It's I'll be in a moment where I've dreamt it before. The specific moment, nothing else. It's not very generic. There are specific details that set me off, but I can't control when or what, and I'm not attempting to predict anything. It's just something that happens, and I don't know.
Okay. So just a comment on deja vu.
Right. Like, I guess it's weird. Like, I've taken a special note to kind of record dreams I find especially weird or interesting.
Yep.
When I have them.
Yep.
For the most part, I've kind of fallen out of the habit because, like, occasionally they're so, like, weird to me that I feel really self-conscious about saying it while Brittany's there. Of just, like...
Oh, so, like, it's changed ever since you have, like, another person there when you wake up.
Right, because it's just, like, what I'm about to say isn't going to make any sense. Or it'll be the opposite where I'll just say it to her and then be like, okay, well, I got that out there. And then just kind of forget to record it later and then forget about it. And then, yeah, so I don't know. But for deja vu stuff, like, I honestly, like, next time I have a vague sensation of, like, oh, God, I've, like, seen this or felt this or, like, this song played and then a person said that, like, this has happened. I should, like, take note of it and see if it ever happens again. But,
it could also lead to some weird situations where it's just like, oh, what did you dream about? Are you going to do a dream log? And you're just like, I fucked your sister.
I've had
like
dreams,
something terrible.
Yeah, like, yeah, I guess that would be a pretty awkward, like, way to kick off the day. But, no, I've had kind of dreams where I've dream about recording my dream. Like, it's become that part
it's become meta.
Yeah, it's become as much a part of my morning routine where it's kind of like I will wake up and think I've already done it and then realize I obviously couldn't have because then something weird happened or whatever. Like, it would just be kind of part of, like, my morning thought process of just like, man, this is a really weird dream. I need to take note of this. Oh, okay, I think I did. And then I'm, like, sleeping again and dreaming onwards. So yeah, it is, yeah. That is thing. Deja vu stuff, though, I'm trying to think. Like, it's always, like, the vaguest realization that this seems familiar in a way that is so indistinct and, like, yeah, vague. It's not, like, noteworthy exactly, but it's still kind of like this odd thing of just like, this exact conversation has either happened before, or I've thought about having it, and now it is happening basically exactly as I thought it would. You know, have you ever had kind of the deja vu rush?
I've had deja vu in the sense that when I smell a specific smell I haven't smelled since maybe like I was 12 or 13 or something, I'll just remember instantly like that whole scene. Like almost like a flashback or something. Like
very powerful sense memory kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it's only very specific stuff. So it's like one of them is like a certain scent of perfume I can't remember the name of. Another one is a certain incense smell. And like another one is like bike tires, like tires on a bike, like when you brake hard. Sort of thing, like that not burning rubber, but like specifically the rubber on like a bike tire or whatever. So like, yeah, just very specific stuff that like I wouldn't smell regularly if ever again. It's happened a few times where it's like just by chance I was walking through the aisle in like a Zellers or something here, and I smelt that perfume, and I was just like, whoa, I'm back in like this person's bedroom, sort of thing.
Oh,
okay. It's just weird.
I guess that might... Okay. I guess the ones I'm thinking of are like more audio, like of just like a phrase or something in a specific setting, and then getting the sense that like that, like this conversation has happened already.
Well, that's just your trigger phrase, right? That's where it's like you become Korean and you want to take down the power.
Oh, right. Like, yeah, I'm like a sleeper agent and I don't even know it. Like I was put under...
Yeah,
like,
it's not deja vu. You've just been
activated. That's my
programming.
programming. It's like the first part of the sequence, and it's like, wait, but it hasn't completed yet. So yeah, I don't become all like a Manchurian Candidate. Like, go to my, like, there's a secret gun hidden in my house I don't even know about.
Right.
Like, yeah.
Well, there might be. Happened. You just don't know about it because you haven't been activated.
Exactly. No, I'm saying, yeah, that's probably what's going on. Yeah. There you go. TV shows, I guess a quick TV wrap-up. Can I just jump in on that?
Yeah, let's do it. TV Showdown.
Yeah. I don't know, like, if there's any, like, really great insights in it. Like, I jumped in on Sopranos 3, like, season 3. I'm enjoying that quite a bit. The first episode, like, the premiere, kind of had this whole cool way of introducing the characters again, of just, like, it's focusing on FBI agents trying to set up a bug in the Sopranos' house. So it's from like their perspective of keeping tabs on all of the family members while they're out and about, so they can like report back and be like, okay, she's leaving tennis practice early, you need to get out of there, like that kind of stuff. So like you're seeing all the main characters of the family, but from this kind of weird, different perspective than normal. So it was kind of a neat way to catch up on stuff, and also like that bug in their house is like a big part of what's going on right now. Burt Young was in an episode, which was really cool. He played Rocky's brother-in-law, if you remember, like the angry guy.
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway, he played a guy who was dying of cancer that is like assigned a hit, and that scene was crazy and violent, and it was kind of awesome. So yeah, highlights there. Hannibal, we caught up on that today.
Okay.
Yeah, that show changed in the last like 2 episodes. It's still like interesting, but it's like character dynamics have altered in a really big way. And Hannibal is like, you know, he's kind of just been there this whole time, but he's like becoming pretty diabolical in a mastermindy way, more so than just he occasionally eats people. Like, he's actually doing some pretty heinous stuff, and has been this whole time. I don't know. That show is still pretty sweet, and still pretty crazy violent for a network TV show. Like, it is uniquely morbid in a way. And yeah, like, I'd honestly describe, like, the 10th episode this season, like, the most recent one we just watched, as probably the most perverse episode they have done. Of just, like, man, there's, like, no one to root for right now. This is just, like, morbid and weird, and people enjoying committing horrible crimes. Like, strange tone to that. Like, it was almost like an I Saw the Devil kind of vibe. Like that weird Korean movie of just like this is just fucked up right now, and like no one is really like. There's still a couple characters where you're like, they need to figure this out, but like it is like a super bleak point right now in the season. I'm kind of curious now what they're going to do, and I again still hope it gets renewed. Fargo, there has been 3 episodes so far. I think I talked about some of it, haven't I? The show that was shot here in Calgary,
to me,
Billy Bob Thornton,
but not on the podcast.
Oh wow, okay.
See, this is what I meant with the opening phrase. The only podcast on the internet ruined by the co-hosts working together.
Yeah, where we forget if we've talked about it on here or not, or if we've even recorded an episode. Yeah.
Work's been weird lately. I just don't know what days are what anymore, so...
I think the schedule is about to sort out and become
this week,
normal.
it's actually sorted out, because this is my first day on, and then you'll be on Wednesday, and you'll work to Saturday, blah, blah, blah. We're good now.
Routine established. So Fargo is an interesting show specifically for me because it was shot in my hometown, and that doesn't normally happen. No, my hometown, not Paul's.
Mine.
No, see, it was... Yeah, I know.
Did you ever see the show My Hometown with Jay Baruchel?
No.
Okay, it was one of those YTV, like, feel-good ones where the kid is just, like, an annoying little piece of shit, and eventually he, like, learns lessons.
Oh, Jay Baruchel. Okay.
Yeah, that's the kid I see every time he's, like, in a movie now. It's like, no, that's My Hometown kid, and all I remember is the beginning has, like, a sappy, crappy intro, and it ends with... In my hometown. So that's, I hear that in my hometown every time I see his face.
Okay, that sounds like a bad association. But, okay.
So in my hometown, they filmed this.
Oh, God. Okay, yeah. They filmed Fargo in Calgary, which is kind of weird. Like, it was kind of a big deal for the city. Like, there was calls for extras and all this stuff. And
you applied.
I did. I have a sheet with the basic rules. I did not make the cut, apparently. But, oh well, maybe next time.
It's because you would chew up the scene too much. You're too unique.
Yeah, like that extra would just be distracting. Like, it's just like, this does not fit. I have no idea. There was a lot of people there, too. So, yeah, Fargo, based on the 1996 Coen Brothers movie. But totally different, really. And it's set in the same general area of Minnesota, and weird crimes are happening. But it is not the exact same kind of blueprint of like, dude has his wife kidnapped on purpose to kind of bilk money out of his father-in-law. Like, that is not the central crime that has taken place. And I was actually really impressed with like how quickly that first episode gets really fucked up. Like, just like. Really bad stuff happens. Like, I thought they were kind of like setting some groundwork for some long-term, like season-long beefs between people, and kind of this like Lester Nygaard is Martin Freeman's character. He's kind of basically the centerpiece of the, common man gets in over his head thing, like William H. Macy's character, but in a completely different way that I found pretty interesting. And he gets kind of to the point where William H. Macy does in that movie and beyond by the end of like the first episode. Like, it's just like on into crazy town. Billy Bob Thornton's character I'm actually really liking too. He is basically like the mysterious hitman kind of guy that I'm getting very like Anton Chigurh vibes off him, like the guy from No Country, of just like, dude just kills people, does not care. And yeah, he's kind of just this drifter that comes through this small town and causes a whole bunch of problems. And there's like cop characters and stuff trying to deal with it, whatever. So yeah, it's like a murder mystery show, but they kind of have colorful characters and weird sense of humor and stuff. And occasionally that totally misses. And that is the parts that kind of bother me. Like, it is not actually written by the Coen brothers for the most part. It is just kind of executive produced by them. And every now and then there is a joke that just seems so over the top in a way that isn't quite right, and that sticks in my craw a little bit, but I'm overall still enjoying it and finding, like, the time just rushes by when I'm watching it. Like, from scene to scene, I am generally entertained, like, almost the entire time. But, man, there are just, like, occasional little things, just like, this is too quirky in a way that is approaching stupid more than it is cool. Like, for example, there are 2 hitman characters. One of them is mute. so he does a lot of sign language stuff, and then his partner kind of translates and talks to him. And those interactions just always seem like so gimmicky, of just like, this is not quite as fun to see as Peter Stormare and Steve Buscemi, like the hitman pair. Like, it is just kind of too gimmicky. Like, these aren't real characters. These are like functional joke things, you know? Apologies to any mute folks, but if you're like a 6'6",
like, what are they gonna do? They're gonna send in a voicemail? Fuck them.
They could write an email. I don't know. Like,
I could delete it.
I guess it's just like
Sorry.
a 6'6" dude in a leather jacket that is a mute and a hitman. Like, that just seems like a joke, like not a real person.
Yeah.
So,
like an archetype, like not an actual person, just like a class you would pick in a video game, like
right, like
Silent
it is.
Killer.
It's a bit much. Like that. Like scenes with those dudes, I find kind of ridiculous. There was like a scene or two, like it's ridiculous in the bad way. Like it's obviously going to be a bit ridiculous, but those are a little. I don't know. That they don't amuse, they just kind of irritate. But Billy Bob, I'm still really enjoying his kind of character. Like he seems like you know, nihilistic drifter who does not care, and it works. Like, I'm kind of enjoying his role in the show. And Martin Freeman, like, I'm actually kind of impressed with, like, I mean, it's the Minnesota accent, so that's like a little affected and goofy inherently.
Oh
yeah. So it's like him being British is not a factor. Like, it just does not matter because he is now playing this kind of weird American, like, persona. And it like, I'm just kind of with his thing, and I'm kind of impressed with, like, how dark they got with his character in a way that isn't, like, his awkward thing from a bunch of different shows and stuff. Like, it's more like, no, this is an interesting thing to see play out, and I'm enjoying it. And Colin Hanks and, I don't know who plays her, but, like, the sheriff character who's basically, like, I don't know, like, there's kind of analogs for a lot of the movie characters, but there's a female, like, detective who's trying to figure this out, and she's not, like, the sheriff or anything, though, in this. She's kind of a lower-ranked officer, and she keeps kind of getting bullied around. And, like, she's actually on the right track with the case, but no one's listening to her. So, I don't know. Whatever. There's a lot of stuff I like about it. It's a well-produced show. It's well-made, generally speaking. And like I said, like, the time flies by while I'm watching it, so I think that's kind of the best sign. But yeah, every now and then there's a little bump in the road of just like, that moment was just dumb. But there's 45 minutes here, and like 2 minutes of it were ridiculous in a way that bothered me. So I'll keep watching. And yeah, just seeing Calgary landmarks and buses and businesses and like streets and stuff is weirdly like this meta game layer to the show for like me and Brittany watching. I'm just like, oh, weird, that's that place in Inglewood. Oh, that's that pizza place. Like, it's just like, okay. Like, it's distracting, but in a way that I'm finding highly amusing. And that is not a thing that would affect anybody who doesn't live here. So I think I can say it's like actually a good show, but it has this extra sweetness of being like familiar. So I don't know. Any interest at all or no? All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was muted. No interest really, so sorry about that.
Okay. Like, I don't know. Is it just the whole thing? Just like murder mystery stuff? Coen Brothers, like nothing? It's, I don't know.
Television series?
You like television series?
Not
They're
really.
So good. They're like giant movies. They just don't stop.
That might be the problem.
All right.
I don't know.
Well,
maybe like when there's a bunch of it out, because if I do watch them, it will be on like a weekend where I have absolutely nothing, and then I'll just like watch a lot. So
okay.
That's how I do that stuff. I don't do a little bit every day sort of thing usually, unless it's at work. Maybe at work.
Okay.
Because we can do that.
I find I mean, there's only 3 so far. It's like a 10 episode run, so maybe wait until the end of the season. I can say if it paid off or not. But yeah, I don't know. Generally, I'm fairly impressed with it. I guess It's a thing that I was maybe a little nervous about because it's like an adaptation of a movie I really like, but it is like different enough to kind of justify its own existence. Like, it is a different story, just with kind of similar ideas. like, you know, yeah, like some of the characters remind me of other characters, but they're in a very different scenario, and it's a different kind of plotting and pacing and everything. So, okay, just like, we're done. Play this music.
No.
Get off the stage.
That was a misclick. Sorry.
All right.
So
voicemail. Is there another one? Or
my hometown.
What about it?
I got the theme for you. You ready?
Yep.
Okay, I just gotta find it. I think it's at 120. Here we go.
There's a place that I can keep in my heart, full of people I can count on. Wherever I go, I keep their light in my life. And every time I watch the sun go down, I think about the dreams I have found in my hometown.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
So, a Canadian-made...
Was Jay Baruchel like the main guy, or...
Dude, yeah. He was like 8 years old or something.
Man, so IMDb is woefully lacking in Canadian TV info. And this has bothered me before.
I can give you some info right now.
Okay.
It was a family series made by the Canadian poet Jean Mercier, as seen on YTV Canada, TV Ontario. In BC, it was called the Knowledge Channel, and the Disney Channel in New Zealand and Australia, and some other random countries as well.
Okay. But, like, for example, on this IMDb page I was looking at, Jay Baruchel is only credited in 3 episodes.
No, he was the character.
Yeah, like,
in
it's
all
like
of them.
completely nonsensical casting list and stuff. Like, it just does not have the full breakdown of, like, who directed what and whatever. Like, for example... Is that a new clip for us?
What's that?
Is that a new clip we're gonna add to the roster?
Oh God, I hope not.
Oh, you don't need to. I'm saying, like, are you threatening that by playing it again?
I don't know. Does it seem threatening to do this?
A little bit. Because, like, you're saying, like, that's just an irritating sample for you, so it just means, like, this is Paul's I am irritated indicator.
Every time I'm pissed off, it's just like, doom in my hometown.
Then you know what state Paul is in. He's pissed off at Jay Baruchel.
I'm breaking monitors over here.
Yep.
Yeah. Anyways, something that doesn't suck. Here we go.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Nathan. Recently, I went to see Captain America Winter Soldier, but this time in 3D. And I remember why I like 3D, because all the explosions just pop up right at you. But I don't like how you get super headaches when you're done watching the movie. You know, it's like when you come out of the theater, your head's just throbbing and your eyeballs feel funny.
Nope.
That's pretty much what I've been going through. Of course, having sinuses didn't help. Sinuses just make me feel really gross, because, you know, your nose is all clogged up, your throat's all clogged up, so you get headaches from that. And then sometimes I even sneeze and blood snot comes out of my nose, and it's very yucky. So I have to carry tissues around to make sure I don't make a mess. Anyways, hey Nathan, what movies are you looking forward to? I know I'm looking forward to Godzilla and Spider-Man 2, but more Godzilla. Then apes. And hey Paul, what's your stance on movies in 3D? Do you like them, or do you hate them? And I also hate them all because the mall has the only good theater, and I have to walk up 3 floors just to get up to it. Plus it's in the food court, so you have to go up another escalator that's near the food court, and there's so many darn people, and it really sucks. But it was worth it. I mean, I got to get in the movie right when the action happened, so it was sweet.
Oh, cut off. Actually, that was probably a good point, because she was done talking.
Oh, okay.
It ended on, it was sweet. Not bad. My stance on 3D movies is I'm okay with them. I have a 3D TV, and I used it for a bit.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I guess my worst,
no problem.
Yeah, like, I don't usually get headaches or anything, but the one time I remember having, like, severe problems was Beowulf in 3D, in IMAX specifically.
Okay, but I had problems watching that on, like, Netflix just because it's so weird looking.
Maybe that was an additional factor, but, like, yeah, it was, like, eyes watering. Not so much, like, headaches, but just, like, vision blurring and just, like, this is hard to, like, look at. And I don't know, yeah, it was kind of... I think the IMAX aspect of it was hurting me specifically, but yeah, just generally speaking, that movie, like, the mocap and, like, the uncanny valley all over the place... Like, that movie is kind of horrible.
Yeah.
Like, I like Robert Zemeckis, but I don't want him to make movies like that ever again. Stop it. Christmas Carol, all of it. Don't. That animation...
I like how you're, like, scolding him. You're like, yeah, stop.
You used to be a real movie man, and then you started animating things, and it was horrible.
Polar Express.
Go back to your cage and make me some live-action movies.
That's right. Get fucked.
Contact was great. Sorry, I'm yelling. It's like really late.
You know what? Contact is actually legitimately quite good.
It impressed me so much more when I watched it years after the fact.
Yeah, when you're not a stupid kid anymore.
Yeah, when I was a stupid kid, I was like, this is boring and there's no aliens dancing around. It's just like, look.
Yeah, exactly. When you realize movies don't have to have that and there's substance in the actual, like, story that's going on and the characters.
And, like, larger implications. Like, yeah, it was an impressive film. I guess for stuff I'm looking forward to, I am also very... Okay, like, my friend Ryan, you know, bless him, he just jumps down my throat when I say anything dismissive about something, or, like, I'm a little nervous about Godzilla. What? It's got... Exactly. Like, he just won't... You know, I have a condition. Leave me alone. But, yeah, like, I'm a little worried about Apes because a different person is directing it. Yeah. That's meaningful to me.
It's legitimate.
Yeah, like, it's like, well, whatever, like, the producers made that movie in the editing room, like, it wasn't even him. It's like, I don't know that, though. I wasn't there. So, maybe it was that guy. Maybe Rupert helped out.
The worry when a director changes is that maybe this director won't take the same care that you appreciated.
Or have quite the same tone or whatever. Like, it could be, like, the subtlest thing, or just, like, stuff that dude thinks is funny that the other guy just wouldn't put in his movie. Like, it could be the tiniest balance. All I know is, like, a key ingredient has changed. That might spell problems. I don't know. So, Andy Serkis is still there. They're still doing mocap stuff. Special effects have gotten even better. Like, it could be a fantastic time, but I don't know that. So, I will stay kind of like, I'm going to see it day one and all that, but I don't know yet, because it doesn't exist yet. So, who knows? Godzilla could be fantastic. It could also be like a total degradation to something that I thought was really awesome in my childhood. I don't know yet. I haven't seen it. But I will watch it, like, right away, because I'm curious enough. Like, those are kind of two movies where that is true of. I'm a little curious about this movie called The Double, with Jesse Eisenberg. But, you know.
I like Jesse Eisenberg, so...
Yeah, it's a... dude sees his doppelganger, and I liked another doppelganger movie earlier this year, so
yeah,
we'll see.
I actually do want to see that movie.
Enemy or The Double?
Yeah, no, Enemy, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Enemy I was really, really impressed by. Despite them advertising for it left, right, and center, I don't seem to really be developing strong feelings about X-Men Days of Future Past.
Well, no, because First Class or whatever was terrible.
It should have been so much better. Like,
I know everybody thinks that movie's good, but you're being fooled. It's
like,
not.
It has good things in it, but as a thing, like, I don't know. It doesn't. Emma Frost is awful in it. Like, January Jones is terrible.
Yep.
I don't know. Yeah, like, I liked some stuff with Fassbender specifically. Like, he has some good stuff in there, but there's also some scenes that are horribly mishandled with him. Specifically, the rock music riff they decide to play when he starts killing those Nazis that he finds in South America. It's like, this scene was so good, and then whoever made the music choice in this fucked it. So, good job. Get a new job. I don't know. Chef, I'm getting curious about. Like, it's Jon Favreau, but it looks like he's, you know, trying to make something more heartfelt, and that could be okay. I think I'm sort of coming off good vibes of seeing him in a funny supporting role in The Sopranos. So,
hey there, children.
What?
Hi, Chef.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Well, it's about a guy who starts up a food truck. It could also be annoying, and I might not like it at all. Like it could go one of two ways. Like the critics are really liking it right now. They also hate things I like, and vice versa. So I don't know. They thought Frozen was a good movie. So
Well, Frozen does have that song.
It has that song. There was a kid in Costco today just singing that song.
You know what?
Like, okay.
Like, we've had this discussion at work, I think even online, like, many times. Whereas, like, I don't even care about that movie. I like that song. And I'm pretty sure you said, yeah, that's the only good thing in that whole movie.
I don't know. Like, I don't listen to that song on my own ever.
You probably should.
Really?
It's a condition called being a cynical asshole.
You're right. All right. Just remind me every time. It's like, hey,
don't worry.
If you don't like
Wednesday,
Let It Go,
we will be listening to it on repeat.
Yeah. If you don't like Let It Go, you have cynical asshole syndrome. It's like, I don't know if that's true, but okay.
The cold never bothered us anyway, because we're Canadian.
Yeah.
It actually bothers us a lot.
Yeah, to the point where it's like, they need to bundle up more. This is not accurate depiction of winter.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Anyways, okay, so my hometown, Calgary.
Yep.
Calgary, Alberta.
Mm-hmm.
We have a stampede. I want to talk about some of the food.
I guess a stampede, like, it's like basically a giant festival that centers around a rodeo.
Sorry, we don't have like elephants trampling.
Yeah, a bunch of cattle. Like, there's an annual cattle run across Alberta, and typically a bunch of them panic and run through the streets of Calgary every year. It's like the running of the bulls, but way less controlled.
Way less cool.
Yeah.
In fact, if you die in the running of the cows, you're just labeled a pussy and you're not even buried.
It's devastating every single year. No, it's like a 2-week drunk carnival with cowboy hats. I
think it's only 1 week, actually.
It's like 10 days or something, right?
Okay,
plus the
so like
parade
and
shit, isn't it? Okay. I'm going to look up that factoid while you tell me what's going on.
Anyways, so
this nonsense.
For the longest time, they've just been like the Calgary Stampede. They have like a petting zoo, and the super dogs was the thing I always loved as a kid.
Yeah.
And like rides and carnival stuff, and like normal amusement park foods, which would be like the mini donuts, which everybody loved, and like
deep
pretzels
fried
and corn
everything.
dogs.
Like, we stuck this chocolate bar in this fat.
In our lifetime, like within probably the last maybe 7 to 10 years, they started getting this fad where they're like trying to up the ante in weird foods they can like sell to people.
Yeah.
So I'm going to go ahead and name a few of the things that they're doing this year, because it's been leaked. We know what we're getting, you guys. How about bacon wrapped corn? How does that sound?
That sounds like a thing that would happen.
Besides hard to eat.
Like, yeah, it's like I would eat a strip of bacon and then eat some corn.
No, this is a corn on the cob with bacon wrapped around it.
No, I know, but I'm saying I would unwrap the cob and eat bacon and then enjoy some corn cob. Like,
okay, so that's not crazy. That's whatever. It's weird, but it's not crazy.
In fact,
a bacon wrapped hot dog is not weird either.
Yeah,
kind of delicious sounding.
I had a hot dog with bacon on it earlier today, so whatever.
Oh, sure. Bacon wrapped pork belly. Like, we see a theme building with bacon
this is
here.
Bacon with extra bacon.
But you know what? This is stuff that you'd be getting in, like, high-end restaurants anyways. It's just meat wrapped with bacon, basically.
And it's, being made in a stand at a festival, and it costs like $14. But,
Right. So, also, okay, so chocolate-dipped cookie dough. So it's cookie dough in balls, like on sticks, and they dip it in chocolate. It sounds like it could be okay. I know a lot of people that always cringed at the thought of me eating cookie dough raw, like they hated it. But I think it's more acceptable now, and maybe we can thank Dairy Queen, the queen of the dairy, for that, because it's like the cookie dough blizzard. No, it's okay to eat cookie dough.
Yeah. No, the eating of cookie dough has become more and more popular over the last 10 years or 20 or something. Yeah. Everywhere.
So, like, of course, there's corn dogs, but there's also going to be giant sausage corn dog, basically, they're bringing this year. I guess they're calling it a cowabunga corn dog or something. But more importantly, a 2-foot long corn dog.
Yeah, that's the one I'm seeing at the top here. Almost 2-foot long sausage
Yep.
Why? It's just bigger.
Because it's ridiculous? I don't know.
French toasted baguette. 2 feet long.
What about deep fried cheesies? That sounds disgusting because I hate cheesies.
Like regular cheese? Yeah, I don't really
I
like
hate
cheesies.
them. I will probably try that, maybe.
No.
I'm not sure yet.
Okay, like I honestly like the lighter, fluffier cheese, like puffs or whatever, more.
No, I don't either. I need the
cheesies.
crunch.
Oh, you like the crunch?
The crunchy ones, yeah.
Okay.
I don't like the puffy ones.
No, I like the puffy
garbage.
ones. That texture is what I'm looking for.
No, because it's styrofoam. It's styrofoam covered in cheese dust.
Still good though.
No, it's not.
It's more
terrible.
fun to eat.
No, how?
It's not just like a bag of cheesy. I don't know. It's too powdery, and I don't like it.
It's dust.
I don't like it. I've never.
It's gross.
Yeah. Okay.
Deep fried cookie dough. That actually sounds like a heart attack. Like that sounds gross. But even more like a heart attack. Deep fried donut bacon cheeseburgers.
What?
Okay.
I'm scrolling down this thing. I see Thai noodle wrap. That sounds healthy.
Okay.
Like,
so
that's fine.
bacon cheeseburgers, where the bun is the deep fried donuts.
Oh, okay.
Or is the whole thing deep fried?
Dude, no, I'm seeing it now. Yeah, that sounds really bad.
Okay, what about deep fried Reese's peanut butter cups? That sounds delicious because I love Reese's peanut butter cups.
Okay, deep fried sushi sounds like it's missing the point.
Oh, totally.
Like that's not what I want.
There's fried pickle pizza. I had at Papa John's. They had I think it was like a hamburger pizza or something, and it had pickles on it. It's the worst, most repulsive thing next to Into the Dark I have ever experienced.
And they just upped the ante. They put all pickles on it.
It's disgusting.
So they ruined a pizza, basically.
Oh, why?
They wasted cheese and sauce and dough.
What about
I like pickles, but not.
What about this $1 million
combined.
baby mac and cheese?
$1 million baby? What?
No, $1 million baby mac and cheese. So it's gourmet macaroni and cheese infused with white truffle oil, topped with sautéed crab meat and sun-dried tomatoes, and finished with a drizzle of balsamic glaze.
Why is it called that, though? That's a movie title about a boxer that dies.
Okay, how about Polish poutine, where it's basically poutine, only instead of fries, it's pierogies.
Sure. I
Good,
like
right?
those things. Okay, I guess this was the thing. Last year, I went to the Stampede with the mind of I'm going to buy some stuff. Everything's so goddamn fucking expensive. Ridiculously so. Like, this Polish poutine is probably $18.
Right, but then you would want to get the poutine burger, where it's a burger stacked with fries and gravy and cheese.
$23. Like, what? Probably not actually, but it's you can buy one thing and then you're full also and sick. But yeah,
see,
red velvet mini donuts.
You know what they do for the Christmas podcast for Mega 64?
Mm-hmm.
Stampede Cast 2014 Pixel Response on the case.
They also do a Faircast where they go and eat stupid food. So
yeah,
it's kind of
it would be the same thing.
Yeah, but Western.
Red velvet mini donuts sounds delicious. What about the scorpion pizza?
Okay, that's really been the thing I felt we were building up to this whole time, because that's the single image you need to click on that link and go, what the fuck is happening? Is that a food item?
I don't know what scorpions taste like. Are they delicious on top of pizza?
I don't know. It's an unnerving visual. I'm looking at it right now. It's just it looks like you're gonna die. 3 scorpions are gonna sting you when you bite this pizza.
They're
it's
alive.
terrible. No, they're obviously not.
No,
but
I know.
They don't look like they're not.
They're just held in by gooey cheese when you get there, so they're crawling and they're trying to get at you.
This is a still image. Those scorpions are still very discernible as being scorpions. It's not like there's just meat and I'm told it's scorpion. It is there are bugs on my pizza and it's horrible.
No,
they have the tail and everything. Is there venom in there?
I have to, I guess, clarify for people that can't see what we're talking about. Think a piece of cheese pizza, right? A slice.
Yeah.
And then on top, a full scorpion without the tail stinger. The tail stinger is cut off.
Oh,
but other than that, it's a full scorpion.
And there's like 5 of them. Or 4?
There's 5 on this one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, what a stupid thing.
But like you said, the deep fried sushi is like just completely misses the point.
It's like we
100%.
cooked this sushi. That's not sushi anymore. Like, what is this?
And
it's
then
got
you got
oily
your,
crap
fish
in it.
on a stick and blah blah blah. But what I am excited about, I want to try these crocodile burgers.
Crocodile sliders.
Yeah.
Looking for adventure. That's the pitch here, and then it ends with crikey. Great.
Are we looking at the same thing?
I'm on the Stampede
click-through?
website. It's 32 delicious new Midway foods. It's on the official Stampede website.
Okay.
But yeah, we've really gone through the highlight on
those
this.
are the highlights. I mean, other than
there's
that,
like
it's
Jamaican
just
jerk chicken and ribs and whatever, but yeah, the weird shit is scorpion pizza.
Well, I mean, a Cajun chicken po' boy sandwich is like, if you're listening to this and you're from Louisiana, like that's nothing. That's a normal like Subway thing. For us up here, I guess it would be considered weird.
Right. Like exotic at least.
Right.
But
like,
yeah,
that's what you get at the corner store in some places, I'm sure. So
right. Like whereas like I'm pretty sure scorpion pizza is just not anything anyone eats anywhere. Like people might be eating scorpions in some context, but it's not like I'm just going to put it on a slice of pizza.
Some of these are weird though, where it's just like a full rack of ribs. It's like, yeah, I could go to Montana's and get that, or this Jamaican jerk chicken. I can go to a bunch of places here and get that too. Why are these even in here?
I guess it's just, hey, we will have many, many ribs, and those ones are crazy or expensive. Like,
And scorpion pizza.
Yeah.
Just in case you forgot, that is a thing, and it will be at the Calgary Stampede.
And probably there'll be a big line, and it'll do really well. I don't know.
No, I bet there'll be a big line, but nobody will eat it.
They'll just get it and be like,
take
oh
a
God,
picture
I'm
of it or something.
tweeting it. Yeah, just garbage cans full of scorpions.
How many?
That's what's gonna happen.
How many pieces? How many scorpions do they have to ship up?
So many. If there's like 5 per slice, that's like what? Just trying to think. Like 40 scorpions on a pizza.
I'm just thinking, like in our warehouse cooler right now, if there's just like a skid full of boxes of
scorpions. Terrible. Yeah, we're importing all these scorpions for some.
We do
idiot.
import stuff for the Stampede often.
Oh God. All right.
So,
well,
probably not that stuff, but
scorpions
anyways.
inbound.
So that's the Calgary Stampede. If you're in Calgary, maybe hit us up and see. We'll try some crappy food. If you're not, maybe you could just listen to this voicemail.
Nathan, why you gotta say I'm not hyped for anything? Of course I'm hyped for Planet of the Apes. It's just not around that time when Planet of the Apes comes out. I mean, it's currently May. Almost my birthday. Almost when Spider-Man 2 comes out. It's also when Godzilla comes out in a couple weeks. So I'm more hyped for Godzilla right now, because that's the upcoming big movie attraction. Just like how the beginning of April was Captain America 2, and 2 weeks before that was Divergent. So get it right.
April.
When the season comes, I get hyped for something. And also there is hype for May 3rd, because that's when the dub premiere of Attack on Titan happens. So that'll be my first time watching it in English, because I saw it in Japanese. I wonder how it compares. Anyways, hey Paul, how is that guy at work? Have you killed him yet? And Nathan, I heard Amazon Prime got HBO shows. What's your stance on that? It doesn't have Game of Thrones, so not really worth it in my opinion.
Dude, that guy was there tonight, and I don't know why. Because, like, tonight is usually
that
the
atypical?
Night. On
like,
Sunday, yeah. So he was
you're
there
used to
with
quiet
me.
weekends?
He was there with me all day. I want him dead. Like, I want his guts inside out,
geez.
and I want to play with his blood.
Okay.
I hate him.
Like, okay, so many of these things, like, it's weird. It's like, on one hand, I just want to be like, oh, rational adult, just talk to him, talk through your beef. But then, when I'm there, it's like, that's not an option at all. Like, just stick to your desk and don't mess with anybody. Like, it's weird. I don't know. I don't converse
because
much.
See, it would be different if the beef I had was rational and dealt with, like, the workplace environment. It's just that I hate him as a person and I don't want him to live anymore. That's not rational. You can't go up to somebody and just say, I want you to not exist anymore. Could you please go kill yourself promptly? Thanks.
Jesus. Okay, I don't have enough information at this point. All I know is curry smells weird, and
it's not even
he
the
smacks
curry,
his lips strange
because
or something.
It's not even the curry. Not even the curry, because I lived in a condo apartment place and it smelled like curry all the time.
Okay.
I can get past that. But the lip smacking is seriously driving me crazy. The fact that he sits there doing absolutely nothing when I'm like trying to get all this shit done and he's not even helping the customers at the front, he should be fucking fired. He shouldn't even be around. I don't know why he's in our country. Like, he should go back home.
Oh man, this is like way too much like vicious beef to air anywhere. Like, okay, I don't know. Hopefully no trouble comes of this. But whatever. He answers the phone more than I do, so I feel like he's helping.
Okay, then that's a problem you need to work on too, because he barely ever answers a phone.
Well, because it's like, it's so generic, because like sometimes it's like specifically, okay, that is our line, I'll answer it. But then it's like, when it's more general, I'm like, I would actually probably hinder more than help at this point, because I don't know what's going on. So it's like I know what.
But I mean, that's why he is there.
Okay.
Like, to answer the general line, and it still takes like 5 rings until he picks it up.
Oh, okay.
Like, oh my god. Okay. Anyways,
so specific. Like, it's just like, wow, we can never say our company's name or anything because then it'll narrow down so fast. Like, it's dangerous.
It's like easily just one person. Anybody that we work with could listen to what I just said and
know exactly what's going on. And that's like so weird to me because like I don't dislike my job at all. Like, don't put us in danger, dude.
We're not in danger. We'll talk more after.
Okay. So
what about you?
What was the question for me?
HBO.
Because hype stuff, and then there was HBO.
Amazon Prime,
right. That hasn't started yet, I guess. I did look into this right when it happened. Specifically in kind of like, wait, can we even get this if we do the weird hide the IP thing and sign up for Amazon Prime? Like, will we get anything out of it? I know I've watched a movie on Amazon Prime before. Like, I did the trial thing and tried watching the pilot episodes and stuff. So in theory, that is possible. I guess, as far as I know, it's everything 3 years and older will be up there. So, you know, I'm currently watching Sopranos. That would be a way of me legally doing that and also kind of kicking HBO something for being so cool and making that show in the first place. I could watch The Wire, stuff like that. But honestly, like, I guess it's kind of like, how much does it cost to subscribe to Amazon Prime, and would I get any of the other benefits of being an Amazon Prime subscriber? I don't think so. Like, the fast shipping and all that stuff doesn't apply to me because it's the Amazon.com store, not CA. So,
right.
Yeah, at that point, it's like just kind of an expensive streaming service, but it does include HBO. I honestly kind of just wish Netflix got the deal. Like, that would have been so much easier.
For sure.
You know, competition's good and all that. Amazon was not a horse I had bet anything on, so that kind of sucks for me.
Yeah, it's because we're Canadian, just straight up. If we were in the US, maybe. But like,
sure, yeah. Like, if it's like, hey, also I can
Amazon
get drone
is a thing
delivery.
where like you can click a button and something will come to your door, maybe. Like, that's what Amazon is for us up here. It's not a service streaming site or instant access to shit.
Or like, I can't buy groceries and whatever. It's like,
right. Exactly.
Oh, I want this Blu-ray.
It's eBay, basically. Like,
yeah, like there's other sellers and stuff too, and yeah, like that's how I'm getting Asura's Wrath in the near future. Like, I ordered that.
Amazing. Okay.
Yeah, like I mean, like yeah, it's like I buy video games, movies, and books from there. Like, it's not useful in any other way. So
I actually do use a bookstore on my tablet.
Yeah,
okay. Digital books. Yeah, so there's
like Amazon's fine up here. It's just it's not as multifaceted as it is in the States. So yeah, it is a streaming destination and like other services like music and stuff. Like, people are buying music through it. Like, it's just like that isn't even here. Like,
I suppose, yeah.
Like, there were price wars and stuff that people were saying. It's like, oh, this new album's only $4 on Amazon. It's just like, or it doesn't exist. There's also that possibility of it's just not on our Amazon. So, awesome. But yeah, I guess hiding IPs and stuff, maybe there's a way to do that. So, potentially cool, like potentially the cheapest and most accessible way for an internet like centric person to watch HBO shows. So, good. But Yeah, I wish it was a different company. Maybe like it'll be distance enough from us up here in Canada that some Canadian solution can happen. And
I wish it was like Google or something. Put it on YouTube.
Yeah. That would be really... Actually, okay, seriously, they put the first episode of their new show, Silicon Valley, on YouTube. What an amazingly easy experience that was to watch that show. It was just...
I have Ice Age 2 on YouTube.
There's tons of movies on YouTube, but I'm saying like specifically HBO...
I have it, apparently.
What?
I don't know either. Like, if I
You bought it? Like, what do you mean?
No. Like, maybe it was gifted to me or something, or like... I've just been, like, a Google member for a long time or something, so they're like, have a movie you probably won't care about. It's just like, if you go into the, like, things you've paid for, like, premium, or I don't remember what it's called on YouTube, I have just an item there, and it's Ice Age 2.
Video man? Like, what would that be under? Settings? I'm looking at my YouTube page right now.
I'll see if I can find it.
But okay, somehow you own a movie, and it is Ice Age 2.
Sure, I guess.
Cool, man. I thought you were just talking about like people uploading full movies and no one cares somehow. Which has been happening so much, and I don't know why it's like not getting pulled down faster. It's just like ever since I watched Kingpin on here, it's just like recommending movies. So good times. All right. I have like a last piece of media lineup that I want to talk about.
Yeah.
So, dude, Sidney Lumet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Woo! Okay. Sidney Lumet, film director for many years. You kids out there don't know him at all. I'll explain why you should and feel bad about it. 12 Angry Men. That was like his film debut.
It's great.
People love it. Yeah. Great movie. Henry Fonda. More recently, like one of his last movies, if not last movie, was Before the Devil Knows You're Dead. Philip Seymour Hoffman, Ethan Hawke, Albert Finney, like kind of a messed up, tragic crime thing, family turning against itself and everything. Pretty great. In between there, like Dog Day Afternoon was a big one. That was a Al Pacino bank robbery movie. Like a lot of stuff happens. It was pretty cutting edge at the time. Mm-hmm. Those are kind of like some of the big high points that people might have heard of. I guess beyond that, it's like, hey, The Verdict with Paul Newman, like, you know, gets a little more inside baseball. Murder on the Orient Express. I watched that. But, okay, he wrote a book called Making Movies in the early 90s. And I finally, like, I read it and I was just, like, totally enthralled with kind of his breakdown of just how the business of making movies works. Like, it is just so detailed and, like, I was just hanging on everything. Like, he breaks it down by like different departments and what they do, like different roles in the production, like dailies, like he calls them rushes, which is the same thing. Like, you know, like end of the day, kind of seeing the rough cuts of your like what you shot that day and making sure it works and all this stuff. I don't know. As like a lifelong movie fan, it was just so exciting to kind of hear all this kind of jargony stuff explained, like the collaborative stuff needed to make a movie, like that spelled out of just like, okay, people say like the director makes the movie. He basically says like, that's bullshit. There are all these people that I need to kind of coordinate with, and like we need to get on the same page at every step and make sure like we're all working together. Like, I don't know. He just kind of lays it all out in a way that I found like super digestible and just like really exciting. And then there's tons of insight into just like very specific movies he's worked on and like him working with actors and stuff. And I don't know, like, I was over the moon reading this book. I can't, like, make that a blanket recommendation to literally every person on the planet. But if you really like feature films, like, some of his specific examples might be alien to you. Like, there was at least, like, a half dozen movies he's referring to that I've never seen. But, like, he just makes it about the nuts and bolts stuff. Like, just about the acting, the, like, lighting. Like, apparently making movies is, like, all lighting. Like, so much of it is just lighting the scene.
It's moving photography.
Yeah.
And photography is all lighting.
Yeah, so it's just like, it made movies sound, like, on the one hand, so much more complicated and crazy, like, than I'd ever really realized. And, like, just kind of daunting in a way, but also kind of, like, it makes individual shots and stuff so much more impressive of just, like, oh, dude, this one scene, yeah, it might not look like much, but we had, like, one chance to shoot that, and like, that was it. We had, like, this time crunch and all this stuff. And then he also kind of just has to, like, mention that none of that effort matters within the final finished product, right? Like, it's like editing and all that. Like, you could have done a scene 80 times or twice. The finished product, no one knows. So it's like, the term, like, oh man, I really like the editing, like critics breaking down editing and just saying, like, oh, I love the editing. That makes no sense because you have no idea what was edited. So, like, I don't know. Like, I love his kind of inside baseball breakdown of all this stuff. Like, of just, like, for all you know, the editor might not have had to edit out a lot of stuff. Like, the stuff that was shot might have been really good, and it was just a cakewalk for the editor. Or they might have had to cut out, like, tons of stuff because there was just a bunch of garbage takes, or, like, basically make a sequence make sense in the editing room because it didn't before. Like, that's good editing, but no one will ever know. Like, I don't know. Like, it was great. Also, apparently, Teamsters suck. And I loved his, like, he just has, like, recurring little jabs at Teamsters, like, 4 times over the course of the whole book. But I always thought it was hilarious, because it's just, like, they are, they're, like, a powerful union or whatever, but it sounds like they basically don't do anything on the actual, like, movie set.
Wasn't there a Simpsons joke about that?
Yeah, like, they're just all standing around while the Krusty movie is being made. And it's like, what, you saying we're not working? And they're just standing there. Like, they're doing nothing. Like, it's like, oh, it was great. Just the little jabs.
Sounds like a certain coworker I know.
Oh, sick burn. Do we have a union or anything? Because
no, we're not unionized. No.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, like, it's basically like, he says it like they basically just pick up the star at a certain time and, like, drive them places. And then for the rest of the day, they're still on the clock, but they're just kind of hanging around eating donuts and, like, drinking coffee. Like, they do nothing. And then, like, also just, like, there's a breakdown page of just, like, all the different departments and stuff. And he's like, okay, notice the Teamsters, like, their pickup times are on here twice. That's because Teamsters aren't very good at reading and stuff like that. Like, just kind of little inside joke barbs at the Teamsters that I thought was really funny. I don't know if that's still how the business works, like, if they're still involved in literally every movie production. And, like, doing the basic physical labor stuff, aka, like, setting up a table. But it was, I don't know, that stuff was great. Any members of the Teamsters out there, please don't break my kneecaps or anything. I'm just ribbing a little bit. Just ribbing. I don't know.
Welcome.
Yeah. I was really, really happy with this book. It's a quick read, too. It's like 200 pages, but fantastic stuff. And yeah, as a result of reading this book, he talks a lot about Murder on the Orient Express. Which we just watched, like, before this episode. It is a, like, early, mid-70s murder mystery. The Agatha Christie story. Like, it's a pretty popular phrase anyway, Murder on the Orient Express. But
it's popular, like, satire and parody and a lot of stuff, too.
Yeah. It might have really kind of kicked off. Like, remember, like, a few weeks ago I talked about Murder by Death? Like, this movie may well have, like, kind of paved the way for that. Like, it was a decent hit in, like, 1974, and, like, after that, there was, like, a decade of a bunch of murder mysteries and old school, like, detectives and stuff. This was one on the earlier cusp with some of that stuff. And, I don't know, it was pretty cool. Albert Finney played Poirot, the famous detective from Agatha Christie stories. I don't think I've ever seen a movie with that character. He's kind of fun. He's, like, this eccentric Belgian guy. And yeah, just, I don't know, murder mystery, whodunit, all that kind of stuff. Really, the main talking point out of that was Brittany and I were just like, we need to go on, like, a train ride, like passenger trains. Would you ever go on a train ride, Paul?
No.
Why not?
Because it's expensive.
It's expensive, but think about how cool it would be.
Like, not at all. I've been on a train before.
A passenger train? Like,
yeah.
Like, Heritage Park doesn't count, because I've done that too.
No, to Banff.
And was it not, like, a life-changing, awesome experience?
It was transport. I don't know. It wasn't... It
was like a car trip, but on a train.
Like, it was like the LRT, but, like, old feeling. So...
Just, like, I'm gonna de-romanticize this entire thing.
Well,
it's
you're
like
going on
LRT.
a rail fast, and you're sitting... Like, and you're shaking back and forth a little bit here and there, and then you get off.
But what if you're sitting at a table and there's, like, a soft-boiled egg and some tea? Then you're in a period piece and having a great time.
Sure. So you don't want to ride on a train. You want to be in a different period.
Kind of, yeah. And trains just seem to kind of be a part of that time period. Like, they're an outdated mode of transportation that is still sort of there. So take advantage of it while you can. I think maybe that's where I'm coming at, you know? But, I don't know. There's something romantic about it. You're not on the same page at all? It's just a way of getting
Not
somewhere
really.
slowly? Okay. Would you go on a Zeppelin ride?
After what happened, no.
Okay, but that was like a one-time thing, man. There were so many.
I don't even like going in airplanes. Like, I won't even go in a hot air balloon. So no.
Okay. Man. All right. Different pages about classical transport. What about?
I'm pretty sure I've even said that the reason I don't like period pieces is because I don't give a shit about like history stuff like that.
Okay. I don't know if it's not like any one specific historical thing. It's more just like, I don't know. It's like just a tone or like this doesn't happen as often anymore. So it's a more unique experience than I got in a car and drove to Vancouver. It's like, well, if you got on a train and went to Vancouver, that's different.
It would cost you about $900.
I know, we were looking into it. It's like $1,000 to book a room, but like,
yeah,
$3 something to just have a seat.
Yep.
But if it's a 35-hour train ride, you kind of want the room. So yeah,
Yep.
we like, honestly, we're planning some Disneyland stuff later this year, and we were like, hey, what about a train ride? And it's like, yeah, 35-hour journey. I don't hate this idea though. I don't know. I might still do it. But trains. Apparently, I was kind of hoping trains would light your imagination on fire. Paul would gush about how he loves trains so much or something, but that is not the case. Paul hates trains. So,
I'm just indifferent.
Yeah, fair enough. I like trains though, and train murder mysteries are a-okay. I might watch Trans-Siberian, which I've heard is okay. It's got Woody Harrelson. So train movies.
In my hometown.
Is it like Canadian Wonder Years or something? Like, what is this?
Like, not as good.
Okay.
Cheesier.
I don't think I ever said, did we watch the first and last episode of the Wonder Years?
Okay.
It was a fun experience. Like, just seeing how little changed. Like, it's just like the same girl's there. His brother is still a dick. This friend shows up as like a token appearance to remind you that he was in the earlier episode. And him and his dad like finally talk. And it's just like, okay, great. Like, it's like, yeah, 7 years or something happened. Nothing really happened. It was just a blueprint thing. Anyway.
What's your feeling about Bitcoins?
I still am confused as to like how that went down, but we've been kind of mining some Doge coins over here, so we're hoping that blows up. That'd be our sweet ticket to train rides everywhere.
Did you hear about the Alberta Bitcoin Bank?
No, what happened?
It collapsed because hackers stole $600,000 in currency.
I feel okay about that. Like, it's such a doofy currency notion that it's like, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Digital bank robbers. It's the best.
It's so weird, right?
So
Apparently
it just,
stole
it went out of business?
96 Bitcoins.
So it's just like, oh no, we can't sustain ourselves now. Closed.
Yeah, like the company that was doing it, I guess, like pulled out of Alberta.
Jesus.
So.
Okay. Unstable currencies, man. They go up and they go down.
Why would you ever do that? Like, even the only reason why it got any traction is because people that like got so into it made a fortune on it, but then they had the like foresight to know this is a bad idea. Now that for some reason it's worth money, I'm out.
Right, exactly. Like, it's like if we were in, it would just be like, okay, this is like the most fragile situation ever right now. This is worth so much. Let's get out and turn this into real money and then get, like, stop. Because, yeah, it's like playing the lottery.
Tesla.com that deals with Bitcoin.
Just tries to explain what's happening, like cryptocurrencies?
No, they were in Austin, Texas for South by Southwest, and one of the first Bitcoin like machines in America. In fact, maybe the first. They went to that, and they transferred a couple $100 into, I think $600 into like 1 Bitcoin, and then went around with that like ticket stub, seeing like what you could buy with Bitcoin and stuff. And then the kicker is, at the end of the video, I'm going to spoil it for you, but you could still watch it if you want on tested.com.
Yeah.
They like couldn't get that Bitcoin back. Like they couldn't get the actual money back out, and it had degraded. So like they put in like 600, and at most I think they were going to get like 400 back.
Like over the course of a couple days or something?
24 hours.
Yeah, it is like the most volatile market ever. So, you mean, yeah, like I obviously heard the story about the guy who threw away a hard drive with like now untold millions of dollars on it and
like
was like
billions,
looking for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like that's the kind of, oh dude, that would have been so sweet. But yeah, there's tons of like, oh yeah, I also lost all of it in like 5 minutes. It's just like up, down, roller coaster. So just mining it though, like that just requires electricity and a computer and internet, like bandwidth. And time. But, you know, you have to sleep sometimes, so just hit that button and then go to sleep. And then you wake up and you have a bunch of fake money. We have Doge coins and, like, parts of a Litecoin, which is, like, a fraction of a Bitcoin. But it's like, yeah.
Oh, that was another thing with the Bitcoin thing. Sorry to go back to this. Is that apparently, like, if you use the machine, they're like, do you want to, what the fee for the miner fee or whatever, and it's basically, I think it was like $50 or whatever, and it processes your like currency transfer instantly. So that was the reason why they couldn't like transfer it back to real money right away. They had to like call the bank or whatever, provide a whole bunch of like weird background ID like checks and all that stuff, and still wait, and they still didn't get it.
Sorry, I'm just calculating, like currently Dogecoin, the one we mined some of, is at number 5 on the cryptocurrency list, so I'm seeing how much our stash is worth in real money. Like $18.
And how long did it take?
Oh, like days and days.
Yeah.
So just like right. Whenever we're like not using the computer, we'll just like we would put that on. It slowed down a lot at a point when like more and more people start using it. So it's just like, yeah, there's less stuff to hash. So,
but I mean, the thing is, you don't know that like maybe in a week from now, for some reason, like PewDiePie uses Dogecoin or whatever.
Exactly. No,
and
yeah,
now,
like there was a
that
NASCAR.
$18 is actually 18,000.
Sure. So whatever, like we have some in that camp, and it's it's number 5, like $18. That'll get you a sandwich, but a pretty good one too. But yeah, cryptocurrencies are weird, man. I don't.
It'll get you like a piece of pizza with scorpions on it, probably.
Yeah, there you go. Paid for itself. So there you go. Cryptocurrencies no longer readily available in our city.
What do you think about cryptocurrencies?
Got a question or comment for the show? You can email us at podcast@pixelresponse.com or leave a voicemail using the voicemail feature on the right side of the main page. On Twitter, you can reach Nathan at Krasnor and Paul at Exposure. Be sure to check us out on Facebook at facebook.com/thepixelresponse and visit pixelresponse.com for more.
What are your thoughts on the Oculus Rift?
It's kind of cool, but Facebook owns it.
What is your thoughts on Into the Dark being able to be played on the Oculus Rift?
I saw that. That was another one of their really crappily edited trailer bullet points. So awesome, I guess. It probably makes it so much more immersive and exciting.
It says that Firefights is not recommended because apparently people have thrown up playing their game doing that while playing Oculus Rift. The fact that there's even like this, like, yeah, you could use Oculus Rift, it's like, why?
That doesn't inherently make it better. Like,
no, I know, but it's like, fuck. I don't know. I'm looking at.
Are you mad that it supports it, or that Oculus care? Like,
well,
what?
No, like I don't really care. It's just kind of like they're treating this like it's an actual game. They had focus. They had like testers. Like, that guy needs to go get fucked.
What does
the guy that made it?
Okay. Yeah. This is just such a weird thing because it's like, well, it's a bad game. Like, honestly, the only thing I would be really annoyed with is that it's trying to kind of own the identity of being shitty instead of just like being kind of ashamed about it and trying to fix it. It's just like, no, that's what we're going for. It's like crappy on purpose.
I think I'm annoyed that people actually fall into that pitfall and they're like, yeah, it's so cool how bad it is. Like, that's not, like, there's a difference between being like House of the Dead bad, where it just kind of like knows it's ridiculous and is doing the B-movie, like, we're kind of stupid thing.
Yeah.
And just being like a broken product.
Or like, you know, for example, like that's kind of the fine line, Deadly Premonition, like that divided people, is like some people were like, no, this is just shit. And I was like, okay, some of the fundamental gameplay aspects are clunky and old, and the graphical textures and everything aren't good. But that's not why I'm saying it's great. It's the writing and the kind of sound design jokes and stuff. Like, there are things in it I unironically think are great.
No, but when you say clunky is a different word than broken.
Broken, yeah. Like, honestly, yeah, that was kind of the thing, though. In the trailer I watched, it said clipping errors, and it was, like, proud of that.
No, they're happy. This is, like, they're happy that everything is garbage.
That's just... Is this... Okay, I did watch the Goat Simulator video you recommended. And
which one?
The Total Biscuit one.
Oh, and, did you hear about him, by the way?
Yeah, with the cancer thing?
Sucks, right?
Right, but I mean, at least he's kind of being very transparent about it, and he caught it early, and he's going into surgery and all that.
Oh, yeah. But, yeah, no, I just mean, like, for him, he's going to go through some shit.
Yeah. No, that was a pretty weird video, but yeah, I watched that. Well, just a pretty weird turn of events or something.
So, like, have you just started watching some stuff he does randomly?
Yeah, I watched the Yiba one, too, because I was curious how he felt about that.
I kind of I like that guy a lot.
Mm-hmm.
I really like how he does stuff.
Like, just respect his kind of reasons for doing it and stuff, or
not even
his
just
approach?
Respect, like
okay.
I genuinely like it. Enjoy, yeah.
Okay. I guess I'm like, does he record and talk live, or is it kind of MST3K style?
It depends.
You know, like it's like this is a section of gameplay footage that he played, and now he's going to kind of go over it and polish it up a bit. Cause
he'll play it, and then he'll do his video like playing a part again while talking about what he wants to talk about the game.
Okay, because it seems like really structured for like what it is. Like a lot gets said.
That's why he's good at what he does.
Like,
I guess.
Okay. Like, I get real self-conscious about just repeating myself.
But I mean, that's technically his job, right?
Right.
He has all day to play this game and then, like, get in his mind what he wants to talk about and then articulate it and maybe do more than one take to get it right.
Mm-hmm.
So,
fair enough. I guess, does he live stream and stuff too, or no? Is it like, okay. Video segments. But okay, yeah. So I was talking about Total Biscuit. Goat Simulator. I guess I was going to say, like, the kind of YouTube bait thing. Like, is this game trying to do that? Of being like, oh, it's so bad, it's funny. Look how crazy this is. Like,
I don't think so. I don't think it's going for that crowd because it's unplayable. And, like, the problem is if you want to try to get Let's Players, you have to be able to do the play part.
Okay. Like, does this, like, hard crash to desktop and stuff, or what?
Yeah, that's happened, like I said, 5 times.
Okay, yeah, that's just broken.
Yep.
Like, not like, haha, it's so clunky, look at the physics. It's like, no, it's actually just a broken code. Like, the code is bad.
Yep.
What is it, like, based on a engine? Like, isn't it Unreal, or?
I think it's something called FPS Maker.
Oh, okay. No, I saw Unreal on, like, Archmage or something, or Archblade. One of those other ones.
Archblade is probably Unreal.
Yeah. No, sorry. This just opens with a bunch of weird, like, quotes from German magazines or something.
No, this is very much
Spielmagazin.
You know, like RPG Maker. This is like the FPS version of that.
Okay.
So, I mean, it explains why the game doesn't work.
Well, it's almost like looking at. There was like a really clunky first-person shooter Xbox Live indie game I played at your house.
Which one?
Like, I don't remember what it was called, but it was like, yeah, it looked very like this is just the mansion level, and there's like a shitty gun.
Where you go into the house.
Yeah. You're just kind of running around in this house, and it looked very, very, like, this is my first attempt making anything I would describe as a game. And here it is.
Speaking of which, I played another game, I'll quickly say, Rogue Shooter.
Okay.
It's okay, I guess. Think of, like, Binding of Isaac, or, like, something like that. It's a first-person shooter, and each level is, like, different difficulty sort of thing. And the objective is just to kill everything you can, pick up items or whatever, and then you go to the next one and so on and so forth. But it's not great. It doesn't feel very good. It controls like a bad Doom, maybe.
Okay.
Like not a fast Doom, like a slowed down version where you don't really aim, even though there's an aiming reticle sort of thing. You just kind of shoot. I don't know. It's not very good. I don't know if it's worth money, like if it's costing money right now, but
it's not
I don't
on
have a whole
Steam
lot to
or
say
anything?
about
Like,
it.
where did that come from?
It is on Steam. I just can't remember how much it was.
I'm
Maybe
looking at
$2.
$10, yeah. The FPS
10?
roguelike. Yeah, it's $9.99.
Really?
Yeah?
Wow. That is way too much for that.
But memory errors have been patched, so...
Wait, what did you say it was called?
I'm looking at Rogue Shooter? The FPS roguelike.
FPS roguelike?
Yeah.
Weird. Okay. I thought the art style was kind of cool, though. The cartoony look. Until you realize that it just doesn't look very good in game.
Like, in screenshots, it does look kind of like... Is this like cheap Borderlands, but with Doom? Or something? But
like DeviantArt Borderlands. That type of animation. Like bad drawing. Bad animation.
Oh, okay. Great. You know, like, that, but shitty? That's the look they're going for. It's like, oh, well...
Yeah, exactly.
That's not a look. That's just bad.
Right.
Okay. Great. There's like a boot in this screenshot, though, so it's like Duke Nukem.
Right, exactly. It's exactly like Duke Nukem anyways. Thank you, everybody. The curtain's closing slowly.
Sidney Lumet.
Another podcast is done.
Making movies in stores now. Best media of the week 2014.
Into the dark. Go get it.